that reduces down. But plenty of room once you do get in here today. It is fantastic. And plenty to come today, Fiona.
Yes, there certainly is. And before you get into all the action today, the question was asked to the fans out there earlier, guys, who would you have over for dinner? And what would you ask them if you had the choice?
Go on, Kate.
Over for dinner. Well, first off...
You sound like we haven't prepared answers here.
Can I just change it ever so slightly?
What are you going to cook them, Kate?
No. I would like to know, can we perhaps ask them, ask if they're good cooks to start with, and then I'll decide on who I'll want over. Because I don't cook, and that's a problem.
So you're expecting them to cook for you?
Well, either that or we're getting Uber Eats. So,
how do you feed yourself then?
It's a pretty simple thing. It's steamed veg and proteins.
Well, there you can make that. You're an athlete. You'd be cooking for athletes.
No, you're not getting out of it though, Kate.
I'm sorry.
Who's coming?
Nissimova. And I'm going to ask her how it is that she's going to win this year, because she's my pick.
Fabulous.
That is just... we'll talk about this off air, but what would I go with? I'd probably go with Rafa. Rafa's coming down, actually. He'll be down on men's final night. There is an activation that's happening. Going to be playing on Kia Arena. That was announced today.
Fantastic.
Along with Dylan Alcott, Nash Barty and a few others. There's a Kia sort of activation because he's there. We could just reminisce about all of the Roland Garros titles, everything like that. What I'd love to do, actually, is get Roger and Rafa and Serena, you could just make a book of all of their titles that they've won. And every page is a different title. And they're just their memories of, what do you remember about this first? What do you remember about that? And tell the story of all of them. Because they've won so many between them. You could do separate volumes for everyone.
Well, yeah, it'd be a big collection.
It would be. It would be, absolutely. But yeah, I mean, it's always
so who are you going with?
Rafa.
Okay. What a fabulous pick, both of you. And that's very exciting news, Pete. Rafa's heading down. Of course, Roger here for the beginning, Rafa for the end of the tournament. Can't get any bigger.
Well, yeah, so it's an AO Night of Legends with Kia. Rafael Nadal, Ash Barty, Dylan Alcott, and that will happen men's final night in Kia Arena. So celebrating Kia's 25-year partnership with the Australian Open. So if you are around Melbourne Park or you are coming to Melbourne or thinking about it, on that particular night, men's final nights, $35 special edition ground pass. For that, gets you into Melbourne Park and you'll be able to get into Kia Arena to check that out. So wonderful. We'll have more on that, I'm sure, week 2, Fiona.
Absolutely. Thank you for the quick chat, guys. Happy calling today. We'll cross back to you shortly. But now I'm going to have a quick chat with Josh Herriott, who is around the court today. Good morning, Josh.
Good morning, Fiona. Good to be with you again.
You've been out and about already.
I have. I've been out and about in amongst the crowds. It's been fantastic. Madison Keys was warming up over on court 16 earlier, practicing her serve, but it's been a good morning so far.
And what matches will you be keeping an eye on today?
Sophia Kenin is first up on ANZ Arena today. She plays fellow American Peyton Stearns. So, of course, Kenin, a former champion here as well in 2020. So, no doubt some interest there. She's the 27th seed this year. I tell you what, Kia Arena is quite busy as well. Storm Hunter, the Australian, had to come through qualifying. She plays Jessica Pazas-Monero on Kia Arena, and the crowds are rolling in for that particular match because the Australian crowds, they love Storm. She's a great character, so I'll be watching that match with interest. And then over on John Cain Arena at 11 o'clock, first up we have Nuno Borges and Felix Auger-Aliassime, the 7th seed, the Canadian, the big Canadian with that massive serve. So a few of the matches on this morning.
Fabulous, Joshy. We have such a great lineup today, and as Josh mentioned, the crowds are piling in, the sun is shining. We're going to have stunning weather again today, a top of 30 degrees Celsius, 86 Fahrenheit. It's time to cross over to Peter Mercado and Kate Kearns on 1573, our commentators for the start of today's play.
99.7 FM around Melbourne Park and around the world on the official Australian Open app and OzOpen.com. This is AO Radio.
Where it is a big day 2 here on Rod Laver Arena and around Melbourne Park. Another warm day and the crowds are flooding in. A record crowd all time for the Australian Open for day number 1. And we look set to better that this afternoon. There is plenty still to come. The crowds are streaming through the gates and we're looking forward to continuing the first round action. We are starting on AO Radio today, live from 1573 Arena. Emma Navarro, who's just about to step onto court, the 15 seed, taking on Magda Linette of Poland, and then we'll be in for the start of the first match on Rod Laver Arena. Coco Gauff will take on Kamila Rakhimova. We'll also have Amanda Anisimova featuring today. Alex Dimonor, the Aussie, will be playing on Rod Laver Arena. Plenty happening around the courts as well. The night session, we've got Novak Djokovic, Miran Draver we're going to be following, who's playing on Margaret Court Arena. And so you won't miss a second of the action. We'll be all over the courts. We'll have everything you need, whether it's on 99.7 FM around Melbourne Park, the official app, Australian Open app, OzOpen.com, where you can actually, OzOpen.com, you can actually listen to the commentary. If you're coming to Melbourne Park, go through the website, click on that link.
Stream it live.
You can listen in real time. And even better, when you do push that button, if you are at home, wherever you are around the world, and you're watching the TV coverage, I better whisper this because we've got some TV broadcasters near us, but if you don't want to hear their commentary and listen to ours, you can sync it up with your TV commentary. It's very simple and easy to use. OzOpen.com is where you find that. We're on Sirius XM, of course, courtesy of ESPN in the US, iHeartRadio, Vision Australia Radio, hello to you across Australia. We've got TuneIn Radio around the world, SEN in Melbourne and on their app as well. And wherever we find you, thanks for tuning in today. Another big day coming up. I'm Peter Ricardo. Hello, Kate Kearns.
Hey, Pete. And most importantly, like, you pretty much covered everything there, but did you say how to get in touch with us here?
No, absolutely not. I left that to you.
On AO Radio, go to the Ask the Booth form on OzOpen.com. .au and emails at aoradio@tennis.com.au. That is so important. We need you to be part of this broadcast, and we love hearing where you're listening to us from. We might actually just go to the
well, we got the coin toss.
We're going to do that. Let's not interrupt that important piece.
ELC system, so all calls made by the system, including footfalls, and we have also VR, so you can actually wait and we can challenge it after the rally is over, no tap or touch, except the hindrance. For hindrance, you have to stop immediately and challenge it. Okay? No, for hindrance only. If you're hindered, you have to stop immediately. All the others, after. Yeah. Any questions? No? Angus, what would you like to ask? Emma? We have also Mark Edmondson and AO. Okay?
So we're sorting out the coin toss here.
Yeah, so Mark for you.
Now we'll get it. Oh, nice elevation. It's a very short elevation, that's all needed.
Serve.
And Navarro's going to serve.
Have a good match.
And away we go. Into this one. We'll keep you updated with this. We'll get to Josh a little bit later on around the courts, and then back in for Coco Gauff and Kamila Rakhimova. But what a day it was yesterday, Kate.
It was a crazy first day. As you mentioned, the crowd's massive. So, you know, people were, which is, you know, the whole idea, get in early, get a seat, you know, make sure that you are able to sit and watch some tennis. But today we're expecting another big crowd.
Yep.
And I should think that will happen right through this tournament. We have got terrific weather. I haven't seen anything past Sunday. But
we're going to get warm on Saturday, but then cool off a bit on Sunday. But we're around 29, 30 Celsius for most of the week. Maybe Thursday, I think, it's about 24 or something. But it's going to remain pretty consistent. It's going to be warmish for the players, but nothing that they can't handle.
Well, nothing that they're not used to.
Well, nothing that, the extreme sort of heat, you know, that people have had in the past, potentially.
And it is interesting because, I mean, a lot of the players come out, you know, pretty much on the 1st of Jan, if not earlier, but mostly the 1st of Jan. And if they go up to Brisbane, it's really steamy, hot, humid conditions up there. So it is different than Melbourne, but across to Adelaide, where I think things start feeling a little the same, or to Hobart.
Yeah, you spend a lot of time in Adelaide, so you'll be able to compare the two.
Can I just tell you, it is hot over there.
Yeah, absolutely. So, look, it won't be an issue, I don't think, this tournament, unless we have... But the thing is, once we get into next week, if we do have 38, 39 degrees, which is probably unlikely, we're then probably going to have the roof stadiums anyway. So we'll shut the roof and we'll get the tournament through anyway. I mean, the main thing is you get the first couple of rounds done, and then you start to condense the matches a bit too.
Yeah, and isn't it, you know, player welfare is so well considered now that they are looked after. You know, there are moments with like a long 5-set match where I'm sure most of them want to be off the court in even 30-degree heat, but no, well conditioned, and as we say, they're wonderful athletes.
They certainly are, as they are here on 1573 Arena. But any messages coming through early that we should be talking about?
Well, we've got one here from Lee, who actually, I think Lee was our first message.
Correspondent, yeah.
Yeah, yesterday. And wants to know, banishing the cold and dark here in the UK after Emma Raducanu's detailed amending her routine with an evening match, including a morning walkabout and a nap. She did well last night, got through very easily, Emma. Not easily, but 2 straight sets. She would have been very happy about that. We weren't sure in terms of her form in Hobart, clearly how she was going to come into the Oz Open, but looked pretty good, was hitting the ball well. I thought that forehand was starting to really rip.
Yeah, absolutely. And get an opponent that she was expected to beat, and she did exactly that. So you can't ask for much more. And I know, obviously, the UK, that there'll be a lot of discussion and hype and everything like that. Like, thankfully, Arthur Perry was a good story at the start of the day.
Good story.
I mean, Flavio Cavoli wasn't feeling 100%, as we know.
But still, not always easy to beat an unwell opponent either.
That's true. That is true. So, yes, but that storyline will continue. And if Emma can just build a bit of a run, you know, sneak into the second week.
Confidence is key.
Yeah, and having confidence of played at the, you know, deep in a major before. I mean, obviously it was completely unexpected when that happened, but so far so good.
Absolutely, it's going to be interesting to see how she goes. But yeah, she was very happy to get through that first round match yesterday, and had found a fan who said helped spur her on last night. And they've been invited to every match.
What was the nickname? Rada?
Yeah, Rada. Well, that's a
very Aussie thing.
Very Aussie thing to do.
Yes, the shortening of the name. So we're just calling you Rada. Rada. Yeah.
I mean, you're Peter and you're Pete.
Well,
and many other things, but
yeah, exactly. There's most of those we can't air, but that's okay. It's yes, it's good to see that Emma's playing some pretty good tennis to get through that opening round anyway. So plenty happening around the courts. Plenty happening tonight. Novak Djokovic will be in action against Pedro Martinez. We'll have that for you on AO Radio a bit later on this evening. We'll be keeping an eye on Casper on Baby Watch. You know, that's sort of for that particular match.
Right.
It's Mattia Bellucci. He might be out of here real quick.
Nervous moments.
Lexi Popperin on John Cain Arena in the familiar Monday 6:30 p.m. slots that the Aussies tend to like out there.
Really do. They own that time slot.
Sandra Muller will be the opponent for Alexi, and then we'll have the local interest there, but maybe asking folks out there what they're looking forward to. AO Radio at tennis.com.au, AO Radio at tennis.com.au, and the Ask the Booth form. Of course, we had our question from the morning show with Fiona a little bit earlier. Which tennis player would you like to invite to dinner? Just pick one. Let's keep it a one-on-one kind of scenario. And what question or questions would you ask them? Maybe not an in-depth interview. We don't need all of that, but just tell us what you might be going with there. So AO Radio at tennis.com.au, or you can use the Ask the Booth form on ozopen.com. Just go ozopen.com/listen, and that'll get you there. And
I think I stuck an AU in there before. Just so used to it.
That's okay. I'm sure it has the redirect there as well.
It really does.
Away here on 1573 Arena. Just a reminder that we will be crossing to the start of Coco Gauff's match against Kamila Rakhimova. And that will be starting in around half an hour's time. So we'll be here for the early stage of this one. And good to see Emma Navarro out here. 15 seed, 15 love. There's a strong serve out wide. It's unreturned. It's 30 love.
Quarterfinalist last year. The ranking points dropped a little. Was I think 8th.
So just to
24, but yeah.
Very quickly explain what that means. So the rankings giveth and the rankings taketh away.
They certainly do. A lot of pressure.
A weekly, rolling 52 weeks, but there's a kind of hitch this year, and that's a nice +1 for Navarro to go to 40 love. a little hitch because we're starting the season a week later than what we did last year. So player points will come off their ranking for them to potentially put them back on after the Australian Open.
Okay.
So if you're wondering kind of...
Don't look too much into us, what you're saying, Pete.
Yeah, while there's a bit of a drop happening, obviously the players do need to, with strong hold for Navarro, they do need to match what they did or exceed what they did.
You've got to defend your points, right?
Yes, but it's just a week or two delayed because we're starting a week or two later.
Yeah, well, Navarro will be very happy with that start. Drop point. Some positive prediction in terms of this match. Very close. 53% for Navarro. So
that is interesting.
I mean, how are you seeing this?
Well, they met in 2024 in Toronto, Navarro winning 6-2, 6-4 there. So I would favour Navarro, but when Magnet Linette has been around for a while now and
Magnet
has been a top 20 player.
Yeah, and has played her best here at the Australian Open, of course, had that wonderful run back in 23 where she got to the semi-finals. Big striker of the ball. She can really, if she can keep Navarro behind the baseline and look to sort of attack that second serve, then I think, she's a chance. She's just got to stay in the point, stay positive.
We'll
see how she goes today.
Yeah, see how she goes. We'll get to your messages in a sec, but serve here is a good one out wide, stretching Navarro. The forehand goes long, and it's 15 love.
Yeah, she won't want to allow Navarro to get into sort of the rallies and start dictating play from the back of the court. So just move her player around, throw in some variety. We'll get to that email,
Yes,
Pete.
we will. I like it. The serve from Linette misses. Won't get into it straight after this point, I reckon.
Radio.
We'll get to Josh as well, who's around the courts for us today. Full book of matches for day number 2, so he's going to be busy. Give us the minute detail of every single match. There's his challenge as Navarro. That wasn't very challenging. Middle of the court, backhand cross winner. And it's 15-all. Now tell us about this email.
Well, we've got a listener from Germany, and it's Marcus. Marcus was also with us yesterday. This is near the Dutch border. Remember we were talking about this?
Yeah, this was 24 hours ago having this discussion, weren't we?
Girlfriend is listening as well. I'm not sure how you pronounce that. And friend Mohammed, he's also listening. Peter, do you like fries? And Kate, can you cook? Well, it's an absolutely no, I cannot cook.
Well, one's a yes and one's a no.
You do like your fries.
I do. Do I ever? I'm trying to avoid them this tournament. That's what happens. You spend all the time here. The temptation for junk food, or less than healthy food, is very strong as Navarro's forehand up the line goes wide here. It's 30-15. And can you cook?
I can if I have to, but I do not enjoy it. I find no delight in cooking whatsoever.
Has that always been the case?
Yes, it has.
Really?
Yes. No enjoyment there at all. I do like eating, however.
The end product.
Someone else is cooking.
There's the serve here from Linette. Forehand from Navarro at the middle of the court. Forehand from Linette goes long. Up the middle of the court again. And so we're at 30-all.
Yeah, so this is the pressure for Linette today, isn't it? Trying to keep that ball deep in the court. The pressure on Navarro. Pinner behind the baseline. Not easy.
So again, the serve coming in. Forehand cross court from Navarro. We'll get onto a backhand. Play it to Navarro backhand. It was a deep ball around the baseline where Navarro in the middle of the court plays a forehand to the Linette forehand. Forehand to forehand they go in the juice court now. And now Navarro pushing up the line. Slice backhand from Linette. Navarro with an off point into the nets. Good rally. The best of the match so far. And points 40-30.
Just on the back foot then, wasn't she, Navarro? Sort of not really able to get herself in position for that forehand, being pushed back by Linette.
Hello to everyone watching us on the Australian Open YouTube channel. If you want to see us, you can watch there and listen to it. I'd recommend just listening. As the serve here from Linette goes long.
This is well they weren't watching before when we
had our little
dance moves going.
Or maybe they were. Second serve.
Frightening.
So the serve coming in. And Navarro goes the off forehand. Then out the middle of the court with a backhand. Now she's in the juice court. She just mishits a cross-court forehand. Miscued it completely. Goes wide and we're at juice. What else we got?
We've got a message here from Kristen from Connecticut in the US. Is there any advantage playing in the day instead of night for the big hitters? Thanks for the great coverage.
Is there
Good
any
question.
advantage? Well, I mean, the atmospherics do change. The ball gets a little bit heavier at night, so that does suit some players. Serve down the tees and ace for Linette to go to avantage. But some players have a preference for playing during the day. I know Alex Diminor, who's going to be out here on Rod Laver Arena in a couple of hours' time, prefers playing during the day. Feels that that's an advantage.
Okay.
There's Linette with a game point. Serve down the tees and ace. But it's also the balance too. I mean, if you're one of the bigger players in the world, it's more than likely that eventually you're going to be playing night matches anyway. So do you acclimatise? It almost seems as if day matches are an anomaly for the bigger players at times, because they might play the odd one through the event.
And I think some players, not even so much, day or night matches, but where they play too.
Yes.
They're a very superstitious lot.
Yes.
And, winning form is, great form. And if it's happening on a certain court, then they tend to want to have to play there all the time.
Serve here onto the forehand of Linette. Big four out the middle of the court from Navarro. Too heavy for Linette to handle. It's 15 love. We'll get to Josh Herrick to set up the day for us in terms of what matches are going on. So much happening around the courts. Serve going long here. He's in AO Radio HQ, we're calling it. Over on Kia Arena.
Oh, okay.
AO Radio HQ.
Fair enough.
Where our shows are coming from. So you can...
Great setup.
Yeah, if you are around the grounds, come and check us out.
Interaction with the crowd out
Yeah,
there.
absolutely. Wander by and say hi, and the team will be happily chatting to you.
Autographs?
Oh, look, if
Too
you...
far, isn't it?
If you put a bit of paper in front of them, you can happily sign one for them. Not letting our team sign. Come on. The serve here goes into the nets for Navarro. 30 love. We're 1-all in the opening set. We are crossing to Rod Laver Arena once Coco Gauff arrives out on courts. And that's a long forehand return from Linette to go to 40 love. We'll be crisscrossing around the courts today, and if you are watching us, we are in our Rod Laver Arena booth, and the light show, sound show is about to start, so that's why you can barely see us on the camera right now. Some might say in my case it's not a bad thing. Great ace from Navarro. Ball goes out wide. And it's on serve 2-1 here in the first set on 15.73. Shall we go around the courts, Kate?
I think that's a terrific idea. Let's do it.
All right, let's summon Josh Herriot for the first time today. Hello, Josh. You have a full book that you need to get through. What is happening out there right now?
Good morning to you, Pete, and good morning, Kate. Yes, I'm over on ANZ Arena where the 24-year-old Peyton Stearns is up at break against the former champion in Sofina Kenin. She leads 3 games to love. That's over on ANZ Arena. Play has started on John Cain Arena. We are on serve Nuno Borges and Felix Auger-Aliassime, the 7th seed, the big Canadian, out in action on John Cain Arena. And also on Kia Arena, it is Australia's very own Storm Hunter. And the score has just evaded me right at the wrong time there, Pete.
I'll give it to you. 2-30-all for Jessica Buzes-Maniero.
Yes, it's just popped up. So she's down a break early on at Kia Arena.
All right, well, you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 courts to keep across right now, Josh, so good luck with that today.
Thank you very much. Thank you, guys.
Find all the big moments. We'll cross to you periodically through the day, and then you'll do a high five with Kate, and Kate will be in the hot seat after that.
I will. Like to be busy, though.
You want to see Kate? She'll be appearing from 3 o'clock Melbourne time at the shop front. AO Radio HQ. Say hi. She may respond.
Will respond, of course I will.
Maybe, if you're lucky. Meanwhile, here on 1573 Arena, Magda Linette is pairing onto the backhand here of Navarro. Linette just popping a ball up and looping forehand. Now they go forehand to forehand. Up the middle of the court, Navarro switching to the Linette backhand. That's up the line. Cross-court forehand from Navarro. All top spun, the forehand into the net from Linette. And it's love 15.
Yeah, Navarro really dictating from the baseline then, stepping in, and it was Linette doing all the work trying to return balls, but Navarro in control early in that point. Yes, it's a rhythm that Linette will want to break early.
So love 15 as Linette serves out wide, block back a high ball from Navarro, drifting wide.
Yeah, nice first serve then from Linette. Just takes the pressure off, doesn't it, when you get the big first serve in. Don't have to worry about getting into a rally. Move on to the next serve.
Very much a hearty call from the machine. Oh!
That's good. I like that.
I want to audition for that.
Do you?
Yeah, I'd like to do it.
Do they have auditions?
I don't know. Well, if they do, I haven't been invited to one.
Are you working on it? Have you
They haven't extended the invitation to me.
Set aside 5 minutes each day to work on this.
Out. Bolt.
Ut.
Or do out. Bolt. As a serve here, backhand from Navarro, really stepping in, and that's a nice off backhand from Linette. Squash shot forehand from Navarro has been better. And Linette, well, just struggled with the pace. It was a bit quick, and she goes cross forehand long, and it's 15-30.
I do like that from Linette, though, that she's trying to take some time away from Navarro on the forehand side, where she just so much damage. But that squash shot, that has a lot of players using that, Pete. I've just noticed that it's creeping into the game a lot more in terms of a defensive shot. Very good at it, and that occasion, Navarro was able to get herself into the point.
So it is 15:30, 13 minutes on the Rolex, 15:73 Arena. We are live on AO Radio Day 2 as the serve goes along. Day of action coming up. Second serve, a bit blustery out there. Serve. Double faults. So break points here for Navarro. Actually a 3-1 lead.
Pressure on that second serve, doesn't have much on it, so she's really having to go for depth, and of course that can draw the error. Navarro stepping in to take any of those second serves.
There's the nets. First serve goes into the net.
From Linette.
From Linette. Serve here. Second serve. Navarro stepping in, hammers it backhand up the middle of the court. Linette goes big with her backhand reply. There's your break. 3-1 now here in the opening sets. I told you, remember the Estonian player, Net Kontsevits?
Yes, of course.
Most important player in tennis. It's a shame that she's retired. Do you know why?
Oh, God.
Because you always need a net.
Yes.
Yeah? Yeah?
So this is the problem we now have, because we have vision.
Yeah.
And I was not impressed by that.
I know. People can see now how
I think they could probably hear that as well.
Yeah, true.
You need to work on your craft.
20 years of practice, I'll get there one day. And that's a deep forehand from Navarro that goes long. Love 15. Any messages coming through while we're...
Yeah, we've got one from Ryan McGuinness from Glasgow in Scotland, of course. It's a question around tennis being an Olympic sport. He said, it's my contention that the Olympics represent the very pinnacle of your sport, and I don't think that's the case with tennis. What are your thoughts, Pete?
It's true. There's the serve here. Missing. Although if you ask the players that do compete, they talk about the honour of being out there and experiencing that, and also being part of a multi-sport event. As this backhand goes along from Linette on the return 15 all.
And adding it to one of, you know, with your majors, that you've also won Olympic gold.
Yes.
It means a lot.
Yeah. And even someone like Federer, Roger Federer we're talking about throughout the last couple of days, has that gold medal, maybe not necessarily in singles, but in doubles with Stan.
I mean, breakdancing, is that the pinnacle of their sport?
Well, I would suggest it would be.
Maybe it is now.
Well, we got the 4 majors where we sort of lean into. And remembering, of course, that tennis hasn't been in the Olympics. Like 1988, it came back in, and it's been there too. It's a tricky one to fit into the calendar because we know that the schedule is tightly compacted.
Yeah.
It's not, because the players talk about Wimbledon or they talk about winning majors as opposed to going, because it's also once every 4 years. I think it's great to have, and great on the CV, and you talk to all those medal winners, they're not going, "Oh, this is terrible. Oh, this is, you know, why am I doing this?" It meant nothing to me.
No, I think
it meant a lot.
I think representing your country means an awful lot. That's
someone
why
like
the United Cup is such a success here in Australia.
Someone like a Monica Puig, for example. I mean, putting her country on the map.
Absolutely.
To win a medal.
Yeah.
It does mean things. Serve onto the backhand here of Linette. Now scrambling in the 8 court, just pops up the backhand half court. Navarro goes up the line with her forehand. Linette was waiting. As she came forward, Navarro, she was past at the net cross court.
Yeah, she had a
40-30.
She had a play on that, Pete. Navarro, I think she was hoping that was going to go long, but just had enough on it from Linette. Bring that ball back in. That's a great shot. Terrific.
It's a good question, though, about, you know, the status of where the Olympics sits, but, you know, a discussion we have once every 4 years. Serve under the backhand of Linette, just pops up 3/4 court ball. Navarro tries to change direction with the forehand and misses, so we're at juice.
That was the right play, go down the line, but dragging it wide. Navarro had a little bit more court to play with. Need to find the line.
Meanwhile, the Sound and Light Show continuing on Rod Laver Arena ahead of the day session. Serve down the tee, misses. Navarro, handy advantage early on here on 15.73. Serve onto the forehand of Linette. Forehand to forehand they go. Navarro goes off point to the backhand up the middle of the court from Linette. Now we've got a backhand to forehand rally. Cross-court forehand from Navarro, matched by Linette. Forehand to forehand, we go in the juice court now. Navarro winds up, goes a bit more angle, too much in fact, into the net. Linette with a break back points.
Yeah, that's a terrific shot from Linette because that ball was not short in the court, but she was able to find a nice angle, dragging Navarro out wide, and she just wasn't quite onto that ball on the forehand side. Yeah, that's terrific play. Stayed in that rally.
So 3-1, but Linette with a break point. Navarro serves down the tee. Linette with a forehand deep, misses. Too deep, in fact.
Now she asks the question, why? Oh, indeed. Just looking to find or keep Navarro deep in the court and just overplaying the forehand.
As a serve into the nets. Second serve. Navarro 3-1, serving a juice. Serve onto the forehand of the net. That's missed the baseline as well. Just too much step. Really step into the ball.
It's that tricky time of the day too for the server with the sun right overhead.
Absolutely. That's a little bit of trivia for you. How did you build? Where should you build a tennis court? Facing north-south, rather than east-west. Serve here goes long.
Does that go for most stadiums?
I think it does actually. Yeah.
Thinking of one here in Melbourne.
Serve here off forehand. I know the one you're talking about as well. Wow, she really squatted down for an off backhand that time. Navarro missed in the corner, and we're a juice again.
I'd be right on that, wouldn't I?
Yes. Our listeners around the world won't know the full stadia of Melbourne. But yeah, aim your tennis court if you're building it. Build it north-south. There's the serve. Down the tee, misses. Second serve. And the serve onto the Linette forehand. It's a deep ball just off the baseline. Dug out by Navarro. Half-court ball, cross-court backhand from Linette. She gets another one. This time it's a forehand cross. Forehand to forehand they go. The lights are coming on at Rod Laver Arena. That's what you're seeing on the stream. And Linette has just gone long again.
Yeah, she's really frustrated just with that forehand at the moment. Just miscuing. I like the way she's just going up the middle of the court, though, and really not allowing Navarro to get, you know, sort of that forehand cross-court opportunity where she likes to set up those points.
So the serve, Down the tee is an ace. That's a strong finish from Navarro. 4 games to 1 now here in this opening set on 1573 Arena. Keep your messages coming through. aoradio@tennis.com.au, aoradio@tennis.com.au, or ask the booth. The form is on ausopen.com, or ausopen.com/listen if you want to be specific. Let's keep the chat going.
Why not? Mike's listening to us from Delaware in the US, as it's -2 degrees here, good amount of snow, and it's 7 p.m. Warm in home, in the house. That's good. He's got the heater on, I should hope so, if it's snowing outside.
Excellent.
2 laptops open with all chords simulcast. I've got instant coffee. Oh, come on, let's do better than instant. And turkey burgers.
That's good.
You like your turkey burger? Hey.
Well, look, I wouldn't be adverse to one right now. This particular point of the day. It's coming up to lunchtime.
Sounds like it's got an awfully good setup happening there in Delaware.
Absolutely.
I like the sound of that.
Yes. Well, we're staring at a picture of the CBD, or the Central Business, downtown
Melbourne.
And it is
in its
fine
glory
and sunny and looking great, and seeing the crowds flooding in again. Well, 100,000 people yesterday, 100,000 I think at least today.
They will need to be sun smart though, Pete.
Absolutely. If you are listening around Melbourne Park.
Slapping going on today, thank you very much.
I should mention that that's a sort of Australian campaign that ran for many years, but has stuck around. What was
slip on a shirt, slop on sunscreen, and slap on a hat.
Yep, just the things to remember here. And it is in short supply.
If you are being sun smart.
If you are listening to us and you are planning on making a visit, like you're going to fly in from overseas for the Australian Open, please let us know. That would be great.
It would be.
We'd love to hear from you.
Pete would love to host you.
I won't be there much, so you'll have the run of the place. As the
pick up the keys from HQ.
Sorry, miscued forehand return from Navarro, and it's 15 love.
Any instructions for what they should do at home?
Good luck finding it. I'll give you the key, but you got to find the place first.
Some maintenance that needs to be done, Pete.
Oh, like you wouldn't believe. 15 love.
Have to earn your keep.
That's exactly right. Serve here, backhand from Navarro, cross court, forehand from Linette. That's a nice 1-2 play. It's 30 love.
Yeah, she played that close to her body, but great control whipping that cross court. Good start here on serve from Linette, 30 love.
As the serve comes in, Linette down the tee, a high backhand on the stretch from Navarro, goes well wide, 40 love.
Just the one break, and you do get the feeling that Linette's starting to find her game out there. Was able to pressure Navarro on serve, had her opportunities in that last game. 40 love up now on her serve.
Serve, it's good down the tee, drifting away from Navarro. And it's unreturned, it's 4-2. So Emma Navarro, the 15th seed, looking particularly good at the moment. A 1 minute and 22 second game.
Got a message here from Holly, who's listening to us from the Isle of Wight.
Oh,
nice.
Lovely. Yes.
And this is about the match we're calling at the moment, and more specifically about Emma Navarro. It says, you're keeping company tonight. Loving the commentary. What's Emma Navarro missing to become a contender for a Grand Slam title? Do you think she'll ever win one?
Well, she might jag a title here or US Open. I think they're her best chances.
Hard court, obviously.
Hard court. What's she missing? She's not missing a lot. I think it's just...
I think some consistency.
Yes. I mean, it's just that, and also that belief. I mean, obviously having that with the run where she really announced herself last year, people go, oh, okay.
Final.
And there'll be people listening at the moment who go, hang on, I knew about Emma Navarro. I'm talking about those kind of general tennis fans who might drift in and out of the sport.
That's right.
Is what I'm sort of referencing there. When a player announces themselves, all the hardcore fans go, yeah, I knew, over and over and over. But that's the group that I'm talking about. But just to be able to maintain that week in, week out, as we see Linette with a nice backhand return. Cross-court forehands now from both players. Navarro going up the line for big. Missing, it's 15 all. And just that exposure at the higher level consistently to match it with the best. Obviously, you throw in other things like making sure you can remain healthy.
Yeah, that's right.
As well. I mean, that's obviously a key factor along the way here. Take this game and then we'll take a break. So, sorry, Holly, we will give you plenty of score updates, but we need to go into Rod Laver Arena for Coco Gauff. As Navarro with a cross-court backhand, slice back out the line by Linette, goes long, so it's 30-15. Navarro heading for 5-2, it's 4-2, 30-15.
Perhaps can work on her transition game. I know you look at the Sabalenka these days, and you know she's really working hard on that serve volley part of her game. Just to change things up, you need to be able to have a variety in your game. You can't just rely on that one sort of game plan, because players, they're just too good these days. They know the weakness and they'll go after it.
Cross-court backhand return is good from Linette. Picked up by Navarro defensively. Now in the juice court, she plays a cross forehand. Linette going up the middle of the court with a forehand. Cross-court backhands from both players. As this ball a little deeper. And now Navarro leaning into a forehand. An off backhand. Nice from Linette. Found the corner of the juice courts. And it is 30-all.
And Navarro was not expecting that shot from Linette. Almost, she's in the middle of the court, really, wasn't she? At the back of the court, but mid-court sort of trying to hit that ball and change directions very quickly on Navarro.
4-2, 30-all. Navarro serves. Forehand picked up cross-court. Slice forehand Navarro into the bottom of the nets. Linette with a break back points at 30-40.
Yes, pressure. This is where she was on the previous Navarro service. She had her opportunities.
So 30-40. As the serve, Navarro onto the forehand of Linette, the middle of the court. Navarro with the crossfire into the nets. There's your break back. Magda Linette. We're back on serve. It's 4-3 here in the opening set. That's what's happening on 1573 Arena. We're going to head to Rod Laver Arena shortly, which means that Josh Herriott, who is about to give us a court update, will keep a close eye on this one. Did that all make sense, Josh? And tell us what else is happening.
It did indeed, Pete. Absolutely crystal clear. But I can tell you, Peyton Stern, she leads 5-2 in the first set against Sophia Kenin on ANZ Arena. Storm Hunter has broken back 3 games apiece now on Kia Arena. And Djere Eliassimi's upper break is trying to consolidate that break. Now he leads 3-2, game point over on John Cain Arena. So plenty happening as I now keep an eye also on Linette and Navarro.
Yeah, Peyton Stern's 5-2 on Sophia Kenin as well. That on ANZ amongst all the other matches we're talking about. We're keeping an eye on that one and all the other matches. If you do want to get all the scores, of course, in one hit, go to the website and go to the app. But Josh will be bringing you those updates as well. We will take a break. On the other side of the break, more of your messages, but also we will be on Rod Laver Arena for the first match of the day. Kamila Rakhimova and Coco Gauff. That's coming up next on AO Radio.
Australian Tennis Magazine has been serving up news, features and game insights for 50 years. Pick up your copy of Australia's only tennis publication or subscribe to have every issue delivered at tennismag.com.au and keep up with all things tennis via our social channels.
Kids making a racket at home? Nothing hits like getting outside and on court. With Hot Shots Tennis, kids gain confidence, learn sport skills and make friends. Perfect for kids aged 3 to 12. Book your free trial at a participating club. Hit up tennis.com.au. Hot Shots Tennis. It's different.
Have you got your copy of the AO 2026 official program? Packed with player profiles, feature stories, stats and souvenir pictures. It's the essential guide to the Australian Open and all things tennis. Pick up your copy at the AO shop, in newsagents or at ausopen.com.
Family time hits different with Tennis Court Hire. From less eyes on screens to more time with your teens or smashing fitness routines. Whatever you're into, get out on court. Tennis.com.au.
Player features, exclusive interviews, game insights and much more. That's Australian Tennis Magazine. And this AO, Australia's only tennis publication, turns 50. Join us in celebrating our special milestone by picking up a copy or subscribing at tennismag.com.au.
Message our commentators. Email aoradio@tennis.com.au.
The sound of the Australian Open. This is AO Radio.
Sure is, and we are on Rod Laver Arena, the first of the day 2 matches. Kamila Rakhimova of Uzbekistan taking on Coco Gauff, who is the 3rd seed, and then out here later on, Alex de Minaur and Mackenzie McDonald. Also got on Margaret Court Arena, Daniel Medvedev, who's just about to start out there against Jesper de Jong, and Amanda Anisimova. Simona Voltets. That is the day session out there, and we will take in a bit of Anisimova's match when that does come up and come back for a bit of Dimonor.
Excellent.
So it's
fine day, organised and planned already for us, Pete.
Absolutely. So, well, Coco comes into this, and one of the brackets of favouritism that we talk about with players.
There are about 10 of them.
Yes, and that has been
on the women's side.
That has been the feature on the women's side. Obviously, notionally, Aryna Sabalenka is the figurehead, but what do we think here about Coco Gauff as she steps out of court?
Well, I think
time?
Yeah, absolutely. She should be part of
2 minutes.
That group that we talk about that could be a potential winner here. She's played well here at the Australian Open, and I think many years ago, I think she's 24 years of age now, when she played Serena, and I think we all took note. I mean, her game, she's coming off having won French last year.
Yep.
And has herself at number 3 in the world. Like, she is playing some great tennis. That game is still developing. She does change coaches every now and then, known to, things will work and things aren't working, let's try something different. I sort of like that, I have to say. She's always looking to improve, and as you should for any tennis player out there. But she absolutely is a chance of winning here at the Australian Open, being the champion. Has a great game. The serve is the only thing that worries me.
Well, she's always tinkering with it and working on it.
She is. And so much depends on whether or not she's feeling confident with that service game. In terms of the return game, I mean, she's just strikes the ball as well as the best of, I think you compare her with Sabalenka in terms of that firepower. But it's the service where I think that she can make that improvement. And if that part of her game is rolling, then good luck to any opponent.
Well, that's it. And she's got the all-court game. She's got the results on the singles court, on the doubles court, two-time major champion. Semi-finalists back here a couple of years ago, 2024 quarterfinalists last year as well.
Yes.
And that's it. And now you give yourself, I think, in the case of Coco Gauff, you give yourself permanency. Favouritism permanency, I call it. Where whenever we talk about, can Coco Gauff win the title? Yes.
She can.
Absolutely. And we say that about pretty much every tournament that she is going to play, for the next 10 years.
She's played United Club previously, and that's been the last couple of years what she's done in terms of her warm-up for the Australian Open. Had a good win over Swiatek, so I think she's in good form coming in.
Well, let's pause on that for a moment. Let's go to Josh, because we've been following that match on 15.73. A set point, Josh.
Yes, I'm following it now, Pete, and Emma Navarro with the 3 set points against Magna Linette. Navarro serving down the middle, and that one just wide. She served an ace moments ago to bring up 3 set points. Navarro, second serve to the backhand of Linette, forehand Navarro, and the backhand cross court there from Linette, making Navarro work. She's up to the net, is Linette. She plays a wonderful volley, and she saves a set point. 2 set points now for Navarro over on 15.73. Also on John Cain Arena, it's Felix Auger-Aliassime who was up a break point. He leads 4-3. That's on John Cain Arena. But it's 2 set points here for Emma Navarro. The American on 15.73 Arena against Linette. To the backhand of Linette. Backhand Navarro is out and long. On 15.73 Arena. So at 40.30, she'll serve to try and put this set away nice and quick. Navarro. To the backhand of Linette. That one just long. And a fault. Second serve. Navarro to the backhand of Linette. Straight down the middle of the court. That one just clips the baseline from the net. Cross court backhand Linette. She goes to the backhand Linette, and now she's coming up towards the net, and that one's wide, and it is Emma Navarro who takes the first set, 6-3 on 15.73 Arena against Magna Linette. As I hand it back to you, Peter Mercado and Kate Kearns.
Thank you, Josh. So, yep, Navarro in a good position there. Here it is Love 30. Kamila Rakhimova serving first here on Rod Laver Arena. And from the far end primo commentary position, a great forehand from Gauff, Rakhimova, I should say. Cross-court backhand. There's so many screens in front of me right now. Puts it away nicely. I'll focus on what's in front of me here in our wonderful vantage point. We'll get to some of your messages in a moment. What you've been sending in, aoradio@tennis.com.au or the Ask the Booth form on ausopen.com. As Rakhimova, first serve goes into the nets. Decided that I might start outsourcing my description of the outfits.
Oh, really?
Serve here. Forehand up the middle of the court from Gauff. Cross-court forehands from both players. Now pop the line from Gauff. Cross-court backhand from Rakhimova. Gauff up the middle of the court, a bit more loop on that backhand, and Rakhimova's forehand is netted, looking to go into the juice court. Break points already for Gauff. It's 15-40.
Well, Gauff is in all white, so that's easy, Pete. I don't know why you would not want to just describe that.
Is that not purple?
So maybe a little bit of lavender in that, but you're quite right.
I would say purple, right? That's why I don't do it.
But it's mostly an all-white affair. And then Rakhimova with a lovely striking blue skirt and white top with some blue markings on one sleeve.
Slice forehand from Gauff. Slice backhand, Rakhimova back up that line. Cross-court forehand, plenty of loop from Gauff. Now working to the Rakhimova backhand, and that backhand cross goes long, and Gauff breaks in the opening game of the match. That means business.
Well, Arvin's listening to us from Philadelphia. What's your thoughts, Pete, on college tennis scene? Of course, Emma Navarro, whose match we were calling just earlier, is a college champ. So the question is, should you play college or should you just go pro?
Well, more and more we're seeing players taking the college road. I quite like it. I mean, we had Venus Williams playing yesterday, and the longevity of her career means that players will start to play for longer, right? So you're not retiring at 30, for example. You might retire at 35. That gives you a bit of time to get in. And the other thing too, there's a couple of things. One, the education that you get behind you. So once your career's done, because if it doesn't quite work out. And two, I'll get back to that in a sec, as Gauff prepares. The serve takes the net, falls on her side. She's serving from the far end from our commentary position. Hello to everyone listening on Rod Laver Arena. Listening through the app, you can go to the website, listen in real time. Second serve, Rakhimova really stepping in, hammering it back up the line. Cross-court backhand, great angle from Gauff. Rakhimova scrambling, can't get there. That was some wicked angle from Gauff, 15-love.
Get a sense that Rakhimova will be scrambling a lot in this match. She's incredibly fit. She'll cover the court well. See if she can stay in these points long enough, perhaps just to get Gauff a little frustrated, but she's got so much firepower, Gauff. Although on that occasion, we just saw another part of a game that we've talked about earlier that's developing, and that's touch.
Cross-court backhands from both players. Rakhimova going up the line with good depth. Cross-court forehand from Gauff. Rakhimova squash shot, forehand defensive. Just stand in the middle of the court is Gauff with a cross-court forehand. She's back there again, Rakhimova. Now to the ad court. Backhand up the line. Cross-court forehand is deeper from Gauff. Dug out by Rakhimova. She's already running to the ad court, playing a slice backhand. She's covering so much territory. Gauff controlling the point. Good angle on the backhand cross. Now Rakhimova, that's good angle as well. Backhand to backhand they go. Shorter ball, Rakhimova. Gauff goes back that way, takes it, it goes wide. Well done, Rakhimova, in that situation.
What great defence from Rakhimova, running down every ball, getting that back. But not only that, just got good depth on most of those returns.
15-all, let's go to Josh on Cain Arena. What's happening there?
Yes, two-set points here for Felix Auger-Aliassime, and he's taken the set. The volley from Borges is netted, and Auger-Aliassime takes the first set 6-3 on Cain Arena. Also over on ANZ Arena, it was Peyton Stearns who took the first set 6-3 against Sophia Kenin on ANZ Arena. So Felix Auger-Aliassime with the first set 6-3, and Peyton Stearns with the first set 6-3 on ANZ Arena.
We will get an update from Kia Arena shortly from you, Josh. A double fault here for Gauff. It's 15-30 on the Gauff serve, and you mentioned about the difficulty at this time of the day. It's coming up to midday in Melbourne of that ball toss. Does make things a little trickier. Serve here down the tee is missing, and one of the innovations that's come into the way the court looks on Rod Laver Arena. I'll tell you in a second. We're going to get back to the discussion of the college tennis. Another double faults. Looking straight into the sun at that end of the courts. 15-40.
So what else did you want to say about college?
Well, firstly, on Rod Laver Arena, you will see when the ball's in and out, close calls, the umpire's chair lights up. The back has a green or a red around it. So just noting that. Also, you are playing some hardcore tennis. When you're not playing, you're training. When you're not training, you're playing. Cross-court forehands from both players. A looping forehand from Gauff. It's right near the baseline. Rakhimova could almost high-five Cain. Throws up a moon ball. Off forehand from Gauff into the ad court. Great depth from Rakhimova with her backhand. Now goes with one up the line. Scrambling. Gauff just gets it over. Slice forehand into the net from Rakhimova. Stayed down but didn't quite finish it off. It's 30-40.
Yeah, slice met by slice. It's always quite difficult to control. Rakhimova. Oh, she did get down low for that ball, but not enough. And she is really making Gauff work hard for these points.
There's people to speak to about college tennis. Jill Kravis and Mike Cain. Mike sees the challenger tour, see these players coming through. Serve onto the backhand, Rakhimova. Off forehand from Gauff. Rakhimova a looping backhand into the A-court. Gauff waits, plays an off forehand. Rakhimova going with a forehand up the line. Gauff with a cross forehand, lands near the sideline. Rakhimova there playing a forehand up the line. Cross-court backhand is deeper from Gauff. Dug out by Rakhimova. No, she can't quite. And we're at deuce. Great depth of shot from Gauff.
Yeah, that's big from Gauff on the backhand side. Changing direction. As you said, Pete, great depth. Complete control in that point.
Let's go to Kia Arena, Josh. What's happening there?
Set point here for Storm Hunter on Kia Arena against Pizzas Monero. She's going to the backhand of Pizzas Monero, and it's long beyond the baseline. And the Australian takes the first set 6-4. A hearty roar from the crowd. A strong crowd on Kia Arena. Storm Hunter, the first set 6-4, going her way against Jessica Pizzas Monero.
Well, thank you, Josh, for that. The Aussie qualifier getting the job done early on. Game point here for Gauff at avantage. But yes, to answer the question about college tennis, it is.
Sorry, Pete.
It is the way. I think it's going to be more and more popular. It's just going to keep building, not just for Americans, but people from around the world. As first serve missing, umpire's chair lights up to indicate that. You can see it on the TV coverage. There's an advertising sort of hoarding behind the chair. Lights up. Game point for Gauff. 9 minutes on the Rolex. That's a double fault again.
Yeah, you could feel that building, couldn't you? Just a little trouble with the ball toss and the sun.
But it's not for everyone.
College? No.
Yeah. I mean, it's quite selected. Only finite amount of people who can do it.
But college full stop is not right for, like,
that's true.
For everyone.
Yeah. I mean, if you're showing the talent and you've got the means to be able to do it, because that's the other thing too.
And don't think you're just going to just be playing tennis. You've got to keep those grades up. So
that's it. As we see another long rally here. This comes off the net from Rakhimova. Coming forward is Gauff. Now retreating back. Good cross-court forehand from Rakhimova. Back that way, Gauff. Looping ball at the middle of the court. Looping high moon ball from Rakhimova. Sending Gauff way behind the baseline. Plays a forehand up the line of the juice court. Cross-court forehands from both players. Now Rakhimova can lean into an off forehand. It's too wide though. She did have the space open. Didn't quite execute. Another game point.
Yeah, got a little excited on that forehand. Ball did get up high and she just needed to put a little bit of top spin on that. Drags it long. But pressure on the Gauff serve. This is great from Rakhimova.
It's purple, isn't it?
Oh, God.
There's a serve here from Gauff. Out wide, Rakhimova with a cross-court backhand. Up middle of the court, into the net goes Gauff. A long service game now. We're at deuce.
It's a very, very pale lavender.
Light purple. As serve comes. That's why I don't do it. So I'm going to outsource it.
Well, and yet
I've waited
you
in.
insist on
I've waited
making comment.
As a cross forehand from Rakhimova. When have I ever stopped? Up the line, good depth. Squash shot forehand from Gauff. It's a half-court ball. Cross-court forehand from Rakhimova. Retreats back to the baseline. Plays at the middle of the court. Gauff will attack with a cross-court backhand. Backhand to backhand they go. And it's Rakhimova who makes the error. Ball going long.
Yeah, and a little indecision then from Rakhimova. She was in complete control of that point. Got a short mid-court ball and just hit it straight back to Gauff. Just allowed her to dictate play again. got to take your opportunities when they present, because you probably won't see too many of them against Gauff.
So Gauff with another game point. Serve out wide is missing wide and long. Rakhimova about a metre or two from the baseline for this second ball. And the serve, she backs back, does Rakhimova. Cross-court backhand. Gauff up the middle of the court with plenty of topspin. Goes to the forehand up the line. Rakhimova with the cross-court backhand. Backhand to backhand they go. Good depth by Gauff. Matched by Rakhimova, who's now in the juice court playing cross-court forehand. Forehand to forehand they go, and Gauff pulls that one wide. And we go back to juice again.
We're thinking that Rakhimova perhaps needs to take a bit more of a attacking position on court for that second serve, Peter. I actually like the fact that she gives herself a little opportunity to get into the point and perhaps get Gauff sort of offside early on in the point.
Well, the only problem is if she doesn't get a decent piece of it, Gauff is in control of the point, and she's doing what we've seen a couple of times. She's running side to side.
Yeah, true.
She loses control of the point. The serve out wide. Rakhimova full stretch. The forehand into the bottom of the net. And a come on from Gauff. Another game point here.
Notice with that first serve of Gauff, we know that she can hit serves around 180 plus. But there's not too much pace on it at the moment. She's just, not that she's just trying to roll them in, but I think she's hoping for a first serve rather than really putting the...
Great return from Rakhimova. Gets a half-court reply. Puts it away nicely.
Yeah.
Off forehand winner, and she goes back to juice. We've gone there for the 5th time.
Plenty of service practice early for Gauff. Not exactly what she was after, but...
Serving from the sunnier end, the southern end of Rod Laver Arena. First serve goes into the nets. Second serve. Rakhimova just edging across the court. Now we'll wait and play a high moon ball back out the middle of the court. Gauff forced to wait. Off forehand is deep. Another high ball from Rakhimova. Taking all the pace off. Gauff is going to go with the forehand at the line. Blocked back here from Rakhimova. Shorter ball. Gauff coming in. Rakhimova going with the lob. It's good. Chased down by Gauff. This one lands in as well. Rakhimova tracking back. Cross-court forehand short. Drop shot from Gauff. Coming forward. Oh, wonderful from Coco. Tracked it down beautifully.
Oh, that's terrific from both players. And Rakhimova, we're seeing just the speed on court. Boy, she had to cover a lot of court on that point, but she would have thought she had that one with the lob. But how quick, too, is, of course, Coco Gauff. And what composure at the back of the court.
Yep, it's a different style of match, a different look that Gauff is getting here from Rakhimova. But game point again. As the serve goes long. Second serve. Rakhimova back, waiting. There's this one. Will be onto the backhand, into the nets. And that is the problem when you're standing so far back. If you're going to hit through that ball, you've got to give it a bit more. It's 2-love for Gauff. Early stage of this opening round match on AO Radio.
Cindy's listening to us from Wisconsin in the US, where it's minus 11 degrees. And of course it's snowing. Says Peter. So happy to hear your voice again. I'm looking forward to hearing you say it's a triple zoomer. Actually, I think did you say that yesterday? You said it was nearly a triple zoomer.
I did. Well, the trouble is, though, the players don't challenge, so I don't have to give you the marker points unless they really come up. But I'll get a few out for you, Cindy. Don't worry about that.
Yeah, she doesn't enjoy cooking either. She said that I'm her new bestie.
Wow. Added to the list. There's a lot of besties. Great to have you on board, Cindy. Good serve from Rakhimova and better return from Gauff. He's in the middle of the court, playing a backhand up the middle of the court. Cross-court forehand from Rakhimova. Now in the ad court, plays a big backhand up the line. Blocked back by Gauff in the middle of the court. Rakhimova goes up the line. Gauff with the cross-court backhand is deep. Dug out by Rakhimova. Drop shot by Gauff. Just gets over. Rakhimova can't get there again. Hit to perfection from Gauff. And it's love 15.
Yeah, and you can see that Rakhimova, I mean, she's more comfortable behind the baseline. There was an opportunity where you could tell that she was thinking about coming into the net and then sort of retreated back and thought, could have perhaps gone in, backed herself put that ball away. But of course, you've got someone who's so good from the baseline, Coco Gauff. That's always difficult. It makes you think twice about what shot you want to play.
Rakhimova serves down the tee. Big off forehand from Gauff. Cross-court backhand into the net from Rakhimova. It's love 30. So for all the hard work for Rakhimova, there's not much to show for it in these early stages on the board.
You can feel dizzy. She's spending so much time running down balls and doing a great job. But like you said, Pete, then you look up at the scoreboard and it's like, what?
Yeah. Exactly, and that's what the top players can do. Serve down the tee, picked up by Gauff, just gets it into the ad court. The line was open, and that's where Rakhimova goes. Had all the time in the world. Gauff acknowledging that too. It's 15-30.
August is listening to us from Nimbin in New South Wales. It's 25 beautiful degrees, but it's raining.
Oh. Well, it's kind of offset though, isn't it? Unless you're a fan of summer rain.
Don't mind summer rain.
Serve, clips the tape. Another first serve here for Rakhimova. The serve is missed. Third serve coming up. And this one is to the Gauff forehand. It's up the middle of the court. Cross-court forehand from Rakhimova. And now standing on the baseline. Waits for that ball in the middle of the court. Backhand cross into the net. More break points for Gauff at 15-40.
A lot of these shots from Rakhimova are hitting the net, Pete. Just not perhaps getting herself in position. Perhaps that racket speed, the head of the racket speed, the speed of the racket head is not quick enough, is what I'm trying to say.
Okay, we've only been on an hour.
Oh, geez, I'll get there in a minute. Don't you worry.
They're doing around the courts this afternoon.
Oh, Lord.
As the serve off wide, middle of the court goes Gauff, dug out by Rakhimova defensive. Another defensive back out the middle of the court. Slice here from Gauff, slightly shorter. Cross-court backhand from Rakhimova, and Gauff's forehand reply into the nets. Running up the central out the middle of the court. 30-40, a fist pump to her team down that end of the court. The other end of the court, I should say.
August is weighing into the colour of Coco's dress. Ecclesiastical purple, which is how Chris, and he said mowers, that's Bowers, would describe it. He's the master of the outfit descriptions.
Slice backhand from Gauff, sits in the middle of the court. Back out the line from Rakhimova, short ball from Gauff. Rakhimova has all the time, and this time waits for Gauff to make the decision, going the wrong way. Off forehand winner, it's Juice.
Yeah, this is good work from Rakhimova. Got herself back into this service game. It's not trying to go for too much also, and the pressure that Gauff will put on your game, but she still needs to just back her own shots and shot selection.
My favourite duo. I read the top line of that. The serve goes long. It's Juice, it's Love too. Rakhimova. From Uzbekistan, back out the line from Gauff is a clean winner. That at 133, it was begging to be hit, and that's exactly what happened. Another break point here for Coco Gauff.
And Steve's listening to us from Maryland in the US. It's got AO radio on and doing the laundry, hoping for Coco to win today.
When do you do your laundry during the tournament? As Rakhimova serves. Takes the net, flies long.
Oh, you have just reminded me. I put some washing. Oh, I was meant to turn it on last night and I forgot. It's still sitting there. Oh.
Second serve. Rakhimova serves. Forehand from Gauff. Deeper ball, cross-court backhand from both players in the A-court. Up the line goes Rakhimova. Looping forehand from Gauff, and Rakhimova again, shoulder high, trying to drag the backhand down up the line, put it into the nets. It's 3-love for the third seed. Nice bit of synergy there here on AO Radio, live around the world.
Oh, it was my running gear too.
Oh no, does that mean you won't be able to run today?
Let's just say that the outfit tonight could be interesting.
It is one of those things though, does, you know, the players obviously get their laundry looked after.
They don't have to worry about it, but we do.
And, you know, if you're staying in a hotel, you can get the hotel to do it, but we live here, so we don't rely on anyone to do it. Yeah, it's
domestic duties don't stop just because we're yours
open.
open.
A lot of clothes. You have a 14-day set. to try and get you, 15 days to try and get you to the end.
But do you, Pete? Do you really? How many times will we see these jeans?
Oh, plenty if we're on camera for AO Radio and via YouTube. Absolutely. Well, they last a bit longer, though.
Or you can get through a few wears, right?
Yeah, exactly. But
it's not like you're sitting in the sun all day.
No, that's right. That's right. So, yeah, it is one of those, how we power ourselves, because we do get questions from time to time, people asking us on aoradio@tennis.com.au and via the Ask the Booth form on oursopen.com, what do you eat, where do you go, and all that sort of, what do we do domestically?
Day in the life.
We're here. And I've had suggested to me that you should have multiple running outfits, not just the one.
Well, I do, but I've gone my week's worth, and I forgot to wash them last night. Is what I'm saying. I'm in all sorts of trouble.
Well, at least the weather's warm; it'll dry.
Yeah, that's true.
Unfortunately for our friends in some parts where it's snowing, it's not going to dry. Great return from Rakhimova, stepping in half court. Doesn't quite put that ball away. Coming forward, and Gauff just says, "Thank you very much." Bang! Forehand up the line, winner. 15-love.
Oh, I mentioned in a previous game, Rakhimova had an opportunity to come to the net and to ask the question of Coco Gauff. Well, she did on that occasion, and I think she knows the answer.
Oh, the
it's
racket,
got trouble written all over it.
The racket colour matches the outfit. There's the serve here. Gauff blocked back by Rakhimova. Short ball. Gauff is just going to get a slice point coming in. Rakhimova with the lob. She got there though. Nice elevation from Gauff. Puts away the overhead into the open court. 30-love.
Not an easy overhead from Gauff then, but managed to get it back into court. Yeah, no, you're quite right. I will agree with you, Pete. The racket and the skirt are matching. It's a nice pickup from you.
I like the colour of that racket.
I like the outfit altogether. It's great.
It's purple. As the serve here.
It's not.
For Gauff. And the tee misses. Not?
It's like an ombre, as they describe it.
A what?
It starts white and then it develops into a lighter lavender as you go through.
It's a what?
The bottom of the skirt. It's an ombre.
Ombre? How do you spell that?
Like you have your hair. Anyway, we'll get to that later.
Take two on the ball toss. Thank you, Coco, for waiting for our clarification before delivering this ball, which is delivered now into the net. So double faults.
32-15.
Explain that to me.
It's a graded colour. So it starts off as something and it's something else.
Ombre. O-M...
B-R-E, I believe. Might have that wrong.
I'll look it
something
up in a
like
sec.
that.
The serve here clips the tape.
Mostly it's used as a hairdressing term.
Ombre. So I'm learning something today.
I might be leading you astray on this, to be honest.
I'm going to look it up in a sec. You better be right. Serve onto the backhand of Rakhimova. A looping backhand again. Got forced to wait. Goes to the point of the line of the juice court. She had to generate her own pace and depth. And went big. It's 30-all. I'm sure there's someone listening. aoradio@tennis.com.au or via the Ask the Booth form or ozopen.com who's going to wade into this discussion, who will be far more knowledgeable. As the serve onto the backhand of Rakhimova at the middle of the court. Point up the line from Gauff. Cross-court backhands from Rakhimova and Gauff. Back up the line from Gauff. Good depth because Rakhimova's forehand crosses into the net.
Yeah, nice change up then from Gauff. Big strike down the line with the forehand and then changing direction on that ball, working Rakhimova over.
Ombre. A trick-taking card game for three people using a pack of 40 cards popular in Europe in the 17th and 18th centuries.
Oh, come on.
As the serve here onto the backhand, Rakhimova dug out by Gauff. Rakhimova backing up the line. That's good depth because Gauff can't handle the pace. The forehand goes wide. Oh, hang on.
Yes.
Here it is. Having tones of colour that shade into each other, graduating from light to dark.
Thank you. I was correct. Is that right? Would you like to say that, please?
French, it's past participle of ombre, to shade.
Ombre.
As the serve here on the forehand of Rakhimova, dug out by Gauff. Rakhimova just going to the point in the middle of the court. Ooh. Again, just miscuing on the backhand is Gauff.
Yeah, but nice from Rakhimova because that ball's deep, but right at the feet of Gauff, not giving her room to really get herself in position. It hit through the ball, so...
There are a lot of mentions.
Terrific job. Rakhimova here with a break point on the Gauff serve.
A lot of mentions in the 1800s, apparently. Bray. There's the serve here from Gauff. Goes long. Second serve. And this serve, backhand blocked by Rakhimova. That was clever. Backhand to backhand they go. Now Gauff is on a forehand. It's going too big though. A couple of errors off the Gauff racket. And Rakhimova is on the board. And it is 3-1. Still with a break, the third seed here on Rod Laver Arena.
Orion is listening to us from Scotland. Says, are there any current players, male or female, who you think will eventually move into coaching?
Well, we've seen Elise Cornet, just talking about player who's just stepped off the tour, is the Billie Jean King Cup captain for France. She's around, saw her yesterday. Oh, who could be a good coach? I mean, a lot of the players would have that. It's whether they've got the temperament to sort of sit there and handle it. You know, the players yelling at them and everything like that as Rakhimova misses a forehand wide. Still have 15. I think Iga Swiatek might be a good shout once her career is done. We're talking way, way, way into the future, of course.
I don't necessarily think that just because you were good at tennis makes you a good coach either. So.
No, but I'm thinking in terms of tactically and thinking out there and being positive, etc.
Well, she's quite measured.
Yes. Daniel Medvedev would be funny.
Oh my goodness.
The second serve here into the net, double fault at the tricky end.
I wonder would he encourage you to stand deep in the court or on the baseline?
Yeah, wouldn't worry about the coaches' pods which are here. They've got some nice elevation on them actually.
Yeah.
Which is great to see. Just come and stand now with me. We'll have a chat and we'll wait for that ball to come in. But that's about as far as you're going to get. Serve here onto the backhand of Gauff, off backhand. Rakhimova with cross-court forehand. Forehand to forehand they go, and now Gauff will switch to a backhand. Backhand's up the middle of the court, and now Rakhimova with a time to lean to a forehand cross-court. Forehand up the line by Gauff. This takes the net from Rakhimova. Gauff thought about coming forward. She's back at the baseline playing a forehand at the line. Cross-court backhand. Rakhimova is deep, too deep in fact. And it's more break points here for Gauff for a 4-1 lead. It's love 40.
Yeah, it's good response from Gauff, having dropped that previous service game. She's been far more positive with the return of serve. Just as we said, that's her service that she can struggle with at times with her game. And today has not been easy. And she's playing really tricky competitor who is returning everything, not giving her any free points.
As the serve goes into the nets. His second serve. And Gauff waits, splits a forehand up the line. Cross-court forehand from Rakhimova, and Gauff's reply goes into the net on the forehand cross. And it's 15-40.
Now, a little surprised that Gauff perhaps didn't do more with that second serve. 21 kilometres an hour, hasn't got much on it. She'll look to attack that.
I do think it's all the one colour though. I don't think it's ombre.
I think it is ombre.
Serve here.
Actually, I don't know now.
Forehand from Gauff. Go back to the backhand. Back out of the line from Gauff. Cross-court forehand from Rakhimova. Going the other way is Gauff now. The forehand up the line. Rakhimova moving side to side. Playing it back up the middle of the court. Back that way from Gauff. Clean winner. Oh, no way Rakhimova's going to get to that. And another break of serve. And Gauff leads 4-1 here in this opening set.
I really like that forehand from Gauff, stepping into that ball, all of her weight going forward. It's going to feel good having dropped that service game and then responded in emphatic way. Leading 4-1 here in this first set on Rod Laver Arena.
We'll get to Josh in just a moment, but more messages coming through.
They are, but if you're listening to us anywhere in the world, of course, and you want to get in contact with us here on AO Radio, go to ausopen.com or email us at aoradio@tennis.com.au. Of course, if you go to the Oz Open website, go to Ask the Booth form, fill it in, and we'll get to your questions.
Let's go around the courts to Josh Herriot. Josh, what's happening out there?
Thank you, Peter Mercado. I can tell you Peyton Stearns is up a break in the second set against Sophia Kenin. She leads 4-2. And over on 1573 Arena, it is Magda Linette. Momentum shifting drifting her way now. She leads 4-1 in the second set against Navarro. Of course, that was the match you were doing before. And Buzas Monero leads 4-1 against Storm Hunter in the second set. Of course, Hunter took the first set 6-4. And Medvedev and Jasper de Jong over on Margaret Court Arena is underway. And we are 3 games all in the first set.
Perfect. Thank you, Josh. Beautiful timing as Coco Gauff serving from the southern end, the far end from our commentary position here on Rod Laver Arena. The first serve goes into the nets. More ombre chat coming your way. Second serve. Backhand picked up from Rakhimova, off backhand. Forehand looped from Gauff, too big, up the line. And it's love 15.
You can see what Gauff's trying to do, though, get that ball deep but high into the backhand of Rakhimova. In terms of height, Pete, there's about a foot's difference, I would think.
Yes, between the two. There's the serve coming in here from Gauff. Onto the forehand of Rakhimova, who's now on the backhand play, backing up the line. Gauff with the cross-court forehand. Rakhimova back in that direction. Point the line from Gauff, a looping backhand. Rakhimova gives it time to get back into court. Gauff waits, it's an off forehand. Backing up the line from Rakhimova, cross-court forehand from Gauff, takes the net, falls short. Rakhimova goes up the line, she gets there, but gets past again. Big backhand up the line, winner from Gauff, and it's 15 all.
Yeah, she had no choice though, did she, Rakhimova? She was drawn to the net. Just perhaps didn't do enough with that and sets that up nicely for Gauff, who was ready and waiting for that ball and just on that backhand side. It's so solid down the line.
As
sitting duck.
Yep, as the serve comes in from Gauff. And goes too big. Second serve. Serve onto the backhand, looping backhand from Rakhimova. Cross-court points from both players. A good depth from Rakhimova this time. Off stranded on the baseline, nets a forehand. 15-30.
Yeah, down the middle of the court with that reply from Rakhimova and right at the feet of Gauff, who I don't think, Pete, she seems to have not found her position on court very well today. Gauff seems to be just struggling a little.
As the serve here out wide, blocked back by Rakhimova over the baseline. And it's 30 all.
30. Nancy, we'll get to your email in just a moment.
Oh, we need to talk about this.
It's ombre.
So the serve coming in from Gauff. Out wide, full stretch Rakhimova. It's a shorter ball. Gauff back in that direction. She was there, Rakhimova, the deep forehand. Out the middle of the court. Goes with the cross-court forehand. A looping ball by Gauff. Half-court ball. It's an off forehand from Rakhimova. Now onto the backhand, playing up the line. Gauff with the cross-court forehand. Forehand to forehand, they go all top spun. And now Rakhimova goes to the Gauff backhand. That's into the nets. And so a come on you heard there from Rakhimova. It's 30-40.
Well, Coco had an opportunity to win that point early on, but had an open court, decided to go back cross court, but Rakhimova hadn't moved, so she was ready and waiting for that ball. I think a bit surprised and been able to get herself back into the point. She's a real competitor, really enjoying this tennis.
Serve, takes the net, flies wide. Yeah, absolutely, it's a competitive match.
Yeah, it really
despite
is.
what the scoreline's saying at the moment. Second serve. She waits for Rakhimova, goes cross-court. Backhand to backhand they go. Rakhimova up in the middle of the court. Back that way with an off-forehand goes Gauff. Now she's in the ad-court, puts in a drop shot. Coming forward, Rakhimova up the line. She's gone long. Just miss. And we're at deuce.
Now, she'll be disappointed, but she did well to get to that ball. As I said, she's super quick. She was up to the ball early, but difficult to control. That ball was dipping from Gauff.
As the serve misses long. Same line as my co-commentator.
Yeah, it was coming for me. I was prepared though,
Ready?
Pete.
We hear the
I was prepared.
Dunk coming off the glass. As the serve here into the net, double faults. Another break point opportunity for Rakhimova. Fifth double fault for the match so far for the third seed.
Coco's team just providing some support from courtside. Encouragement.
Serve out wide, a high ball from Rakhimova. That's going to go beyond the baseline on the backhand wing. And we go back to Deuce again. And this is what we're talking about, the fact that it's been so competitive all the way through.
She likes that serve, doesn't she, out wide on the advantage court, does Gauff.
We'll hold that thought because let's go to Josh Herriot on ANZ Arena match points.
Thank you, Pete. Yes, Peyton Stearns with 3 match points against the former champion in Sophia Kenin and the 27th seed. Stearns to serve. The second serve this is. And she seals it with an ace. And in an upset, it's Peyton Stearns who progresses to the second round of the Australian Open for the first time. She wins 6-3, 6-2 on ANZ Arena. She thanks the crowd. And she is victorious. Peyton Stearns, straight sets through to the second round.
Perfect for that. Thank you, Josh. And a Bonda having a win too, the Hungarian over the wildcard from the USA. It's with Manlik. As the cross-court forehands here from both players. Great angle from Rakhimova. Even better angle from Gauff. And the depth gets a shorter apply. Goes with it back out the middle of the court. Now back up the line from Gauff. Back that way on the forehand from Rakhimova. Into the net again. And we are back at Deuce.
Oh, she's had her opportunities, Rakhimova, and she's just ruining that last shot, wanting to go back in behind Gauff on the forehand. And the ball finding the net.
Courtney Kessler having a win. Milana Arango. 3-6-2 on court 13. Glenna Frett having a win as well. 6-1, 6-1 on court 12. We'll get you through some matches early stages here. As Gauff serve onto the forehand of Rakhimova. Full stretch back up the line from Gauff. Rakhimova in the ad court throws up the high ball. It's going to land round mid-court. Gauff is there playing the overhead into the middle of the court. And that's a safe place to go. And she's got game point for 5-1.
Safe place to go, but tough shot to hit this time of the day. We're talking about the sun overhead. And she probably lost that ball for a few seconds. It was high. This is the game that Rakhimova's playing, though. She's showing some different balls, isn't she, to Gauff? Moon balls, hits the ball hard, puts a bit of spin on it, hits it deep. A lot of variety.
Forehand from Rakhimova, now leaning into a backhand cross court. Backhand from Gauff up the middle of the court, off forehand into the net from Rakhimova. She's disappointed because, again, she was in the game and she did have opportunities, but couldn't finish it off. And it's 5-1 for Coco Gauff after 39 minutes on the Rolex here on Rod Laver Arena. And that gives you an indication of the closeness of the contest too.
Indeed, Pete. It's been highly entertaining.
Right, ombre
Nancy.
chat.
Nancy's the colour word that we've been talking about, ombre, a few minutes ago, which is now probably about half an hour ago. It's just given how long that game went for. It's like one colour shading into another kind, like a sunset. Well, actually, that's a nice description. They usually start with darker colours. And, of course, she said for her it's about nails.
Fingernails.
So I think everyone's reference point is a little different.
Fingernails, you mean?
Fingernails.
It's the backhand here off the return from Gauff, ripped up the line. We'll go with a deep forehand into the Deuce court, matched by Rakhimova, who's now in the ad court, playing a high ball, a moon ball backhand, middle of the court. Big forehand up the line from Gauff. She's getting a read on these now. And that was hit with precision into the Deuce court corner. Rakhimova couldn't do much with it. Love 15.
Yeah, that's going to feel nice from Gauff.
Thank you, Nancy, for helping me, because I am learning today. Ombre. You're saying it.
Another college education for you, Pete. Extend what you've already done. How's that PhD going?
As Rakhimova serves at love 15. And that's missing. Second serve. Backhand here from Gauff. Backhand into the net from Rakhimova. And she is disappointed, and fair enough too. All the graph, there's not a lot to show for it on the scoreboard. It's love 30. Gauff 2 points away from this opening set.
Well, she shouldn't get too down on herself because she's been incredibly competitive, and it's, as we've mentioned, closer than that score tells, but she keeps this up and just keeps asking the question of Gauff. An opportunity will arise.
Serve into the nets. Second serve. On to the backhand of Gauff, and they work backhand to backhand now. Rakhimova in the ad court, goes with some angle. Gauff goes hammered up the line. Short reply from Rakhimova, just gets over, and Gauff uses the open courts and hammers away a backhand winner. 3 set points here for the third seed.
And you said it before, Pete, I think she is starting to, Gauff that is, starting to read the game of Rakhimova better, starting to anticipate some of those balls.
So 42 minutes on the Rolex. Rakhimova facing set points. The serve down the tee. Big forehand from Gauff. Rakhimova up the middle of the court with her forehand. Forehand to forehand they go. Forehand up the line. Rakhimova backhand now from Rakhimova up the line. Cross court forehand from Gauff. Great angle from Rakhimova in reply. Gets a shorter ball from Gauff. Rakhimova back in that direction. Gauff defensively with the forehand up the line. Now backhand up the line of the ad court. Tried to drag it back, couldn't do so, just missed. It's 15-40.
Just missing Gauff, but she really lined up that that line and just missing. But, you know, at Love 40, you go for those shots, don't you?
Yep.
Back yourself. I mean, both women cover the court so well. It's hard to hit a winning shot.
So 15-40, still set points as the serve here. Onto the forehand of Gauff. Forehand to forehand, they go up the line, goes Gauff with her forehand. Cross court backhand, Rakhimova is deep. And the angled backhand cross into the net from Gauff. It's 30-40.
Oh, she's doing well, Rakhimova. Love 40, she's got to put herself almost back into this game. 30-40. Just keeps asking the question of Gauff.
So one more set point. 30-40. Rakhimova serves. An ace out wide. No way that Gauff was going to get to that one. And the 3 set points are saved and we're at juice.
Is that the first ace for Rakhimova in this match? I think so. Coach is very happy with that serve.
It is. There's Rakhimova, the serve. Onto the forehand of Gauff. Rakhimova goes up the middle of the court. Gauff, a looping ball. Rakhimova going into the corner of the juice court. Gets a short reply, throws in the drop shot and hits it to perfection. No way that Gauff was going to get there. Just stranded on the baseline.
Well, she didn't see it coming either, did Gauff. Didn't anticipate that. A lovely touch from Rakhimova, mid-court. Lovely soft hands.
So from saving 3 set points to advantage. Rakhimova serves out wide and misses. The second serve. Gauff goes with an off forehand too deep. No, she's landed in the corner.
And Rakhimova's looking at that line, but it certainly found it. Ball just dropping. That's deceptive, isn't it?
It
from
just
Gauff.
Nailed the sideline. We're seeing the replay on the screen. No need for a zoomer on that one. It sliced it through.
So much top spin on that ball. Just dragging it back into court. That's perfection.
Just hit the line and just stopped. Just popped up. For a juice, Rakhimova serves and misses. Second serve. Here's a double fault.
Advantage Gauff.
And so Gauff has another set point. And that is the second double fault for the match.
Never a good time, Pete, but when you're looking at going down in the first set. But she's been, I think, played really consistently, which I think has been the trouble for Coco today.
As the serve. Onto the off forehand of Gauff. Rakhimova goes to the backhand of the line. Gauff with a looping forehand. Drop shot again from Rakhimova. This time Gauff is going to get there. Just clips the tape and trying to come forward, but not being able to track down the volley. And Rakhimova goes cross-court for a forehand winner. It was nicely played.
Now,
We're a juice.
Exactly. This is what we're saying about Rakhimova's game. She's got such variety, and Gauff at times just struggling to read what ball's going to be hit, and on that occasion caught out back of the court baseline.
There's the serve here. One of the forehand of Gauff. Big looping point from Rakhimova. Dug out by Gauff on the backhand wing. This one takes the net from Rakhimova. Going up the line of the juice court and just falls in. Hands up in fake apology. Abolish that out of the sport. And Rakhimova with a game point.
Yeah, look at the tape. Usually works against you, doesn't it? It comes back this side of the court. Take that.
There's Rakhimova with game points. The serve takes the tape. Not lucky this time. It goes wide. Second serve. Backhand picked up by Gauff. Up the line goes Rakhimova. And into the net goes Gauff. Good hold for Rakhimova. Saving all of those set points in that game. And turning it around nicely. Gauff, though, 5-2 here in the opening sets.
Pete, we need your help just in terms of a couple of matches that we, of course, started with the Emma Navarro match and Magda Linette. Have we got an update on that score?
Let's go to Josh Herriott. What's happening on 1573?
We do indeed, Kate, and I can tell you, Magda Linette took the second set 6-3. So set a piece. We're off to a third set, and it is on serve currently at the moment. Navarro having taken that first game of the third set, Linette serving. I'm over on Margaret Court Arena, and it is Daniil Medvedev, the three-time finalist here, playing Jasper de Jong, and it is break point here for de Jong, who's going to try and break back. It is Medvedev that leads 5-4 in the first set here on Margaret Court Arena, though.
Might stay with you just to see whether he does actually get the break back there. De Jong.
Yes, we can do. It is Medvedev serving to the backhand of de Jong. And now Medvedev plays a slight backhand drop shot. It's netted, and he breaks back. Jasper de Jong, 5-all in the first set.
Thank you for that. We're going to get you to put your running shoes on, Josh, because John Cain Arena, interesting moments in that match, and also on Kia Arena as well. We'll come back to you for those updates shortly as the serve here from Gauff. First serve goes into the net. Second serve. There's a double faults. Start off game number 8 of set number 1. It is love 15. It's been a long set. 49 on the Rolex.
It has, and I just wonder how many of those long games have been on the service of Coco Gauff. It feels like most of them.
Serve here onto the forehand of Rakhimova, who mishits the forehand up the line. And it's 15-all.
Are you looking for that, Pete?
I am.
You can get that stuff. Gosh, you can get so much information on the matches at hand. If you've got any weird questions that you would like to know, perhaps about this game that's being played or any of the other matches currently.
As we've got a backhand rally going on between the two players. Gauff will go up the line with hers. Cross-court forehand, Rakhimova. Drop shot from Gauff. Rakhimova trying to get there. Just does, but can't control the backhand up the line. It goes wide. Hit to perfection again from Gauff. It's 30-15.
Yes, if you want to know any of the stats, any of the... What are the strange pieces of information you can get,
there are a lot
Pete?
of information on my screen here, and trying to decipher it all does take a
interpret
while.
what it all means.
So 30 service points for Rakhimova. The serve here, getting out of the way is Rakhimova. The body serve sits in the middle of the court. Gauff goes straight back to Rakhimova in the juice court, who hits a good forehand. Gauff having to dig away out of trouble. Does well with a backhand, a forehand up the line. Cross-court backhand from Rakhimova. Big backhand from Gauff. Rakhimova moving Gauff from side to side. Gauff with a great angled forehand, and Rakhimova trying the same, but putting hers into the net. And 2 more set points here for Gauff, who has played 40 service points.
Yeah, lovely point construction then from Gauff, throwing in some variety of her own, trying to keep Rakhimova guessing the other end of the court.
So set point. Serve. Down the tee, dug out there nicely from Rakhimova. Cross-court backhand from Gauff. Backhand to backhand they go, and into the net goes Gauff. It's down around the Melbourne side, which is a couple of metres from the baseline at our end of the court, and it's 40-30.
I don't think she's had one service game that's been easy. Coco in this first set. A lot of pressure on her.
There's the serve here, down the tee. And that's nice. Rakhimova got a racket to it, but couldn't do anything with it. And now Gauff takes that opening set 6-2 here on Rod Laver Arena. There is so much happening. Day 2 of Australian Open 2026. And we'll take a break. Back with more of your messages in just a moment. This is AO Radio. We're live around the world.
If you're looking to reclaim your game, try Cardio Tennis, presented by Chemist Warehouse. This high-energy group class is where fitness meets fun. No competition, just genuine connection. Set to great music, you'll mix tennis drills with constant movement for a workout that never feels like work. And no need to be a pro, qualified coaches tailor the session for everybody at every level, whether you're new to tennis or coming back to the court. An hour of cardio tennis is guaranteed to smash stress, lift your mood, and leave you feeling motivated and confident. Reclaim your game with Cardio Tennis, presented by Chemist Warehouse. Book now at tennis.com.au.
Kids making a racket at home? Nothing hits like getting outside and on court. With Hot Shots Tennis, kids gain confidence, learn sport skills, and make friends. Perfect for kids aged 3 to 12. Book your free trial at a participating club. Hit up tennis.com.au. Hot Shots Tennis. It's different.
Have you got your copy of the AO 2026 official program? Packed with player profiles, feature stories, stats and souvenir pictures. It's the essential guide to the Australian Open and all things tennis. Pick up your copy at the AO shop, in newsagents or at ausopen.com.
Message our commentators. Go to ausopen.com/AO Radio and click on Ask the Booth.
Live around the world, this is AO Radio.
It sure is on a busy day 2. Moved into the afternoon. It's 12:37 in Melbourne, and Rakhimova has left Rod Laver Arena, which gives us a chance to do a number of different things. We'll read some messages in a moment with Kate, but first, let's go around the courts. And Josh Harriet, what is happening around the place on some of the key matches that we're following?
It's a match point here for Storm Hunter, and she seals it with a magnificent forehand right down the line. And she wins 6-4, 6-4 against Jessica Pizas-Monero on Kia Arena. The crowd going wild, the Australian crowd. They love Storm Hunter. She had to come through qualifying. She raises her hands with her racket. She thanks the crowd, a big smile on her face. And Storm Hunter through to the second round in straight sets. Meanwhile, on Cain Arena, it was Nuno Borges who took that second set. He took it 6-4, or Djere took that first set 6-3. So we are a set piece on Cain Arena. But Storm Hunter through to the second round in straight sets over Jessica Pizas-Monero.
Wow, that is a loud crowd, and that's where our AO Radio HQ is based. And I'll help you out here, Josh, with a couple of other score updates. Nuno Borges taking the second set on Cain Arena. 6-4, 1 set all, with Felix Auger-Aliassime out there. And Daniil Medvedev, another break of serve, so he's serving for the opening set at 6-5, and 2-1 on serve third set, Navarro and Linette, which is what we've been following throughout today. And we'll try and get through across as many matches as we can. We'll have Amanda Anisimova a little bit later for you. We might dip into a bit of Daniil Medvedev a little bit later on. So just to explain to people about selection of matches, we'll try and move to as many as we can, try and give you all the flavour of what is happening around the place. But at the moment, Rakhimova is off the courts, having a bathroom break. Got 26 seconds on that, which Kate gives us a chance to talk about some more messages that are coming through from around the world.
Indeedy, Nathan's listening to us from Brisbane, Australia, of course, regarding the apology that players give after getting a lucky net cord. I always interpreted this as I'm sorry, I promise I did not try that intentionally. Said I was not aiming at the net cord like a bad sport, I just got lucky. Does this match your perception, or am I the odd one out here?
I I take that as read. I'm happy to accept that, but I also think that it shouldn't happen. You don't need to do it.
No need to apologise.
If you know what that is, I'm sorry I didn't intend it. But you just know that as a thing, right? But what if you intended to do it? What if you said, yeah, I was aiming for the net cord? It's exactly what I was looking for.
And do you think that has ever happened, Pete? I don't think so.
I was looking for it. No, totally. I'll take it. Absolutely, we'll take it.
Ever aiming for the net cord.
It's worth a shot. Come on.
Sonny from Virginia, just before this match gets underway in the second set. Do you expect the best of a 5-mat format for the men's Grand Slam matches to remain in perpetuity?
We'll come back to that question in a moment, because let's go to Margaret Court Arena, and Josh has got the running shoes on. This is Daniil Medvedev set points.
Yeah, the running shoes are on, Pete, and 2 set points here for Daniil Medvedev, the 3-time finalist here at the Australian Open against Jasper de Jong over on Margaret Court Arena. A quick serve right down the middle, and a backhand cross court as a winner for Daniil Medvedev, and he takes the first set 7-5 against Jasper de Jong on Margaret Court Arena.
Thank you for that, Josh. We'll keep an eye on that and all the other matches underway at the moment, including 1573 Arena, where we started our day. Meanwhile, Kamila Rakhimova, 15-love first game of the second set. So let's go back to that question.
From Sonny in Virginia. We'll get to that just after this serve from Rakhimova.
Second serve off forehand from Gauff. Cross-court backhand from Rakhimova. Matched by Gauff. Now up the line goes Rakhimova. Plenty of depth. Forehand landing near the baseline from Gauff, but now she's in the ad court, scurrying to play a backhand, and another one here going cross-court. Ball getting shorter and shorter. Now Gauff with a cross-court forehand. Rakhimova goes deep with hers. Too deep, in fact. Up the middle of the court with the forehand. And it's 15 all.
And that's the sort of point that Gauff really enjoys, where she can find her rhythm. The email from Sonny was around, do we expect the best of 5 format for the men's Grand Slam matches to remain in perpetuity? To me, it's what makes the majors special.
I agree with the sentiment. There's the serve here. Cross court from Gauff. Middle of the court, Rakhimova having to dig it out is Gauff. Good depth of shot here from Rakhimova. And that comes up, forces the error from Gauff. The off forehand into the net. Way back in the court to play that. It's 30-15. What do you think?
About that last shot? Or
no, about the question that's being asked.
Yes, I think so. I think the 5-set
will remain in perpetuity.
It should. Whether or not it will,
do you expect is the question.
Do I expect?
Serve here from Rakhimova onto the backhand of Gauff. The return is long.
40-15.
40-15.
Not in my lifetime. It won't change.
Oh, I think it will.
Do you?
I mean, I have no information other than what's off the top of my head.
Well, my
no inside
what's
information
in my
whatsoever.
super doesn't allow me to have a very long life, Pete. So.
Backhand into the net. Gauff. And she's on the board. Rakhimova in this opening game of the second set. There's always that discussion about whether you play best of 3 sets up until, say, quarterfinals or fourth round.
No, I don't like that.
And then go best of 5 from there.
No, I don't like that either. Why the change?
Because tennis is not taking any shorter amount of time to play. And it's not, you know, I'm
got somewhere else you need to be?
I am very pro-reform on most things tennis, but I like the best of 5-set format, just like, you know, our correspondent here. Love it. But it's the realities of the situation of where we are right now with tennis, and it is a product. It's a product. As Gauff will prepare to serve from the far end at love 1 in this second set. Serve down the tee misses. Second serve. Serve. One of the backhand here, off backhand of Rakhimova. Forehand at the court from Gauff. Off backhand from Rakhimova goes wide. 15 love. Again, it's not what I'm. Yeah, I just think though you know, to make. But having said that, of course, there's so much that happens around these bigger events. I think if you do that, you have a bit of a trade-off. So you might say somewhere like an Indian Wells, for example, goes the other way. Keeps that form at the 3 sets up until quarterfinals, then goes best of 5 sets. So for those that only play 3-set events, could you go a bit later? I mean, on the men's side, the Masters 1000s for a long time, as they sort of got that series together, As we got cross-court forehand here from Gauff. Forehand to forehand they go. Looping ball from Gauff at the middle of the court. Rakhimova's going to throw up the moon ball into the ad-court corner and miss. They played best of 5 sets in the final.
Yeah, okay.
But it does elongate your tournament. So it'd be interesting just to see the stats on times of matches and how long, because it doesn't feel like, even with serve clocks and everything like that, we've sped up. We haven't.
Yeah, you think of all your favourite matches over the years here at the Australian Open. I bet nearly all of them are 5-setters.
Serve goes in, return goes into the net from Rakhimova. It's 40 love. Yep. I'm not saying do it.
Drama, isn't it?
I'm not suggesting do it, but the question came in is, do you expect? I think the expectation would be there to evolve the sport. I'll give you that look. Everyone on YouTube saw that look. As we see cross-court forehand from Gauff. Forehand to forehand they go. Rakhimova will lean into one. They're working the juice court. Good angle from Gauff. Drop shot from Rakhimova. Coming forward is Gauff. Drop shot of her own. Yes! That was nicely played.
Oh, that's everything I can do, or you can do, I can do better than from Gauff.
So 1 game all.
How's the speed from Gauff? She read that so early and was right up to that ball. Had the racketing right position, got down low, controlled that nicely.
She's done that a few times.
Yeah, that's a great point.
It's hit them to perfection more often than not. So, Rakhimova is competitive. Even though it's a 6-2 opening set scoreline. First serve goes into the net. Second serve. And Gauff on the baseline, off backhand. Cross-court forehand from Rakhimova. Point up the line from Gauff. It was there. She made it. Nicely done. Not too close to that sideline either. It's love 15.
And not going for too much either, Gauff. Obviously going up the line on that occasion, but with margin. Not trying to force these points.
So, serve coming in onto the off forehand of Gauff. It's a deep ball dug out by Rakhimova into the ad court. Looping backhand this time from Gauff. A shorter ball from Rakhimova. Gauff has to improvise coming forward, but it was a mission that was going to be too difficult because Rakhimova had the time and the space to hit the forehand up the line for a winner. It's 15 all.
And she's apologising then for no good reason.
Exactly.
Because that was so well played from Rakhimova.
Exactly.
Going in behind her opponent who was anticipating that ball cross court. That's a great point.
There's the serve coming in. Out wide. Score picked up by Gauff. Now gets a shorter ball. Goes up the middle of the court with a backhand into the net from Rakhimova. You can hear her disappointments.
Yeah, the frustration. She was in control on that point. Perhaps just overthinking where she was going to play that ball.
Well, it's the pressure of the situation too, because she's got to be the playmaker.
But she knows she's close.
Yeah.
Right?
Yep. Return quickly, but need to happen now. The serve down the tees into the nets. Second serve. And that's a double fault. So the pressure continues to build for Kamila Rakhimova. 15-40. An hour and 5 on the Rolex. As Rakhimova serves. Down the tee, blocked back by Gauff. It's a shorter ball. Rakhimova can go up the line. Didn't quite put it away. Gauff goes back up that line. Awkward half volley for Rakhimova. And going to struggle getting back to the juice court. Gauff was there. Rakhimova struggled. And that's a break of serve. It's 6-2, 2-1 now for Gauff here in this second set on AO Radio live around the world. An hour and 5 on the clock.
Bailey's listening to us from the Gold Coast and says, I'm from the Gold Coast listening to you on YouTube.
We are. We can wave. There you go. We're here.
Hey,
Shows
Bailey.
we exist. We are live. We're not AI. We can move around. Not a problem. So keep your messages coming through. AOradio@tennis.com.au or via the Ask the Booth form ausopen.com/listen. That's probably the quickest way to get there. Otherwise, you can surf around and search for AO Radio. You'll find us. And we should make mention again, if you are just joining us, you're listening on the app, but if you go to the website and click on the link on the website, you will get real-time streaming. So if you're listening here around Rod Laver Arena, we hope that you are, with your earphones in. If you go to that link, you'll be able to listen to us in real time.
Well, if you are inside Rod Laver Arena, wave.
But they don't know where they're waving to.
Yes, they do.
No, they don't.
Well, let's describe where we are in the booth.
Well, they are now. Coco Gauff is about to walk past our window and has just done that. So that's where we are. We're down at court level.
The problem
not
is
at the back. We're at court level.
It's pretty warm here
It is.
today, and people are fanning themselves.
They're not waves. They're just people fanning themselves. But like our listening stats, we'll count them. As Gauff at 2-1 in the second set. Serve down the tee, misses.
Is that how that's playing out? I like it.
You walk past the shop front. Yep. We're counting you. It's the second serve. Flipping the tape on the way through.
That was for our friends watching on YouTube.
Yep.
That's the clicker.
We're clicking. We're not, because it sounded great. Well, listen to Matt's effects mics. The serve here. Looping backhand from Rakhimova. It's a high ball at the Melbourne side. The off forehand from Gauff. High ball again, Rakhimova into the 8 court. Gauff again is going to go wide. It's not a bad tactic, actually, Rakhimova, with the moon balls there, just forcing Gauff to create pace, but also try and contain that ball.
Yeah, she's not enjoying that, is she, Coco? And but not only that, those moon balls are keeping her really deep into the court, so the response has to be so accurate.
Gauff serves onto the backhand of Rakhimova. Gauff goes up the line, traps it nicely. Rakhimova scrambling on the forehand, puts it into the net.
Yeah,
and we're at 15-all.
Just too much pace on that ball from Gauff. And deep into the court, right on the baseline.
As Gauff prepares, 6-2-2-1. Serve takes the nets, lands back on her sides. The gun show's arrived. Good to see. Look at them, they're glistening today.
Knocked me off my seat.
As the serve here. Cross-court forehand from Rakhimova. Line goes Gauff with a short forehand, and now scrambling in the ad court. Slices a backhand into the net. 15-30. Talk about Mark Kilowati, of course, who's coming in after us in about 8 minutes' time.
If you're not awake, you will be as soon as Mark gets on.
He'll be
my word,
he'll
up. Yep.
Don't worry about that.
A jolt of coffee.
Just what we need. People
Straight
around the
into
world
the
will be
veins.
looking to get to sleep and like, nope, you're staying awake.
Absolutely.
He's here and he's ready. Serve down the tee, misses. Pretty sure Mark doesn't have his gym clothes stranded in the washing machine like you do.
No.
There's the serve here onto the backhand, up the line, Rakhimova. Looping forehand from Gauff. Rakhimova's throwing the drop shot, it's into the nets.
Yeah, I like the intent. It's got Coco way behind the baseline, but just didn't quite get in under that ball enough. Rakhimova.
Well, this is going to not ruin the illusion. It's going to add to the mystique of Mark Kilowati because we're filming. And people know what I'm talking about now.
Surely they all know what Mark looks like. I've Googled him.
As the serve onto the forehand of Rakhimova. Not to see what they find. Backhand to back up the middle of the court. Good cross-court backhand from Gauff. She'll switch to the forehand. Still into that ad court. Rakhimova big backhand up the line. A high ball from Gauff. Has to come forward, Rakhimova. The forehand drive volley is okay. Looping ball from Gauff, forcing her opponent back. Now she's at the net. High ball from Rakhimova. No, the lob had nothing on it in the end. She's just worn down. And it's 40-30.
She did so much work then, Rakhimova, really flattening out that backhand down the line. I thought that set up the point for her, but Gauff, you know, we talk about how quick Rakhimova is around the court. Gauff is never out of these points either. Just so hard to put away.
As we wait now for Gauff to serve. Onto the forehand of Rakhimova, hooked up the line and gone long. And it's 3-1 now for Gauff. in this second set. 1 hour and 11 up on the Rolex. More messages, Kate?
They're rolling through, Pete. One here from Josh, who's listening to us from New Stanton in the US. Hey, AO Radio always been on YouTube?
Has AO Radio
always been on YouTube, or is this just the first year for it?
Here's the first year. We have intermittently done it as part of other bits and pieces, but our own dedicated here. Watch us as well. Well, it's just another outlet for us, another place you can find us. And for Mark,
we're everywhere.
He's just ready to go. He's all set as the serve coming in into the nets. Peek behind the curtain. The mystique. The second serve from Rakhimova. Big off forehand from Gauff. Rakhimova with the cross-court forehand. It's just a shorter ball from Gauff. He's just content to rally around the Melbourne sign, and the cross backhand, the level coming down from Rakhimova. Backhand netted. It's love 15.
The mystique of AO Radio?
Yes. Well, now you can see us.
We've been revealed.
And Candy's coming down too.
Oh, it's going to get loud in here, isn't it?
It'll be good.
Yeah, love
Fun.
It. Always.
We'll get to Josh if we get a chance as well, just to get an update of what's happening on 1573.
Busy day.
It is a busy day. So many matches going on. As the serve clock winds to 0 for Rakhimova, serves down the tee, picked up by Gauff. Rakhimova goes to the backhand up the line. Cross-court forehands from both players. Gauff goes up the line this time, just misses wide. A little wry smile to herself, and it's 15 all.
Yeah. Obviously, Gauff wanting to end that point a little earlier than perhaps she needed to. That line was open. That shot was there to be hit. But once again, Rakhimova just taking some pace off the ball and asking Gauff to create her own.
Serve here out wide. Big forehand at the middle of the court from Gauff. Now playing an off backhand. Slice forehand from Rakhimova. It's a shorter ball. Gauff at the baseline. Looping forehands both players. Rakhimova misses. And this is dangerous times now. 15-30.
Yeah, you just get the sense that Gauff's really up the ante here in this second set. She's got the break. She's 3-1 up. She took the first set 6-2. I think she wants to finish this match off. But Rakhimova, is she done with yet? I don't know, Pete. I feel like she can run around all day long chasing balls. She's going to make Coco work for this win, really earn it.
And that clock has wound to 0 again, so she gets the warning. And she'll add a little bit of extra pressure as she delivers this serve into the nets. Second serve. Over the backhand, cross court for Gauff. Up the line goes Rakhimova. Went up that line from Gauff. Cross court backhand, Rakhimova is good. Finding some nice depth, but she can't sustain the rally. The forehand goes into the net. More break points here for 4-1 for Gauff.
You feel that the forehand of Rakhimova has been the side that's let her down today, that keeps finding the net. She keeps dumping those balls, not staying in the rally long enough. Really more comfortable on the backhand side. Times you can tell she's just trying to run around on that ball.
As the serve comes in. Down the tee, misses. Second serve. And the serve. It's the tape. Oh, that sounded crisp on Matt's effects, Mike.
Didn't it?
Didn't it? You could hear
Sometimes
it.
we don't, but on that occasion, Matt doing some of his best work.
As she get off the court, the serve here onto the backhand of Gauff. And now they go another backhand up the line. Gauff was slightly off balance there. If she wanted to hoik that one up. It's 30-40. Awkward commentary change time. If we get to 3-2.
Oh, what are we going to do?
We might do a change. We'll go to Josh first, and then we'll take a break and
sounds good.
Reset. And
they're ready to go.
Are they?
Yeah, they're eager. I can hear them knocking on the door.
Oh, they're ready. As the off forehand from Gauff, a looping backhand here from Rakhimova in the 8 court. Gauff waits with an off forehand. Back up the line from Rakhimova. Good cross court forehand from Gauff. Match from Rakhimova. No, she's gone wide. And now it gets awkward because it's 4-1 for Gauff. 6-2, 4-1 the scoreline. And cruising along nicely. Josh, we'll get to you anyway for a score update. What's happening around the courts, please?
Yeah, I'm on 1573 Arena at the moment. Emma Navarro and Magna Linette. It is 3 games apiece in this third set. And game point here for Navarro. It's been quite an absorbing contest. That previous service game where Linette was serving went longer than 7 minutes. And game point here for Navarro. I may as well call this one. She leads 40-30 on serve currently in the third set. She's serving to the backhand of Linette. Cross-court backhand exchange from the baseline. Forehand from Navarro. Backhand from Linette towards the backhand side of Navarro. Now she's going down the line, but it's netted by Navarro. And we're at deuce. So 3 games apiece there on 1573 Arena. And we're also on serve on John Cain Arena between Borges and also Felix Auger-Aliassime. They are a set apiece, and it is 2-3 on John Cain Arena. Pete?
Thank you, Josh. Discussions being had.
And what were the what's the conclusion?
Your chair was being pulled out by Mark, saying, I need to get in.
Oh, he wants me to go.
He needs to sort out his computer trouble first.
Look,
we're sorting that out first.
That is fair enough. Okay, do you want me to get going?
No.
Oh.
We'll see how this plays out.
Oh, Mark, it's all about timing. And that was just some poor timing.
Serve from Gauff onto the backhand of Rakhimova up the line. Good depth of shot. And it's a lot 15. And we'll keep a close eye on the 1573 match that's heading into the business end. 3-all, as Josh mentioned, in that final set. Linette with a break point. I might do a bit of crisscrossing as we work our way through. Back up the line from Rakhimova. Cross-court forehand from Gauff as they work forehand to forehand. Now in the A-court, cross-court backhand from Rakhimova. Backing up the line from Gauff. Rakhimova is there. Drop shot by Gauff. Telegraphed it, but didn't matter because Rakhimova, no way she's getting to that. That drop shot has been exceptional today.
Yeah, that
really has.
Been crisp from Gauff. And as quick as her opponent Rakhimova is, she knew that she couldn't get to that ball. Just watched it glide over. And said that's just too good.
So 6-2, 4-1, 15-all. The serve picked up by Rakhimova. It's near the baseline. Nice pick up from Gauff as well on the backhand. She plays a looping forward at the middle of the court. Rakhimova taking the ball early. She's in the A-court though, scrambling. Doesn't need to hit that ball though. Gauff goes wide. And we're at 15-30.
Rakhimova she's done a terrific job in this match so far, just keeping Gauff well behind the baseline, not allowing Gauff to step onto the baseline and dictate play. Keeping her pinned well behind.
The serve here, out wide. Rakhimova, great angle on the backhand. Big fault back up the line from Gauff. Gets a shorter reply. Slice forehand from Gauff up the line. Oh, full stretch on the forehand volley. Rakhimova gets there. Gauff gets there though too. Great stretch from Coco Gauff. A smile on her face, and fair enough. That was a hell of a pickup. It's 30-all.
That's just pure reactions then from Gauff. 2 great volleys at net, terrific coverage. Oh, it's so difficult for Rakhimova trying to get that ball past her.
She plays a lot of doubles.
I got to say, that's the first time we've seen her smile in this match.
Yep, plays a lot of doubles. And it came to the fore there. Great reach, great cross-court forehand return too from Rakhimova here, and she's made a hash of that backhand. It's 40-30.
Yeah, that was wild from Rakhimova on the backhand side. Just footwork was not great. Not in position to hit that shot. Need to be balanced, keep low over the ball.
As we wait now for Gauff to serve into the nets. Second serve. Backhand picked up here by Rakhimova, off backhand by Gauff. Cross-court forehand from Rakhimova. Forehand up the line by Gauff, and just controlling things. Throws in another drop shot. Rakhimova will get forward this time but put into the net. She's run a long way in this match. It's 5-1 second set for Gauff. 6-2, 5-1. And time is running out for Kamila Rakhimova.
Just Have we got time for a quick message?
Yes.
Pete, we've got Nevin from Henley Beach in South Australia, a lovely part of the world. There's one player in today's lineup that we haven't spoken about, and his name is Stan Wawrinka.
Stan the man.
The single-handed backhand is a massive weapon. Can cause a lot of trouble out there. Well, it is a beautiful sight to behold, that one-handed backhand from Stan.
Laslo Djere is his opponent. That's on Kia Arena.
Okay.
It's coming up after Andrei Rublev. So Rublev and Matteo Arnaldi are getting underway on Kia Arena. Plenty of updates from Josh on that. Dean Love.
Rush of blood from Gauff on the forehand.
Keep a close eye on what Stan's doing today in his farewell appearance to the Australian Open, his final year. That's a great pass from Rakhimova. Gauff with the outstretched racket, can't do much with it. It's 30 love.
Yeah, Gauff come in off that ball. It was nice and deep, but Rakhimova had time on that ball. Puts that cross court, made that a tough shot for Gauff at the net.
As the serve comes in. Gauff, big forehand's gone long. It's going to 40 love.
Yeah, well, she's teed off on a couple of these forehands, hasn't she, Gauff? Just trying to go for the big winner.
There's the serve. Into the net. 40 love. Just another game on the board. Force Gauff to serve it out. It's a double faults. 40-15.
It's all gone very quiet in the stadium, hasn't it?
The sense of inevitability around what the result's going to be. Still pretty full, Rod Laver Arena, right at this point in time. Serve. And the backhand of Gauff. Up the line. Too much depth for Rakhimova. It's a racket to it, can't do much with it. 40-30.
Yeah, plenty of time on that ball from Gauff. Steady with the backhand. Again, and she's got time on that side. Can do so much damage.
The serve coming in. Rakhimova. It's the tape. And has another go at it. The serve. Flips the tape and goes long.
Yeah, pressure mounting here on this service. She was 40 love up.
Second serve. Running around playing the backhand is Gauff. Back up the line from Rakhimova. Cross-court forehand from Gauff is deep. Dug out by Rakhimova. Can lean into this one, Gauff, and put it into the open courts. And we're at deuce. And getting closer to the finish line is Coco Gauff.
Well, Coco clearly wanting to finish this match off here on the Rakhimova service. Done a great job from Love 40 down. Even this up.
Josh on standby. As the serve here goes long. Struggle with her first serve in this game, the back end of it anyway. Second serve, Gauff with a forehand at the middle of the court. Rakhimova, a deep backhand, gets another one in the ad court, plays it up the line. Cross-court forehand from Gauff into the nets. And it is a game point for Rakhimova.
Now Coco just wanting to change the direction of the ball. Wanting to go cross-court early. Because the patience is being tested in this match.
As the serve comes in. Another backhand of Gauff. Back up the line from Rakhimova. Cross-court forehand from Gauff just gets over. She'll play a slice forehand this time. Shorter ball. Enticing Rakhimova to come forward, but she goes big with her backhand. And we're at deuce again.
Just feel like the end is nigh, Pete. The inevitable end to this, which has been, I think, a very entertaining match.
Has been.
We'll look at the score and we'll think, it's pretty straight sort of a match win for Coco, but she has really had to work hard out there today.
As Rakhimova hits a good cross-court backhand, that's too deep from Gauff. Another game points.
Advantage,
Rakhimova saying, I'm not done with just yet. Need to hold serve.
Fans in the sun, their fans are going a million miles an hour.
Yeah, it's warm out.
The serve here, flips the tape, 31 Celsius at the moment. A little errant out.
That's your competition.
Yeah.
Right there.
Misses the second. Third serve coming up. We'll wait for this serve to come in. There's the serve. Big forehand, middle of the court from Gauff. Forehand to forehand they go. Gauff with a looping ball, and that's a high ball from Rakhimova. Lands in. Plenty of topspin. She's in the ad court. Puts up a shorter ball. Gauff is there. She's having to work hard. She's in the juice court. Plays a cross-court forehand. Good angle. Rakhimova scrambling. Shorter ball. Gauff goes up the line. Clean winner. And let's go across to 1573 Arena. A match result, Josh.
Yes, Pete, Magda Linette, the semi-finalist here in 2023, has won in 3 sets. 3-6, 6-3, 6-3 against the American Emma Navarro. So she dropped that first set, but found her straps and has won in 3 sets. A solid performance from the semi-finalist here in 2023.
Thank you very much, Josh. We started off that match. An interesting conclusion. Magda Linette getting the win. Meanwhile, Juice here is we're trying to finish this match off, or certainly Coco Gauff is. Second serve, Gauff with a big forehand cross-court. Middle of court goes Rakhimova, pretty firmly struck. And now a slice forehand from Gauff. Bit of side spin in the ad court. Cross-court backhand, Rakhimova is good. Gauff gets there. Now in the juice court, tracking that one down. Rakhimova forced back, playing the off forehand. Gauff chases that one down. Slice backhand short. Going back that way is Rakhimova. Going up the line is Gauff. Forehand volley from Rakhimova. Gauff can't get that one. It hits the Kia sign on the net.
And perhaps the best point of the match for Rakhimova.
And the crowd enjoyed as well.
Yeah, and so they should. That's just wonderful point construction from Rakhimova, keeping really low over the ball. And that was attacking play. Really making the most of her time out there on Rod Laver Arena.
Here's the serve from Rakhimova. Down the tee. We'll clip the tape. Tries to go down the tee again, instead goes long. So second serve. Onto the forehand of Gauff. That's up the line. Rakhimova can't track that down. Racket to a bottom of the net. I mean, this has been the pattern of the match, really.
Well,
we've had lots of juices in games, but Gauff has just been that level above.
But when Gauff gets a chance to attack that second serve, then she rarely misses.
8-minute game. And you know, one of the things, the rules about AO Radio.
What's that, Pete?
You attempt a commentary change or not. You say, we'll stay on, we'll finish this off. Always a long service game. Always a long game. As Gauff goes up the middle of the court, Rakhimova, the cross-court backhand. Backhand to backhand they go, up the middle of the court from Rakhimova, and that's mishit from Gauff, and she's not happy with herself.
Yeah, well, that's footwork from Gauff. Didn't quite get her feet in position to hit the forehand. She was looking to go cross-court.
I'll tell you what, the longer this game goes on, the more we're going to bring Candy and Mark in, I think, at the end of this game.
Okay.
Because it's going forever. Hour and a half on the Rolex. The serve out wide. Gauff with the cross backhand. Drop shot from Rakhimova coming forward is Gauff. Just gets there, but puts it into the net. So Rakhimova holds on, but Gauff will be serving for the match next at 5-2 in the second set. A break. Candy and Mark will finish this one off and keep the day going on AO Radio.
Downtime hits different with Tennis Court Hire. Whether it's a friend you want to see, a bit of time for me, or just finding an hour free. Whatever you're into, get out on court. Tennis.com.au.
Kids making a racket? Nothing hits like Hot Shots Tennis. Perfect for kids aged 3 to 12. Book your free trial at a participating club. hit up tennis.com.au. Hot Shots Tennis. It's different.
Australian Tennis Magazine has been serving up news, features and game insights for 50 years. Pick up your copy of Australia's only tennis publication or subscribe to have every issue delivered at tennismag.com.au and keep up with all things tennis via our social channels.
If you're looking to reclaim your game, try Cardio Tennis presented by Chemist Warehouse. This high-energy group class is where fitness meets fun. No competition, just genuine connection. Set to great music, you'll mix tennis drills with constant movement for a workout that never feels like work. And no need to be a pro, qualified coaches tailor the session for everybody at every level, whether you're new to tennis or coming back to the court. An hour of cardio tennis is guaranteed to smash stress, lift your mood and leave you feeling motivated and confident. Reclaim your game with Cardio Tennis presented by Chemist Warehouse. Book now at tennis.com.au.
Family time hits different with Tennis Court Hire. From less eyes on screens to more time with your teens or smashing fitness routines. Whatever you're into, get out on court. Tennis.com.au.
The sound of summer. AO Radio.
Well, hello everybody. It is day 2 of the 2026 Australian Open. We are on AO Radio live around Melbourne Park and broadcasting to the world. Hope you're enjoying our continuing coverage of the hard court major here down under, the first Grand Slam tournament of the year. It's always a happy one. My name is Candy Reid, delighted to be in the commentary box along with the wonderful, the national treasure that is Mark Alawati. Have you ever been called a national treasure before?
I've been a lost treasure. I've got my happy pants on for the happy slam. So
can you describe them?
My little ducky numbers, yes, little rubber ducky shorts.
You are watching on YouTube, and Mark, perhaps just stand up a little bit more and give us a little bit longer of the ducky shorts. Yeah, you're a colourful character in more ways than one, and we love Mark being in the booth, a coach and player of stature as we watch Coco Gauff slam an ace down the tee. She leads Kamila Rakhimova, who now represents Uzbekistan by a set, and comfortable 5-2 here in set 2, 30-15.
Have you liked what you've seen so far from Coco?
Yeah, I've noticed there's been some changes, haven't there? We've got Gavin McMillan, the biomechanist, in the crowd. He made a big deal at the US Open, Mark, when we were working there. And they were on centre court on Arthur Ashe. And it was a whole big thing that Gavin McMillan was there working with Coco, and it wasn't behind the scenes, it was front and centre. Jean-Christophe Farrell is watching her as well. He's the coach now. Essentially, there have been a lot of coaching changes. What have you thought about the technique of Coco?
Yeah, no one ever talks about her technique when she's winning her matches.
And winning Roland Garros.
Yes, everything was fine and dandy. To me, it's so hard to be perfect, and at this level, when do you find the time to actually get the work done? It's just a little bit of polish here and there.
Yep.
It's very difficult to make a massive technical change unless you just go, okay, this is super important, and I've got to spend the next 3 months off court.
Right. And they haven't done that, have they? They made big changes at a major championship, the last of 2025 last year, where Coco, you might remember, lost relatively early to Naomi Osaka. She is now facing a break point against, and she's been broken. Coco Gauff through an ace and a double fault in that game, has just netted a backhand. So Kamila Rakhimova, and I'd love to get your thoughts on her, Mark, now, is keeping herself in this match.
Yeah, she's hanging in there, and Coco Gauff is very, very upset with herself. She's walked off to the chair to grab another racket. We've got new balls at this late stage of the second set, so they tend to go a little bit faster through the air, so she's got a fresh restring. Which will be a little bit tighter, give her a little bit more control. Rakhimova's doing a great job of just hanging in there. It's kind of frustrating Coco a little bit. Coco's had her opportunities to close out this match.
But now, Kamila Rakhimova serving at 3-5, still down a break. Coco opts to hit a backhand return with the ball right down the centre of the box. They're into a rally. Rakhimova has developed a lobby ball in this second set, much more than in the first, where she was trying to go toe-to-toe. It goes up again. It's kind of like moon balls. Picture under 10 tennis at its very best. The crowd are getting involved. Coco throws in the drop shot. Rakhimova's up to it with a small backhand. It's a lob attempt. It's not a good one. And it's a good drive volley from Rakhimova. The ball goes up in the air in the sun. She holds her ground and nets a drive forehand volley. Coco gets away with it.
Well, it's an interesting choice of shot to go with the drop shot from Coco off that high moonball-y shot from deep behind the baseline. Rakhimova was in the third row of the stand, so I guess she had to she passed through 3 time zones to get to that drop shot, so she was in a different area.
Where it's 3 time zones from here?
We go in New Zealand.
Yeah.
Oh, you could go South Australia, up to Queensland to, or even to carry on to Perth and then come back.
All right, very good. I like that. All right, we're into a rally. It is love 15. Good scramble from Coco Gauff, and now love 30. Coco Gauff 2 points away from victory here. She won that last point, and her team, of which there are 4 in the bottom, and Mum Candy, who has, I would say, one of the best names in tennis. She's sitting up there. Dad Corey is around, but we don't know where. He generally doesn't sit in the box, does he, these days, because he gets quite nervous. But Coco is getting closer to victory. She's in a lilac outfit. It's very pretty, actually. White shoes, white socks, a lilac racket, lilac head bag, and a small bag as well, because players have to have a lot of equipment these days.
Yeah, travelling light. You charge excess baggage if they're flying today.
Oh, yeah. There's about 6 rackets probably in that bag. Coco Gauff went big for the forehand return. It's netted. She's just hit the Kia sign. Not happy.
I like the idea of the racket matching the outfit, the colour choice.
Yeah, she's right on it. She doesn't mess around, Coco does. I think the highest paid sportswoman of the last 2 years now is Coco Gauff. She is a superstar by all means. First serve is netted by Kamila Rakhimova, one of many, actually, in the off-season to change countries, now representing Uzbekistan. Anastasia Potapova is now an Austrian tennis player. How about that? But 3 of them went to Uzbekistan. That's a deep backhand from Kamila Rakhimova, forces herself back in the court. We're going with the lob again. Coco's staying patient with the forehand. Rakhimova throwing a nice, deep, heavy ball and goes up with the backhand. Gauff staying back, letting it bounce. No attacking. No trying to do anything crazy. Up it goes again. We're going to have snow on this ball. We're in Melbourne and it's summer down under, but we're going to get some snow on the ball because it's going high. Coco Gauff essentially thinks, all right, I'm finished with this. Keeps it low now. The ball trajectory has completely changed. It's going to be long from Kamila Rakhimova, and we're going to have match points.
And I don't mind that play from Rakhimova throwing those high loopy balls. You know, why do you want to give Coco what she's best at? Fast, flat shots. Trying to frustrate her, give her the kind of trajectory that she's not as comfortable with. But unfortunately, it's probably a little bit too late in this game. And Coco Gauff has got 2 match points.
But you're right, aren't you? I mean, you've got to play this game. You're trying to win a tennis match. You're not trying to win the award for best tennis player. That's not the point. It's getting over the line here. Rakhimova keeping it relatively close, but now it looks like the game is up. 2 match points for Coco Gauff, and she takes it on the first one. That shot from Rakhimova a little bit deep, and it's a clenched fist for Coco Gauff, who begins her 2026 Australian Open campaign with a win over Kamila Rakhimova, representing Uzbekistan, 6-2 and 6-3.
That's just a good, solid sound performance from Coco. Just doing enough. She had a little bit of a wave up and down with her level. She just got to get the job done. To spend some time out here on centre court. She's my pick for the women's draw.
Yeah, nice. Good pick.
Yeah, just
I like that. Well, she's a 2-time singles major champion, and I always say singles because she does have a doubles major as well, doesn't she? That people forget about. But she is the current champion of Roland Garros in 2025. After a lot of criticism of her technique and all kinds of things, but the US Open title in 2023, Roland Garros in 2025. She defeated Aryna Sabalenka in both finals, and Mark Haluati's pick to win the Australian Open.
It's just interesting that, you know, she seems to be the player that has got a lot of attention on the technical side of things.
Yes.
And, you know, there's so much focus on, you know, let's maybe spend some time on the unbelievably good things that she does do. Like, if we were to pick apart all the players, and who are we to judge? What's it going to do? You know, like everyone's got something that they're not as good at, and there's a small flaw here and there.
Well, I don't.
No, okay. Yeah, there's
Just
one person.
It's all bad, actually. And Coco Gauff is going to speak to namesake Coco van der Veen. They're having a little hug on the main Rod Laver court here. Let's hear what Coco has to say.
Well, first of all, congratulations, Coco. That was a really great way to start your run towards the second week. And I think most of these people here would die to have the experience out here on Rod Laver Arena. What are the things that you focus on to be as ready as possible to go in a first round match?
I think, well, I lost a couple first rounds before, and I've always been able to pick it up. So I try not to put so much pressure on myself at the first round. I think at this point, I just want to win the tournament. So whether I lose first round or in the finals, I don't think I would be as satisfied. So yeah, so until then, I'm okay.
Well, only okay. I mean, is that the rating we're giving ourselves right now?
I mean, I said in my press conference, like, winning is the only satisfying result, but that doesn't mean I'm not proud of myself, like, throughout the tournament. I think I'll only be satisfied if I win, but I'm also proud of myself regardless of how I do in the tournament.
I think everyone is pretty proud of you, of your performance in the first round. And also, you've said in your press conferences, you don't want to resort back to old habits. How do you think you performed in that aspect?
Yeah, I thought I did well. I thought I didn't rush to point. She plays really low, so just trying my best to get the ball up. And yeah, I think in the last game I had a couple forehands and I accelerated. And yeah, I mean, I think I would have rather held serve in that one game. But yeah, I think it's the beauty of being a good returner, you know, that you have a good high chance of breaking in almost every game.
Which you did plenty of today. And you have an interesting second round, a left-handed Danilovic. She is a feisty player out there. Are you looking forward to having the experience of playing a lefty? Because it does bring a different aspect.
Yeah, for sure. I did practice with Alex Fiala earlier, so hopefully that practice will help me in tomorrow's match playing with a lefty. There's not many on tour, but like you said, Olga's a great player. She's beat some top players, especially at this tournament, so it's going to be a tough match, but I'm looking forward to it.
Well, thank you so much, Coco, and congratulations, and you're on to the second round, everyone. Give it up for Coco Gauff.
Coco speaking to Coco van der Vey, asking the questions, Gauff answering them beautifully. What did you make of that little chat, Mark Halawati?
Yeah, it's actually, for me, it was interesting hearing Coco not to fall back into her old habits.
Yes.
So, and you know, and she mentioned about it, you know, she got a couple of forehands and she went after it and she accelerated. So, but to me, you know, and it's probably been a bit of a thing she's done in the past, has gone into safety mode with the forehand and with the ground strokes when things get a little bit closer on the scoreboard and there's big moments that she doesn't go out and execute as best as she can. And you know, sometimes as tennis players we think, you know, just slowing the shot down to get it in is good enough, but we can still lose a point if it goes back at, you know, 20 kilometres less, you know, and you don't know what's going to happen if you go out and really accelerate. You know, we tend to do it when it's 1-1 in the first set. Yep. We'll swing freely, but as soon as the scoreboard says it's 5-5 in the third, things can change. And you know, to be really, really, you know, elite, you've got to make sure that you try to just execute the best you can, irrelevant of the score. Take that scoreboard pressure out.
So it will be Coco Gauff versus Olga Danilovic in round 2. Danilovic coming through a tricky situation against Venus Williams.
That would have been interesting.
Has
if Venus
denied us.
Yeah, I know.
Coco versus Venus.
That would have been an interesting match.
Well, do you remember when Coco was 15 and met Venus Williams at Wimbledon? That was a memorable moment. So Coco Gauff is the world number 3, still only 21 years of age. It's just incredible, isn't it, that she's so young still?
Yeah, I know. She feels like she's been out there 10 years out on tour, if not longer.
What a player she is. Now, we are going to be heading over to Cain Arena because that's where Coco Gauff's former doubles partner, Jessica Pegula, is playing. So we will be right back after a commercial break with the Jessica Pegula match. Join us in just a few seconds.
If you're looking to reclaim your game, try cardio tennis presented by Chemist Warehouse. This high-energy group class is where fitness meets fun. No competition, just genuine connection. Set to great music, you'll mix tennis drills with constant movement for a workout that never feels like work. And no need to be a pro, qualified coaches tailor the session for everybody at every level, whether you're new to tennis or coming back to the court. An hour of cardio tennis is guaranteed to smash stress, lift your mood and leave you feeling motivated and confident. Reclaim your game with cardio tennis presented by Chemist Warehouse. Book now at tennis.com.au.
Kids making a racket at home? Nothing hits like getting outside and on court. With Hot Shots Tennis, kids gain confidence, learn sport skills, and make friends. Perfect for kids aged 3 to 12. Book your free trial at a participating club. Hit up tennis.com.au. Hot Shots Tennis. It's different.
Have you got your copy of the AO 2026 official program? Packed with player profiles, feature stories, stats and souvenir pictures. It's the essential guide to the Australian Open and all things tennis. Pick up your copy at the AO shop, in newsagents or at ausopen.com.
Message our commentators. Go to ausopen.com/AO Radio and click on Ask the Booth.
Live around the world, this is AO Radio.
This certainly is AO Radio. We are live around Melbourne Park, day 2 of the first Grand Slam of the year, and another beautiful day. We've just seen Coco Gauff get the better of Kamila Rakhimova. 90 places between them in the WTA Tour rankings. Gauff winning that one 6-2, 6-3. And if you're interested, Mark Halawati is picking Coco Gauff to win this year's Australian Open for the first time. Have we got any messages, Mark? Because
yes, we do. We're just actually watching Coco. Coco's still out on centre court there signing autographs.
She's brilliant.
She might be there for another 10, 15 minutes with all the books and tennis balls that are dangling over the edge of the stands.
That's what tennis is so wonderful, isn't it? Because the fans actually can get close to the players, and hopefully within reason, because obviously we've had a few moments where maybe it's got a little bit close. Emma Raducanu, I'm talking in the Middle East, last year was an incident. But generally speaking, the players do have access to all the fans who just want to get close, get an autograph, get a selfie and move on.
Yeah, especially out on the outside courts.
Yeah.
Like the players are out, wandering around the back courts. Very accessible.
Right, so what kind of emails do we have? Because we've got an Ask the Booth form on ausopen.com. You can email us as well, aoradio@tennis.com.au.
Yeah, so Mayanek has sent in, who lives in the US. A lot of people don't like having best of 3 until the 4th round or quarters. But the Aussie, French and US Open have had that format back in the 1970s, as late as the 1978 US Open in Flushing Meadows, where they played best of 3 until the 3rd or 4th round, which was interesting.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
What do you think?
I'm happy to go 5 sets. I think that you need something that sets it apart.
It's a major championship.
Yeah, and it really puts the importance on that side of it. And, and you have to be, this is an elite sport, and the players are professional and challenge themsells in a 5-set battle over 2 weeks. It's just what makes it so difficult.
Yeah.
Not everyone can do it. And, to win it is it's rare that you can do it once. And look at the players who've done it multiple times. It's something special. So, very happy with that. They've tried the best of 5 sets on the women's tour at a couple finals quite a few years ago. It didn't really...
Not popular.
Yeah, not popular at all.
Yeah, most of the women would say, no, thank you very much.
Yeah.
We'll carry on as we are. And talking of fitness, unfortunately, Felix Auger-Aliassime has had to pull out of his match against Nuno Borges of Portugal with an injury. So let's get an update around the grounds. Josh Herriot is our man that's looking at all the courts. Josh, if you can hear me, what's going on?
Yes, good afternoon to you, Candy, and good afternoon, Mark. I'm currently watching Kia Arena, and it's Andrei Rublev and Matteo Aneldi battling it out. Rublev up a break. He leads 3-2 in the first set. Over on the Margaret Court Arena, Daniil Medvedev is up 2-0 against Jasper de Jong. And yes, you just mentioned there, Candy, Felix Auger-Aliassime having to retire injured against Nuno Borges. He won the first set 6-3, and then it was Borges 6-4, 6-4 for the following 2 sets, but he looked in discomfort for much of that third set, did Felix Auger-Aliassime. We know he's had to battle injury, so very unfortunate for the Canadian having to retire injured here at the Australian Open in round 1, and Borges to go through to the second round.
Oh, such a shame, Josh, because Felix Auger-Aliassime had a wonderful ending, didn't he, to last year, and a good start to this year, and recently married as well. So the big news, Felix Auger-Aliassime out of 2026 Australian Open. Nuno Borges of Portugal is moving on. Now we are going to be moving on, thanks Josh, to the John Cain Arena, because that match obviously has finished early. Jessica Pegula is up against Anastasia Zakharova. We're going to be joining that shortly. Mark, have we got any other questions on our Ask the Booth form?
Not as yet, but do please send all your questions in here to AO Radio.
I've got a question for you then, Mark. So you've got Coco Gauff as the women's champion potentially. Who's your men's pick? You can't say Sinner or Alcaraz.
You can't? Okay, all right. You can't say those two. Actually, just a sneaky one for Medvedev to go deep.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, he is playing well. He's working with Thomas Johansson these days.
Yeah, just something about Medvedev and the Aussie Open.
He's got something to prove as well, maybe.
Yeah, and like he has been the ghost of the top 10. He's like, no one's spoken about him. He, for a period of time there a couple of years ago, he was in the vocab and in the sentences about those top players, and he's had some battles against them. I just think maybe Medvedev. I haven't really looked too deeply at the draw and what might happen. I don't think looking at the draw too deeply gains much, because it just can
You've got
change
7
it.
matches.
Yeah, change at the drop of a hat. But he's a big-time player, big arena, big occasion.
Yeah, and he's won a major championship before, unlike many others on the men's side in particular.
If I'm thinking quarterfinals, even maybe a semi-final for Medvedev, unless he's in Alcaraz or Sinner's little quarter.
Well, we'll keep an eye on the old draw, but I think that's a good call. I was worried for Medvedev actually last year, because obviously he went off the boil. I think he's a little bit of a one-trick pony in that he doesn't volley at all, doesn't like to come forward, and that's the same as Andrei Rublev and perhaps Alexander Zverev, and perhaps they've just been caught lacking with something. And then after he split with Gilles Savara, long-term coach, I was thinking, oh, maybe this is kind of the end for Medvedev, but I'm completely wrong, because he's found another level just recently.
Yeah, and it's so hard. If you've been doing something throughout your career that is your bread and butter, you've done it so well, and it's got you into the top 10 and the top 5 in the world, and you've won a slam, it would be quite easy just to go, okay, this is me and this is who I am, this is the way I'm going to play. But you have that mindset and that growth mindset of, I want to get better and I want to achieve more, then it's never too late. You can always add little bits. Nadal added, his transition game. He came into there so much more in the back half of his career compared to when he first started. Just realising you've got to be more economical. You've got to try to win your matches a little bit easier. And he came in a lot, and the volleys that he got were quite comfortable volleys because his ground strokes were so good. So, there's always these little tweaks. Djokovic has gone through 5 or 6 different variations on his serve in trying to find the best possible serve he can get. So it's
keep working.
Yeah, these champions have that growth mindset.
And I can tell you, Daniil Medvedev's in the quarter with Felix Auger-Aliassime, who has been out because of retirement. So this is the bottom half of the top half of the draw, essentially. So Medvedev, if he beats Jesper de Jong, will play either Conte Alice of France or Alejandro Tabilo. So that little section of the draw, there's opportunities. Lerner Tien and Arthur Ringdiknecht are the other seeded players. So there's a big opportunity there for Daniil Medvedev.
Tien's the danger one.
Yep. He won Next Gen at the end of last year, coached by Michael Chang. But this little portion of the draw is possible because it's either Andrei Rublev or Alex de Minaur. No, Alexander Zverev, I should say. So there's opportunities in that bottom portion of the top half for Daniil Medvedev.
I guess there's always an opportunity when you don't have Alcaraz and Sinner in your little spot. So.
They're away from those guys. Yeah. That is the key. Yeah. So we're going to be going on to John Cain Arena. Jessica Pegula is the 6th seed from the United States up against Anastasia Zakharova. Now, Jessica Pegula hasn't won a major championship. Do you think she will?
I can't see her. I can see her making a final, but I don't think I can see her with the current crop of women that are there at the moment. I don't see her winning a slam. Not to say it won't happen. The fast courts of Wimbledon probably won't suit her. If it was an opportunity, what, US?
US probably, or here, I would say one of the 2 hard court slams. She's 31 years of age now, 5'7", 1 meter 70. She's been close I still think she could.
Yeah?
I think she's going to do it. I think she's going to do it.
What's, for you, in your eyes, what's her standout number one feature?
Oh, I think the fact that she hits the ball low and flat. And I think if she gets on a roll and perhaps the draw works out, I think it's one of those. And it's a little bit like on the men's side, isn't it? If the draw works out, if Sinner and Alcaraz don't make it on. If there's an upset, if there's an injury, I think she will be there to make her mark. I just have a good feeling. I think she's probably got about 3 more years in her at the top level. And so she's got that time to break through, and I'd love it. I'd love her to do it.
Yeah.
I think she's a really quality person, coached by Mark Merklein, who is here. Just said that he's going to do fewer weeks this year because he's got a family at home. Tricky, isn't it, to combine that stuff? How do coaches do that, travelling 40 weeks a year?
Yeah. They're either not married or have been married. And they need to be through lawyers.
Yep, got it. Okay.
Got to keep on working.
Yeah.
It's not an easy.
You've got some alimony to pay. That's what you're.
Right.
That's what you're bringing up. I see. All right, so we are AO Radio live around Melbourne Park and broadcasting to the world. We'd love to hear from you, so you can get in touch with us. Ask the booth form on ozopen.com. Email aoradio@tennis.com.au for all your tennis questions. Mark Halawati is here to answer, and what an opportunity to ask one of the best their opinion on this wonderful sport that we are watching. Alex de Minaur has just arrived at Rod Laver Arena, so we will be following that match as well. Can the Demon win the Australian Open?
Oh, there's about 20+ million people in Australia would love to think that Demon could win the Aussie Open. He definitely presents well every single year. He's a competitor. You have to go out and beat him. He's not going to roll over and just give you the match.
I would love to see him win, and I do hope that he can clinch one of the big ones. Right, let's head over to Josh Heriot, because he is watching Andrei Rublev, who's got, he's going with the long hair these days. Josh, how's he getting on?
He is, Candy. He's dressed predominantly in blue. He's got the blue sweatband. He's serving down the tee, and he holds his serve. So he leads 5-3 here in the first set. He's up a break, and Aldi serving to try and stay in the set, but it's been a pretty good performance here so far from Andrei Rublev. Seed number 13, and that serve you can see landing right on the line. What's his ceiling, Candy and Mark? Rublev this year coming into the Oz Open.
Well, I mean, we know about him. He hits the ball massively off the ground, loves hitting forehands. Again, he's one, we've just talked about Josh, that doesn't like to volley. He's allergic to the net. What do you think, Mark?
Yeah. Well, his ceiling has always got a little hole in it that he can poke through, and he can do anything. He's so talented with the way he hits the ball and the way he plays. He can, he can be on a hot streak and he's untouchable. Yeah. But then again, he could really struggle to find the court at any stage. So, it's a really unknown. It's one of those ones, if you're playing against him, you're just hoping you're getting the worst version possible of Bublik. You don't want him to be anywhere near his best, because if he is, it's going to be a battle and a very hard match.
Yeah, and Aldi played, sorry to jump in there, Candy, and Aldi played a wonderful drop shot to be up 15 love. He plays a cross-court backhand, 30 love now in this service game. Have you seen much of Matteo Analdi, Candy, over your time calling?
A few years ago, I thought Analdi was really impressive. He actually reminded me of Alex de Minaur, sort of a similar stature, very fast, but he's sort of lost his way a little bit. A few injuries have hit, so down at world number 65 for Matteo Analdi. He's only 24 years of age. But yeah, he's a little bit disappointing, given I think he's got a big potential. And there's another Italian, Luca Nardi, who's in that similar vein. He beat Novak Djokovic a couple of years ago, Nardi, then got injured and is finding it hard to recover that form. And Mark, you can tell us injuries are just the worst thing, aren't they, for tennis players?
Yeah, it's so difficult. It's such a grueling sport as well. The travel, the time zone changes, the different kinds of tennis balls, the different surfaces, and it's just so hard. And there's a lot of players that try to keep competing at a very high level with a little niggle or something that's not right, and you know, there's that belief you can just try to work through it and just hang in there, but you can't. You know, if the other person is fully fit and you're at 70%, you know, it's not very helpful at all, and you have to spend time off the court. You have to get the recovery. Unfortunately, with that is a ranking drop. You're missing tournaments. Everyone else is playing, so you see your little slide in the rankings, and it's so easy to want to get back out there a little bit sooner than you should.
It's 40-love in this service game. Analdi serving to try and stand the set. Rublev up a break, though. He leads 5-3. So Analdi sporting a white T-shirt with black shorts, a white cap to the back end of Rublev. It bounces right on the baseline. Rublev with a forehand. It's netted. And the game going to Analdi. So he holds serve. It's 5-4 in this first set. So they've played each other 4 times throughout their career. It's 2-2. They played at Indian Wells last year in 2025. And as I mentioned before, Rublev up a break. He leads 5-4 in this first set. Also on Margaret Court Arena, we're keeping tabs of that match. Daniil Medvedev 2-0 against Jasper de Jong. So Daniil Medvedev up 2-0, the 3-time finalist here at the Australian Open, the 11th seed this year. And the other game in focus, Rublev and Analdi. And Rublev up a break. He'll be serving for the first set. 5-4. Also underway is Cerundolo and also Thompson on 1573 Arena. On serve, 2 games apiece in the first set. That's on 1573 Arena.
Brilliant. Wonderful round-up, Josh, and we will be back shortly to find out whether Rublev was able to finish that first set off against Matteo Naldi. We've got about 10 minutes until the Pegula-Zakharova match begins on John Cain. So we're going to head over to Margaret Court Arena. Josh was talking about the match involving the 11th seed Daniil Medvedev up against Jesper de Jong of the Netherlands. 2-0 for Medvedev, former US Open champion, and now we are watching that one. Candy Reid in the commentary booth alongside Mark Loati, and it is a break point opportunity here for Daniil Medvedev, who could be an outside chance here for semi-final spots. We were just discussing his draw, and it's relatively open now that the 7th seed from Canada, Felix Auger-Aliassime, is out at the first hurdle. If you've missed the news from a few minutes ago, he unfortunately had to retire injured against Portugal's Nuno Borges, and Felix playing really well, so he'll be mightily disappointed now. Jesper de Jong has just saved the break points with Daniil Medvedev, who's up 2-0.
It's good to see Medvedev still using his return to serve tactic of standing right back against the backboard to return. Serves recorded at 200 kilometres per hour off the racket, but by the time it reaches Medvedev, it's down to about 82.
Snail's pace. Jesper de Jong to serve. He's in the fuchsia pink that is all the rage. Got the hat on forwards. It's an A6 cap, an A6 shirt. And the shorts, I think, are kind of a greeny grey. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, like olive tapenade, green olive tapenade.
Oh, very good. Tapenade. Oh, I need to know more about that. I like the olive, though. Playing with the Babolat racket that is grey and very bright yellow. He's got white socks on and white shoes with a little bit of grey on those shoes. This is he serves his first serve in the net. 2 hours and 5 minutes so far on Margaret's Court Arena. Day 2 of the Australian Open here on AO Radio. It's juice in the third game. Medvedev, it's a backhand return. Now another backhand cross-court. He's quite a short haircut these days, Medvedev. Very tidy indeed. Hits a backhand cross-court really late into that one. He's moving forward. Doesn't have to hit another shot because the ball goes long. Another break point.
A short haircut is a nice way of saying he's slightly balding. Is that what he's trying to get at? He's got 2 young kids now, so it's totally understandable.
I've got a great story from Monte Carlo. I was in Monte Carlo for the first time last year covering the 1000, and a friend of mine was working the car parking and helping the players park and move over, and Grigor Dimitrov's beautiful car, he's a car guy, his car was there, gold wrap, very, very low. And then there were 2 other cars. One was a sporty number and one was a station wagon or an estate car. Yeah. And she kind of waved over there and went, that's Daniil Medvedev's car. And I was thinking, right, Daniil Medvedev, a little bit of a librarian look. 2 young kids, a wife, family man. He's driving the estate car, isn't he? She went, no, the sporty number. So there we go. He's got a very
Kids are
nice.
at home. That's right.
He's got a sporty car. Right, we're into a rally. Medvedev with. He's taken the break point chance this time. Brilliant play from Daniil Medvedev with Thomas Johansson, a former Australian Open champion, in his box these days. 2-1.
Yeah, and I like the way Medvedev's moving around the court. The more I see of him now, the better he's looking for me. De Jong is having a little discussion with the umpire at the time between points from Medvedev.
And he's usually quite a fast player. Now, we know that Medvedev, as you said, Mark, he starts really far back, doesn't he, on the return of serve, but he plays in waves. So the first shot, the return, will be 6 meters behind the baseline. Then he starts moving forward with every shot.
Yeah, that's right. And we're seeing the graphic now. It's consistently at 6 meters behind the baseline to return. But his next shot is probably just over 4 meters back, so he does transition forward. So players have been using the tactic of serve volleying because they've got so much time to get into the net.
And why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you do that?
Yeah.
But then having said that, if you watch Grigor Dimitrov versus Jannik Sinner at Wimbledon last year, Grigor obviously got injured. But he was 2 sets to love up. He was playing chip and charge. He was serve and volleying against Sinner. And I thought after that happened, everybody would start doing that against Sinner. No one did. Why? Explain.
Yeah, I guess, Grigor does have the game style that can volley a little bit more. He's probably far more comfortable. A lot of the other players are a little bit more one-dimensional, or they'll just stay back. So it's horses for courses, I guess, in that sense. And you've got to be able to have that game style that is comfortable with transitioning to the net. It just amazes me that, I was talking to a coach the other day, Richard Fromberg, who an Australian Davis Cup player, and I was asking him about how do you see the level of when you were playing and you were top 30 and 40 in the world compared to what it is? And he goes, some areas are better, some areas are not so. Like, he believes that the serve is nowhere near as good as what it was when they had the big servers of Krajicek, Sampras. Don't think it's good, and also he believes the volleying has definitely dropped back. And then we were discussing, like, if you had a young player, that's 10, 8, 9 or 10 years of age, and you just reverse the percentages of what you normal people work on, where they spend so much time from the baseline and a little at the net. Imagine if we did 80% at net and then 20% from the back of the court. What kind of player? Been a fantastic experiment to do over a period
send
of time.
someone out, don't we?
To see what happens.
Yeah, I'd love that. Right, let's quickly go over to the Andrei Rublev match where Josh Herriot is standing by. Josh?
Yes, he's taken the first set 6-4. He unloads on a forehand, an off forehand, to take that first set. So 6-4. He couldn't quite close it out. It was quite a long service game, but Andrei Rublev 6-4 against Matteo Anelli on Kia Arena. 6-4, the first set going his way.
I think the word unload and Andrei Rublev goes perfectly, Josh. That is brilliant. Right, Mark, we've got an email.
Yeah, we've got an email from David Herbert in Western Australia. He says, hello team, long-time listener, regular emailer. Love the new features of the AO live stream. I was fortunate enough to have a virtual tour with Darren McKenzie a few years ago. And the view from your comm-box is amazing. Now, question, any players from the lead-up tournaments going on to win the Aussie Open?
Oh, gosh. Okay. This is going to be a tough one. Well, yes is the answer. Madison Keys Adelaide 2025 wins the Australian Open. That one comes to my mind, and I'm sure it's happened multiple times before.
Yeah, I know way back in the day, Hingis won the Sydney tournament and then went on to win the Aussie Open.
Right. Got a great story about Martina Hingis, just quickly, now you've mentioned her. So Mark Gellard, who's the coach of Magda Linette, who had a win today against Emma Navarro, breaking an 8-match major skid on that match in 3 sets earlier, so that's a big upset. Mark Gellard used to be the hitting partner of Martina Hingis, and he'd just recently come out of US college, and Hingis employed him, and they were running on the beach. She did this a lot, and he said he was a young man who just finished US college. He could not keep up with her.
Yeah.
Martina Hingis, who was an absolute legend, but she was also a real bulldog when it came to fitness, and that part she didn't really display or talk about, but that was going on behind the scenes. You can believe it, can't you?
Yeah, well, I was fortunate enough to do a bit of hitting with her when she was here at the Aussie Open, when she won her first Grand Slam here, which was amazing stuff as a 16-year-old.
Oh.
She should have been flipping burgers at a fast food joint for about $3 an hour, but she's walked away with more zeros than I could count.
I hope she gave you one of those zeros as the
just a zero.
Just a zero.
Just a zero. It was a donut in a brown paper bag.
Then she gave you a tip. Well done. No, that must have been a lovely experience. So what a player she was. So Medvedev 7-5, 6-2, 3-1 up on Margaret Court Arena. Candy and Mark in the commentary booth, and we are on YouTube, so you can watch along with us, as is the one. We're on AO Radio. Don't forget you can get in touch with us. Ask the booth form, ozopen.com. Email aoradio@tennis.com.au, and you can listen 99.7 FM around Melbourne Park. We're also on the Australian Open official app and ozopen.com. Jesper de Jong has just served big serve and volleyed against Medvedev and wins the point. Well done to the young Dutchman.
Yeah, it's a good move coming forward. Because Medvedev is so far back, the volleyer can get in very close to the net to make that first volley, which makes life a little bit easier. Generally, the first volley is around service line, if the baseliner is returning from around that area of the court.
Just a little information about Jesper de Jong. He's 25 years of age. He represents the Netherlands in Davis Cup. Currently ranked 73 in the world. His major record to date, 4 victories and 5 defeats. He's not the biggest guy out there, but he does have nice hands, good feels, fast around the court. 2 hours and 13 minutes played so far and leading 30-love in the 5th game of set 3. Trying to recover from a love 2 deficit against a former US Open champion in Daniil Medvedev. He's right back in the court, hitting a big forehand return. This time de Jong stays back. Scampers around the baseline. Nice backhand from de Jong. Now he throws in the drop shot, but it's a little undercooked.
Interesting to see the difference in what the new coaching staff has done with Medvedev and his little tweaks of his game. Is he happy with him being a little bit more of a defensive kind of counter-attacking player, or Thomas Johansson would like to see him be a little bit more aggressive and try to get a little closer to the baseline? Maybe not with the return of serve. Yeah.
Yeah, it was a bit of a shock, wasn't it, when Daniil Medvedev and Gilles Savara split last year after 8-9 years together and a US Open title and a world #1 ranking. But I suppose all good things come to an end, and it was always going to be interesting to see who Medvedev picked to take the role, because the way he plays, Mark, is not for every coach, is it? It's difficult to work with.
And it's also, you know, the coach has got to understand, what does the player want to achieve from now on? Like someone like Medvedev, like, is he willing to, is he willing to make some changes? Like, it's okay to say those things, but when push comes to that, are you really willing to go ahead and make these little tactical changes, or a small technical change, or a change to a routine that you've been used to for so long?
That's a really good point. Jesper de Jong puts away a smash after another good serve. Game point here for de Jong. Just a few results from Medvedev coming into this tournament in Brisbane. He won the tournament, beating Brandon Nakashima in the final. Also got the better of Alex Mikkelsen, Kamil Majak from Poland, Francis Tiafoe in the round of 16, and Marton Fucsovic, who's perhaps the most muscly man from Hungary the world has ever seen. So excellent warm-up tournament for Daniil Medvedev. Another title on the ATP Tour under his belt. He's hitting a backhand here with de Jong up a game point, 40-30, 5th game of the 3rd set, into a backhand rally. De Jong is throwing in lots of slices. In comes Medvedev, and de Jong can't pass, so it's deuce. We've seen Daniil Medvedev come forward, Mark.
Yeah, voluntarily as well. It wasn't like he had to come in. I like that play from Medvedev. He's got such a big wingspan as well once he gets to the net. It's very difficult to pass. Comes into the net behind a quality approach shot. Would make it very, very challenging for any baseliner.
All right, let's head over to Josh. Just quickly for Mackenzie McDonald, a lucky loser from the USA, up against Alex de Minaur. How's the Demon getting on?
Yes, they've both held serve. It's 1 game apiece, Candy, on Rod Laver Arena. Much anticipation for de Minaur as he rips a forehand to bring up a breakpoint opportunity, but the 6th seed playing in front of a packed Rod Laver Arena. And as I said, a lot of anticipation for the Australian. He's come very close, and we'll see how he fares this year. So it's one game apiece. He's got a breakpoint opportunity, as I mentioned before, Candy. And of course, you guys are at Rod Laver Arena currently. It's de Minaur with the forehand, and now cross-court backhand there from McDonald. He's playing at the baseline and netted by McDonald. So de Minaur takes the break. He leads 2-1. He'll be serving to try and consolidate that break in the first set.
Very good for Alex de Minaur. A little look round to his team. Adolfo Gutierrez, his long-term coach, is there. Matty Reid is there. And it's Leighton Hewitt looking on as well. He just might be. Ash Barty. No, I'm sure she's watching from home. And is that the man himself? Is that...
Yeah, Leighton is there in the box.
All right, Leighton. We've got Leighton. We've got a Leighton Hewitt signing. And some wonderful Australian dignitaries as well, all supporting Alex de Minaur in his match against the USA's Mackenzie McDonald. Just checking, because Mackie is another of those on the ATP side who got engaged recently. Engaged Maria Mateus, and actually Maria's father, I think, is coaching Mackenzie this week at the Australian Open, so keeping it all in the family. Mackenzie McDonald, the son of a surgeon, so looking to cut up the opposition. See what I did there. Daniil Medvedev is leading Jesper de Jong 3-2. De Jong has just held, saving a break point in the process, so 3-2 for Daniil Medvedev, up 2 sets to love, 7-5 and 6-2 against the 25-year-old Dutchman. That is the match we are watching right now here on AO Radio, Margaret Court Arena. We are planning to move to John Cain Arena shortly, where the 6th seed from the USA on the women's side, Jessica Pegula, is up against Anastasia Zakharova. Candy and Mark in the booth, and don't forget you can get in touch with us. Ask the booth form, ozopen.com, email aoradio@tennis.com.au. You can pick the mind of one of the great Australians in Mark Halawati, so use that resource if you'd like. Daniil Medvedev with first serve that's in play. He's in a light green shirt with white shorts, as is the 11th seeds. 2 young girls these days for Daniil Medvedev. And I think, Mark, that he is arguably the most interesting person to speak to after a match is concluded. Your thoughts?
Yeah, he's a very unique character, which is great. Great for the sport, great personality. He's not to be silenced, that's for sure. He'll let you know what's going on.
And he just sort of dissects tennis so well, doesn't he? He knows what he did wrong, what he didn't do so well, how he beat a player. And you don't sometimes get that from a player after a match where they're either got a lot of adrenaline because they won or lost. But he is so good at understanding where matches were played and how they were won and lost. Big forehand from Daniil Medvedev, taking his time. He's got the white racket. De Jong at full stretch nets a ball. He's down on his back. De Jong is just exhausted. Medvedev's taking the wind out of him. He's down. Is he out?
Yeah. It's a great sign for Medvedev when your opponent is strewn all over the court, just in fatigue.
He's left a little sweat spark of wetness has on the court from Margaret Court Arena. Jesper de Jong hits a backhand wildly out, just absolutely exhausted by Daniil Medvedev. He's not missing. 7-5, 6-2, 4-2. Now it looks almost certain that Medvedev is going through in straight sets, Mark.
Yeah, it just seems that de Jong just doesn't have the answers with his game. Try to compete and stay with Medvedev here. Down a break. Medvedev, this is his bread and butter. He just loves this. Just keep moving your opponent around the court. Keep him out there as long as possible.
Make them suffer.
Yeah, Medvedev's built like a greyhound, isn't he?
He certainly is.
Long and lean.
In comes de Jong. He's got a little bit more energy in that forehand. We've just seen how much they've been running, and de Jong is considerably more, as you would expect, than Daniil Medvedev. The young Dutchman with one win over a top 20 player in his career. He beat Jakub Menšik in Shanghai last year, in fact, in 3 sets. So that's the best win of Jesper de Jong's career so far. And Schick was ranked number 16 at the time, so today would be the biggest win of his career. It looks extraordinarily unlikely, though. We'll keep you up to date around the grounds. Alex de Minaur, a 3-1 lead over lucky loser Mackenzie McDonald on Rod Laver Arena. And on Kia Arena, Andrei Rublev has taken the first set and has a break lead on Matteo Arnaldi of Italy. A wild card, Jordan Thompson, Mark. Explain why Jordan Thompson is playing on a wild card and hasn't got direct entry into the Australian Open this year.
Yeah, it's so where's his ranking? He must be well below the 100. I think he had some time out with a little injury.
Yeah.
He had a lot of points to defend, so if you're not playing in those last year's ranking points, if you don't sustain and maintain those points, it drops off and your ranking declines.
Let's see where Jordan Thompson, ranked 111.
So must have just missed out.
Been as highly ranked as world number 26, the winner of over $9 million US in career prize money. Still looking for, well, no, he does have a tour title, of course, now, doesn't he, Jordan Thompson? Very talented player. Now, that is someone who loves to come to the net. I think all the Australians do.
Yeah, well, in the past, they did, yes. It's definitely the court surfaces have changed and the style of the Australian player has changed. Oh, De Jong with a serve and volley, but it was more of a serve and a smash that almost hit the backboard on the full. If you watch this on the replay, almost wasn't high enough for an overhead.
It was a high forehand volley, wasn't it? Very different shots to a true overhead. Didn't quite get his feet in the right place, but he's still 40-15 up, serving from the juice court against Daniil Medvedev. This is now the 7th game of the 3rd set on Margaret Court Arena, a court which began at 11:30 a.m. local time. Medvedev hits an off backhand beautifully. Now he's coming forward, is he? Yes. He doesn't have to hit a volley, a winning forehand approach shot.
Seems that Medvedev is definitely trying to stay a little bit closer to the baseline in these rally moments. Trying to dictate from a little bit closer in. He's giving his opponent less time to recover.
29 years of age now is Daniil Medvedev, a man who's got an ATP ranking currently of world number 12. 22 ATP Tour titles, most recently one in Brisbane this year. And his career Grand Slam record stands at 89 victories and 33 defeats. So this will be number 90. If he can win a few more points, it's Jesper de Jong serving at 40-30 now. He's just missed his first serve wide. As to the Dutchman, second serve incoming. It's to the Medvedev forehand, who's way behind the Melbourne sign on Margaret Court Arena. Now moving forward, as we've talked about, and in he comes. It was a drive volley down the middle. De Jong decided, I'm not running for that.
Yeah, he's almost tapped out of that point as soon as he was forced to hit that one-handed slice. And again, good move from Medvedev to take the ball out of the air. Don't let it bounce. Get the shot made from closer to the net. Jong must be really feeling the workload.
He's looking pretty tired, and he's now at deuce, being pushed again on serve. First serve is in, it's wide, and Medvedev is so far out of the court, he can't get the return back in play.
And that's the best possible serve you could ask for on that juice side of the court, that sliding serve out wide to his forehand. This returner is so far back, the ball just keeps moving away. It's with so much stretch.
So we'll just see if Jesper de Jong can convert this game and keep himself in the conversation. Then we're going to head to Josh Herritt for around the grounds look. And the return is long after a good serve from de Jong. A little come on, he's still got fight in him, the Dutchman. So it is Medvedev serving with a break, 4-3 in the 3rd set, 7-5, 6-2. Medvedev has wrapped up the first 2 sets. All right, let's head to Josh for a roundup. Josh, where are we starting?
Yes, hello, Candy. We're off to a 3rd set between Priscilla Hon and Sekusic as well. Hon took that 2nd set 6-4. Cerundolo and Thompson were locked at 5 games all in the 1st set. That's on 15-73 Arena. Andrei Rublev has started off the 2nd set very nicely. He leads 3 games to love against Matteo Arnaldi. And it's Alex de Minaur. He leads 4-1 in the 1st set against Mackenzie McDonald on Rod Laver Arena.
Yeah, Alex de Minaur playing awfully well. He is in a maroon hat, maroon shorts, and a slightly off-white shirt with white socks, white shoes. He said in Acapulco, I think it was last year and the year before, that he goes through shoes, Mark, every 40 minutes.
40 minutes?
40 minutes.
Wow.
Yeah. In Acapulco, it seems like the courts there are quite gritty, and he just had he showed me, he had a massive hole in the side of his shoe.
Yeah, he does slide a lot too on the hard court, so that sliding would take a bit of shoe out on the inside of his forefoot.
Can you imagine if you were paying for those shoes? How much that would cost? I don't think he is, so
no, I think
that's the good thing.
Be okay for it.
But you have to take shoes onto the court, don't you? 3 or 4 pairs if you're going through them that quickly.
Yeah.
You've got to be ready, and they get sweaty, don't they? And squelchy and holy, as far as Alex de Minaur is concerned.
And you've got to have your shoes ready to play as well. You don't want them to be hard. I know that way back in the day, Serena, when she'd get her shoes from Nike, they were already broken in. So they'd put them on a machine that would bend them backwards and forwards. So it'll not be like you get it from a shop where they're quite stiff and hard to start off with. So when you put them on, they are comfortable like a glove.
Oh, she was
the next level.
100%. Yeah, that is professional level, isn't it? We are on Margaret Court Arena for the conclusion, we think anyway, of Daniil Medvedev versus Jesper de Jong. Medvedev has just won the first point of the 8th game of the 3rd set. Serving well is Daniil Medvedev. 6 aces, 3 double faults, 77% of first serve points won, and he's just won another with that unique forehand of his.
Yeah, sometimes that forehand looks like a giraffe that's about to be falling over and trying to swat away a bunch of bees.
It's a great visual. 37% one behind his second serve, so Medvedev will be a little disappointed by that. Plays in a first serve. It's a slow one, 162 miles an hour, possibly just trying to get the ball in because off the ground he is a superior player. 40 love.
40 love.
Just wonder, don't you, watching Daniil Medvedev, how he learnt his tennis. What was the coach doing when he was teaching Daniil Medvedev technique? It's a love hold. Who cares what it looks like? Because he is an absolutely fabulous player, and he's different. You don't have to do it the same way as everybody else.
Oh, very much so. And one thing that's undeniable about Medvedev is he's a competitive spirit, and his resilience is outstanding.
Go ahead. So 7-5, 6-2, 5-3. And now Jesper de Jong, the 25-year-old Dutchman, serving to stay in the match and in this year's Australian Open. That's a career 5-set record, does de Jong, 3 wins and 1 defeat. So if he can somehow pull something out of the bag, you just never know. And he wins the first point of that long rally. Medvedev netting. Long serving in his fuchsia hat and fuchsia top with the green shorts on. 15 love. Throws the ball up and nets the first serve. His first serve percentage just above 50 right now, which is not good enough against a superior opponent. 65% of first points won. Second serve is good into the forehand of Medvedev. A great return deep. Medvedev with a wonderful backhand. He's on the move forward. He's hit a unique high forehand, now pushed back, and Jesper de Jong wins the point.
Yeah, unfortunate for Medvedev. Didn't get close enough into the service box for that high forehand volley. Had to play it from deeper in the court. Couldn't get enough punch on it, enough pace on that shot. But de Jong a chance to run it down. Come up with a great forehand cross court.
Net points won, Mark. Medvedev has been up 41 times to Jesper de Jong's 53.
It's not a typo, is it?
As far as I know.
Medvedev has just played one of my forehands. Yeah, he was so far back in the return. He just slapped it sideways into the stands. Didn't even make an attempt to get it over the net.
That was just about making sure it wasn't an ace.
Yeah.
I think he was really, really far back. Even further than it looked like 6 meters. He was 6 meters back and wide. So de Jong 40 love nets the first serve. He's hit 3 aces today. De Jong, world number 73, 1 double fault, won 42% of his second serve points. He's got a second serve point coming up. He's been broken 6 times today, so good receiving from Daniil Medvedev, who just whacks a backhand down the line return and then a forehand winner. As soon as they get into the longer rally, Mark, it's pretty one-sided, isn't it?
Yeah. John
And by longer rally, I mean more than one shot.
3 hits, exactly. It's an extended rally.
We've got the +9s. We haven't got there too many times, fortunately for De Jong, who's already been flat on his back with tiredness. He's just held De Jong going wide again from the deuce side. Some whistles and support for the Dutchman. They want this match to continue, those fans on Margaret Court Arena. Day 2 of the Australian Open 2026. Medvedev will serve next to finish
and you hope
this match.
De Jong comes out with a bit of energy. I'd be ordering a triple double espresso, 4, just to get a bit of caffeine here, get some adrenaline running through the body here. Try to put some physical pressure on this service game from Medvedev.
Corentin Moutet, I always call him Mercurial Frenchman, played in Metz in France last year and walked out onto court with a coffee in his hand. And he won his match on one leg yesterday, did Moutet against Tristan Skulkate. In the 3rd set, he appeared to have hurt his hamstring and was literally hopping. Now, you never quite know with Corentin Moutet.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see, has he been out on the practice court today to see if he's, if he is actually injured or not.
The match on Cain Arena we are going to go to shortly. Pegula versus Zakharova has just begun. We'll be heading over there, and the 6th seed from the USA, a former major finalist, has broken her opponent. So good start for the 6th seed on the WTA Tour side of things. Jessica Pegula, now 31 years of age. We're just here on Margaret Court Arena to see if Daniil Medvedev can wrap up his first round match against Jesper de Jong, and his portion of the draw has opened up with the injury retirement of Felix Auger-Aliassime. That is the big news on the ATP side of things here at the Australian Open this year, because the 7th seed from Canada, who's been playing brilliant tennis, had to retire down 2-1 against Portugal's Nuno Borges. So Borges will play the winner of that match between Juan Manuel Cerundolo and Jordan Thompson. They're currently battling it out on 15-73. Juan Manuel Cerundolo, the younger brother, I should say, of Francisco Cerundolo. That is a sporting family. They're a little bit like the Cordas, the Cerundolos, because the sister played international field hockey for Argentina, and obviously the 2 brothers are world-class tennis players. It's very unfair, isn't it?
It's a high-achieving family.
Yeah, another one. And you've got the Cordas,
family.
2 golfers, 1 tennis player, dad, a former Australian Open champ, mum, top 35, with a beautiful one-handed backhand. It's not right.
Wonder what their dog is feeling like. How left out is the dog? Was that like a national champion?
I think the dog is called Rafa, if my memory serves me right. Yeah, because Corda's a big fan of Rafael Nadal, who was in Saudi Arabia at the end of last year. He is the Saudi Arabia tennis ambassador, is Rafa. Out there looking very happy. He has now 2 children and seemingly coping with retirement on his boat very happily indeed. Now Medvedev in trouble here. This is a surprise. He's just run in a double fault, and it's his 5th of the match, and he's facing 2 break points as he attempts to serve this first round battle out on Margaret Court Arena.
He's digging himself a little hole here, Medvedev. He's got another second serve to face.
Do you want to make it exciting, do you think?
Sure, he'd love to get out of there as quickly as possible.
Second serve is a good one. Jesper de Jong on a massive forehand return. He's moving forward, the Dutchman, and he gets it. 5 games all.
He really stepped up on that return of serve. It's a way to inject some excitement into this match.
5 games all. 3 breaks of serve now for de Jong from 8 opportunities. Medvedev was broken 6 times, and Medvedev gives a sarcastic thumbs up to Thomas Johansson. We've seen that before, haven't we?
That's right. He's back, Medvedev.
Medvedev is back. We're going to quickly head over because Josh Herriot has an update. We've got a set point, Josh.
Yeah, set point on Rod Laver Arena for the Australian Alex de Minaur, and he's serving an ace. And he seals it 6-2. for the first set. The Australian pretty comfortably in the end, 6-2 against Mackenzie McDonald. Over on Rod Laver Arena. Back to you, Candy.
Perfect, Josh. Mackenzie McDonald, a lucky loser. Alex de Minaur, a set to the good. And it could be set points coming up on Kia Arena. We'll head back to Josh shortly to see if Andrei Rublev can complete the second set against Matteo Naldi. Rublev leading that match 6-4, 5-1. What's just happened?
So Medvedev, after the last game where he kind of gave the thumbs up to his coaching team that, you know, thanks for all your hard work. He's just ripped a forehand on the run, passing shot centimetres in the line, inside the line, and then just turned to his team and just clapped and said, "Yep, you are right."
Love it. 40 winners now for Daniil Medvedev compared to 35 unforced errors, as we mentioned earlier. 74% won at the net. Da, 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 da. Boom. Only we had symbols in the commentary box. 15 all. Here in the 11th game of the third set, de Jong has recovered from a break deficit as Daniil Medvedev drives the backhand up the line. He's just in the centre of the court. He's moving the Dutchman everywhere. He looks so comfortable, Medvedev. Got so much time. That ball goes up. He's going to have to hit a smash, and it's a good smash. A good smash.
And for those who aren't too sure, McDonald, who's playing de Minaur, is a lucky loser. What is a lucky loser? Is there such a word? But the lucky loser is a person who has lost in the last round of qualifying, and then you put your name into the hat. If someone from the main draw withdraws in the for their first round match, you get the lucky losers, or the losers of the last round of qualifying get drawn in order. It's just a random draw, and you've got to be prepared to play. So if someone is unwell or is injured before their match, you get called in to take that player's spot. Sometimes you get a day's notice, but other times it's on the morning of or on the day of, and you've got to be waiting around the venue for all the first round matches to be completed, because you just never know when you get called up.
And sometimes, Mark, we see lucky losers make the most of their opportunities.
Yeah, and go ahead and win the entire tournament.
It does happen. It's just a bit of a carte blanche, isn't it? Why don't you just go for it? And there's big money at stake. So Mackenzie McDonald, 150 Australian US dollars, 150,000 if you get in the first round. And that goes up to 225 Australian dollars if you make the round of 64, which is what these players are vying for today. Thomas Johansson, you can probably hear him encouraging Daniil Medvedev. De Jong has a game point here to take the lead in set two. He's just hit a serve at 206 kilometres an hour as the Dutchman. So game point. First serve is hit down the middle, and it comes in, but it's a winning return from Medvedev.
I love the way there Medvedev is trying to have a conversation. Well, it's a one-way conversation with Johansson, and Johansson is not wanting to make eye contact, just eyes focused forward. Just try to keep the information positive. He's back at juice here.
Ball bounces from de Jong. Juice, 5 games all, third set. First serve is netted. Second serve incoming. It's into the Medvedev backhand. At least Medvedev choosing to hit a backhand because the ball was pretty centre in the box. It's long, well long for de Jong. A raw. Medvedev has a break point. Let's quickly head over to Kia Arena. Josh Herriot is there watching Andrei Rublev.
Let's go, yes. Yes, I am, Candy, and Rublev has taken the second set 6-2. So 2 sets to love. He leads. He took that first set 6-4. That second set going 31 minutes in duration. So Andrei Rublev, 2 sets to love against Matteo Naldi.
Very good. Thanks, Josh. Right, let's see if Daniil Medvedev can break again for the 7th time against Jesper de Jong. They are playing on Margaret Court Arena. And Jesper de Jong under pressure again. The second serve goes into the Medvedev forehand. Medvedev making his way closer to the baseline with every shot. He's hit a forehand down the centre of the court, and it's long from de Jong, who wants to smash his racket, refrains from doing so. But he's worked so hard, Mark, to get back into this third set, and now Medvedev's broken again.
Yeah, all that hard work to get back to level at 5-all, just undone with a couple of loose errors. understandably very frustrating for De Jong in that situation. He had a bit of momentum with him. He's just handed it back to Medvedev, and I don't think Medvedev will play as sloppy game again on serve. He'll be really, really focused to hold serve and close out this match and get off the court as quickly as possible.
And the players just sitting down on Margaret Court Arena. Checked shirts, green and yellow for Daniil Medvedev, and the white shorts, and he's looking likely again.
Yeah, and both players with the ice towels on their legs. So the players do have the benefit of a couple of ice towels, a little fridge beside the court to keep the towels on the vital parts of the body, cool the core temperature down.
Time called then on Margaret Court Arena. Let's head though to Fiona Darmoudi, who's going to give us a roundup of Felix Auger-Aliassime, Fiona, because we saw, unfortunately, the 7th seed from Canada have to retire earlier today.
Yes, I was just at his press conference, and it was actually cramping. He started cramping in the start of the 3rd set, and he said it was just impossible to keep going. He was trying his best. He said it hurts more because he put in all the hard work to get here. It wasn't like he felt guilty for not working hard in the off-season or anything, and he was just really disappointed because he said he just does not like playing like that, and he felt like a punching bag out there, and he just could not get into the match and had to retire. He can't recall it really ever happening in his career before, so he was extremely disappointed, to say the least.
Was he asked, Fiona, about maybe a lack of salt or being dehydrated, or is there a reason?
No, he could not find a reason. He couldn't put it down to anything. We asked about the heat, the humidity, and he just shook his head in disbelief himself. He's so disappointed. He can't work out why it happened. It's never happened, and he will now go home and try and work on, I guess, who knows, because he can't find the reason.
What a shame. That is a real shame. Felix Auger-Aliassime down 2-1 against Nuno Borges, and decided to call it a day. Fiona Darmoudi finding out that it was due to cramp.
It's very interesting to retire with cramp like that. I'm sure the medical team would have been out there with the old pickle juice. That's one of the instant hits to try to get rid of the cramping. So he must have, I guess if you've never experienced it, it can be a little bit of an awkward feeling. I don't know too many matches that have been forfeited because of that reason.
Usually there's some condition, isn't there? We know that there's a player that I was hearing about that had a physical condition. Gabriela Elena Rusa for Romania played yesterday, beat Diana Yastremska, and she has a condition that leads to cramping a lot, can't train fully. Well, let's get back quickly to Margaret Court Arena, because we were expecting Daniil Medvedev to close out Jesper de Jong. He's had a big lead here in set 3. He hasn't managed to do that. De Jong had an opportunity to move 6-5 in front, but he was broken for the 7th time. Daniil Medvedev now love 30 down, but he's just served an ace.
It's interesting, as this match has got a little bit more focus, a little bit more pressure at this point, the end of the 3rd set. Medvedev has definitely become a lot more vocal to his team. He's very in control for most of this match emotionally.
He looks a little stressed, doesn't he? He's just hit a really good first serve down the tee and a backhand up the line. He's got to play another shot. It wasn't well played. Now another one up above. Yeah, de Jong has pushed Daniil Medvedev back. This point should be over. Medvedev now forced to run and chase, and de Jong is in charge of swing volley, and it's a winning shot. Unbelievable on Margaret Court Arena.
Well, 2 overheads from Medvedev that weren't put away to seal it. It looks very awkward when the ball gets thrown up in the air with a lob and he's got to perform a smash. At this level, those 2 smashes have just got to be winners or forced errors. And that just turned the point around. De Jong taking control.
He looked like a slasher in a bad horror movie, did Daniil Medvedev, on those 2 high balls, serving at 15-40, 2 break points against him. De Jong has just found another level here, but that forehand of De Jong goes well long.
30-14.
We're going to go to a tiebreaker here on Margaret Court Arena, or is Daniil Medvedev going to fight back? 8 aces now for Medvedev, 5 double faults, 75 of first serve points won. First serve is just long this time. He was going to the backhand of the right-hander De Jong, whose best performance in a Grand Slam is reaching the second round on 4 occasions. Second serve is whacked from De Jong. That is so brave. What a winner.
Well, I really like it when De Jong steps into the court like that on that second serve. Medvedev, unfortunately, that landed pretty much in the centre of the service box. It's a perfect invitation to run around and hit that off forehand return.
That second serve is not good enough from Daniil Medvedev. 11 of 35 won today, just 11 points won by the second serve.
I'd love to see his serve placement on those second serves. What area of the court are they landing? If it's anything like that last one, that was smack bang in the middle of the box.
De Jong absolutely rattles it for a winner. The hand goes up from De Jong. 6 games all. We're into a tie break. Good first serve from De Jong, and he wins the first points. There's a lot of people, Mark, supporting this Dutchman.
Yeah.
1-0 De Jong.
I really want to see a fight here. Yeah, Medvedev has got to just stem the flow of points against him here.
Medvedev serving then in this breaker at love 1. He became the world #1, you might remember, February 2022 for the very first time. Medvedev, who's served and hit a backhand, another backhand cross court. De Jong opts to hit a backhand, it's long. De Jong could have moved around that and hit a forehand, no problem. 1 point all. 1-1. De Jong will pick up some good points regardless of the result here, because he lost in the first round of qualifying in 2025. And only his previous appearance in the main draw as a qualifier in his debut in 2024, he reached the second round, lost to Sinner. Medvedev wins that point, 2 points to 1 in the breaker. 2-1 Medvedev. Daniil Medvedev has lost in the first round here once before. That was on his major debut 2017, and down to Ernesto Escobedo in 4 sets. We're on serve so far in this third set tiebreaker. Medvedev 2 sets to love against Jesper De Jong. First meeting between these two. De Jong has missed his first serve. Second serve coming up. Ball goes in the air. It's a kicker into the backhand of Medvedev. Throws in. Oh, the drop shot, but just got it wrong. Maybe he just second-guessed himself.
Yeah. He does so well when he's behind De Jong. He works hard, plays the right points, good shot selection. And then when he gets in front, he made a fairly simple forehand error previous point, and now that drop shot that was never on, not the right time to do that shot, unfortunately. And then we get to clear the net with the drop shot.
So serving 1-3.
Yeah, he's got himself in a little bit of trouble here. 1-3 and a second serve. Just got to play a really sound, tough point.
Serve goes in. It's a backhand from De Jong, who was thinking about coming forward. A step back to the baseline. He's just behind the baseline. Medvedev a few meters behind it. Medvedev hitting a backhand deep cross court. Staying down nicely. We're into a backhand cross court rally. De Jong has thrown in a slice. Now puts second hand on and misses De Jong. The racket goes up in the air. Medvedev has a clear advantage now, 4-1. 4-1.
Yeah, there's not too many players are going to beat Medvedev in that backhand cross-court to cross-court rally. You've got to try to change direction, take one of those backhands up the line, go to his forehand, and hopefully he'll play it cross-court to your own forehand, which is De Jong's strength. Now Medvedev, nice little buffer here at 4-1. Although serving hasn't been his strong point the last couple of games.
Especially if he misses a first serve, which he doesn't. He gets that one, a little racket shake. Daniil Medvedev 2 points away from victory. It's been a good tiebreaker, very solid from the 11th seed, the former US Open champion. 5 points to 1 as they change ends here on Margaret Court Arena. AO Radio, live around Melbourne Park, broadcasting to the world. iHeart Radio, Vision Australia Radio across Australia, TuneIn Radio around the world, SEN here in Melbourne. Day 2 of 2026 Australian Open.
Medvedev with one more serve, so hopefully goes 6-1 up. Almost feel like he's starting to prepare to shake hands for this match.
Hansen is in a bucket hat, keeping cool under a little more pressure from his charge. Bouncing the ball a few times with the white racket is Medvedev, preparing to serve. Steps up to the line. 2 hours and 51 minutes played. It's an ace, and that should be that. 6 points to 1 here. Medvedev with 5 match points.
Why Medvedev is such a difficult player to play against. I feel like you're back in this match, bring it to a tiebreaker, and he's just been super, super solid when he needs to be. 5 match points.
Well, it's a good first serve from De Jong. He's racing in, hits a drive volley off the forehand, and now a forehand punch volley winner. 6-2.
6-2, Medvedev.
Medvedev wouldn't worry too much about that point. He's thinking, I can pretty much go for it on this point as well. I've got 2 serves to come. Back himself to win at least one of those points.
Standing back in the court, preparing to hit a wide forehand. It's a winning forehand return. Daniil Medvedev with a shake of the head, a little grin towards his opponent, a slight apology, but what a winning return that was. Jesper de Jong sees the funny side, just too good. And Daniil Medvedev is through to the second round at this year's Australian Open. He's a 3-time Australian Open runner-up. Can Daniil Medvedev win the title here in Melbourne Park this year? Well, he's into the second round for a 9th consecutive time.
That's a good performance from Medvedev. He was really, really solid. I had that little bit of a blip at the back end of that 3rd set. Created a bit of pressure on himself. He settled the ship and really did well to close out that match.
Well, he gave his coach Thomas Johansson a little bit of jip, but I'm sure they'll be all smiles when they have a little debrief after this one. Straight sets for Daniil Medvedev over Jesper de Jong. Made the 3rd set a little bit more complicated for himself after that break lead, but gets there in the end. Reached the finals, of course, in 2021. Fell to Novak Djokovic in straight sets. Got to the championship match again the next year when he went down to Rafa Nadal in 5, despite holding that 2 sets to love lead. And a runner-up again for Medvedev as Jesper de Jong leaves the court. 2024, Medvedev losing to Jannik Sinner a couple of years ago in 5 sets, despite again holding the 2 set to love lead. So he's come so, so close, as Daniil Medvedev, and clearly likes these conditions once again this year. Jesper de Jong just signing a few autographs. What did you think overall of his play?
Yeah, like he can definitely match it with the players in the top 20. He just has this moment that when he gets in front, it's just sometimes the choice of shot wasn't as good today. Played a little bit loose when he was behind, and a couple of those returns on the second serve from Medvedev, when he had those break points, it really stepped up and was brave. But then, 1 or 2 points later, he'd just make a loose error in a situation where you can't really afford to do against these better players. But he's got some skills, that's for sure. He will get better.
Fun to watch, isn't he? Jesper de Jong, 25-year-old with an ATP Tour ranking currently of world number 73. Goes down in straight sets, but certainly impressed the fans on Margaret Arena. And we are going to go down on court to hear from the man himself, a 3-time Australian Open runner-up, Daniil Medvedev, momentarily. Then we'll be heading over to John Cain Arena, where the first set between Jessica Pegula and Anastasia Zakharova is going quite quickly. Pegula up 5-1. We're going to get a court round-up, but let's head down now and hear from the man himself. It's always an interesting interview. I'm sure Medvedev will have some good things to say.
Daniil, congratulations. Not an easy matchup, and of course really warm conditions, but you've got to be really happy with your start, not just here, but undefeated in Australia so far this year. Congratulations, great stuff.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Today was not easy. I mean, first match, different tournament, Grand Slam. Last year I lost almost everywhere first round except here actually. So happy to win in straight sets, even if some of them were kind of up and down, but the conditions felt slow. So we were both breaking each other's serve a lot. The most important is to win, and hopefully I can play better next rounds.
You talk about last year. What happened? You won one match of the Slams. That's very unlike you. Can you put that down to anything? But look, you've certainly turned it around quickly today.
Yeah, I mean, all of them were different, and it was actually all of them were great opponents. I think all of them except Bonzi are actually seeded now, so they were going up the rankings. But it is what it is. I was also serving for the match in most of them anyway. Last year was not my best year. But I'm playing better and looking forward to this Australian Open.
You were really aggressive today, mate. I thought you came in a lot more than we've seen over the last couple of seasons. Is that something you've really been working on?
I mean, when I play good, I am actually aggressive, and when I play bad, that's what my goal is not going through, and my ball is not going through the air, so I become a bit more defensive. He was also far behind the baseline. Many times I managed to move him around and even finish at the net and stuff like this. Again, some moments I could have maybe been a bit more clinical. Again, first round never easy, so hopefully I can be more clinical in the next rounds.
And just quickly, mate, it's very warm out here. The court, it's radiating a lot of heat. Is it straight to the ice bath?
Yeah, I mean, I actually felt great. Great. It is warm, but I felt okay, and I think then he was probably struggling tiny bit more than me, but there were sometimes tougher conditions than that, so hopefully it doesn't get worse than what we felt here, and for sure a bit of ice bath never feels bad after such a warm match.
Well, it was great stuff today. The crowd absolutely loved it. You're undefeated. Keep the roll on.
Josh Eagle asking the questions to Daniil Medvedev, who said they felt the court was pretty slow today. Conditions very hot out there, and it was clear that Jesper de Jong was suffering more than Daniil Medvedev. The Dutchman was having to run a lot more than the 11th seed, who didn't have the greatest of 2025s, hence breaking up with long-term coach Gilles Savara. But here with Thomas Johansson, and he's into the second round of the 2026 Australian Open.
Oh, I hope he goes deep. I really do now, after watching that and seeing him play. Like, yeah, and I like what he said. You know, when I play well, I play more aggressively compared to when I get that defensive mindset and the ball doesn't go through the air as far. So it's good. He's very, as you said previously, he's very aware, and he's very good with his self-analysis of the way he plays.
All right, so Daniil Medvedev is through at the expense of Jesper de Jong, 7-5, 6-2, 7-6, a really good tiebreaker from the 11th seed. Let's head to Josh Herriott for a look around the grounds. Josh, what are you looking at?
Yes, currently on Rod Laver Arena watching Alex de Minaur and Mackenzie McDonald. De Minaur is up 3-0 in this second set, but my eyes are glued to the screen on ANZ Arena 2, Candy, because we've got another Canadian struggling with cramp here in Marina Stakusic against Priscilla Hon. She's been battling cramp throughout the afternoon, and they've actually got the wheelchair out on court now. The doctor and the physio are with her. She doesn't look in a good way at all. She was in visible discomfort earlier on in this set, but not looking good for her at the moment on ANZ Arena. I'm not sure if you can see that, Candy, on your screens as well in your bunker with Mark, but she's currently on the ground with the doctors and physios, and Priscilla Hon also over there. A little concern for her Canadian opponent as well.
Yeah, that is very, very concerning. Marina Stakusic. Wow. Yeah, we've just moved our screen over there, and it looks like, gosh, she is not going to be able to play. Stakusic, a Billie Jean King Cup champion with Canada as of a few years ago, teamed up with Leila Anne Fernandez, and she is visibly very, very distressed in a wheelchair playing Priscilla Hon, and she's being taken off the court now. Hon, the Australian, working with Cara Black, is actually helping. And Hon has got a smile on her face. She's laughing, so I think the situation isn't critical. But
looks like her left leg is just locked
cramped
into a full leg cramp.
And so not the first player.
Yeah, it's such a hard thing with the body cramping. Like, you just don't know when it's going to hit.
I've had that before, and not on a tennis court, Mark, but just when everything locks up, it's agony, isn't it? and Marina Stakusic, the young Canadian, won the first set against Priscilla Hon 6-1, lost the second 6-4, was 5-3 down in the third and has retired. So Priscilla Hon of Australia is moving on at the expense of Marina Stakusic, who's being wheelchaired off the court on ANZ Arena. Our thanks to Josh Herriott, who's been providing great court roundups all over the place.
And that's good news for Priscilla Hon. She moves, you know, not the ideal circumstances, but I think she was serving for the match at 5-3. She's got herself into the second round after being a wild card for this event.
And well done to Priscilla Hon for helping her injured and cramping opponent off the court. She is a very decent sort. Let's get back to Josh now for a whip around and see what other scores are going on. And then we are going to head to John Cain Arena, where Jessica Pegula is trying to wrap up the first set against Anastasia Zakharova. Josh.
Yeah, thank you, Candy. I can tell you that Juan Manuel Cerundolo and Jordan Thompson, and Cerundolo took that first set against Jordan Thompson via the tie-break. So he's taken the first set via the tie-break, and it is currently 2-1 on serve in the second set. That's on 1573 Arena. And Andrei Rublev is up a break of serve in the third set against the Italian Matteo Analdi. Back here on Rod Laver Arena, it is Alex de Minaur that leads 4-0 in the second set. He took the first set 6-2 against Mackenzie McDonald, the lucky loser, the American, and he leads 4-0 in this second set.
Brilliant. Thanks, Josh. Yes, of course, Matteo Berrettini was expected to be the first round opponent of Alex de Minaur. And that's why Mackenzie McDonald has slipped into that spot, because Berrettini, unfortunately, too injured to play. Mark, that was sort of the matchup, wasn't it, when the draw came out? De Minaur against Berrettini first round.
Yeah, unfortunately, Berrettini's just had a horror stretch over the last almost year and a half. He's barely been on court. He was, was he top? It was 6, 7 in the world
top
at one
10,
stage.
Wimbledon runner-up, and Davis Cup. I mean, when the Davis Cup happens for Italy, he just steps up and be counted. Now on John Cain Arena, we've just moved over. Jessica Pegula has taken the first set, 6-2 against Anastasia Zakharova. So the 6th seed from the USA looking good. 35 minutes gets it done there behind serve. 1 set for Pegula over Zakharova. A match that, of course, she is expected to win, but never really know.
And the bad thing for, obviously now for Berrettini, that's taking him out of the Australian Open, but we don't know how many more weeks that's going to set him back. Obviously, he's not in anywhere near the fitness level and the health to compete at this level. So it could be another month or so off the court.
And he's such a popular figure, isn't he, wherever he goes? But you're right, just injuries have just derailed the popular Italian. Jessica Pegula, meantime, has again taken the first set against Anastasia Zakharova. Pegula had a very good ending to 2025. She was a runner-up in Wuhan, a semi-finalist at the US Open, also got to the Final Four in Beijing, and the WTA Tour finale, which is in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia these days, working with Mark Merklein, and rolled into the Brisbane semi-final to kick off the new year. Didn't play a tournament right before the Australian Open, decided after that semi-final finish in Brisbane that was good enough, and she started very well so far in this year's Australian Open.
What do you feel Pegula's got to do to take on someone like Swiatek or Sabalenka? What does she need to do, and how does she beat those two players?
Well, I think,
or even Coco Gauff.
I think she can beat Coco Gauff, and she has done. They've kind of traded, haven't they? I think against Iga Swiatek, Swiatek doesn't have the power to blow Pegula away. The worrying opponents, I think, for Pegula are Rybakina and Sabalenka, just because they can simply overpower her.
Yep,
but I think everyone else she's pretty neck and neck with.
Yeah.
Your thoughts?
Yeah, her style, she very much uses the pace of her opponent. She moves the ball around, takes it early, Doesn't play with a lot of excessive topspin, very flat. Stays very close to the baseline. Is very good at changing direction of shot. She can change the direction of shots of any situation. That just keeps the opponent moving. It's probably the serve a little bit. It's deceptive. It's not really quick. She does land it in awkward areas of the service box. Doesn't make it easy for the returner.
I'm just looking at Pegula's top 10 record. When she's played top 10 opponents, 26 victories. Last year beat Jasmine Paolini and Coco Gauff in the Riyadh finals to make the semis. Got the better of Aryna Sabalenka in Wuhan in 3 sets, 7-6 in the third. And got the better of Iga Swiatek last year as well in Bad Homburg on the grass. So has got some wins. Pegula beating Iga at the US Open 2024 as well when she reached the championship match, just losing to Sabalenka 7-5, 7-5. So that's as close as Pegula's got. I just think if the draw opens up, maybe a couple of players not playing quite their best, and she can just thread her way in there. She's there or thereabouts.
Yeah, very much so.
Right, Anastasia Zakharova is serving here, trying to resurrect a set down. She's just hit an enormous forehand winner. First game of set 2.
15-13.
It feels like with Pegula, when she sets her feet and she's balanced at contact, she can do whatever she wants with the shot. It's when she's on the move, and I guess that's what her opponent's got to try to do, keep her off balance and moving left to right. Just attack her mobility a little bit.
First round match on Cain Arena. Pegula is in the orange of Adidas, in the dress with a visor. Zakharova in a sort of taupey green outfit with white shoes and very colourful reddish racket. She's down on her knees, Zakharova, serving at 15-30, first game of set 2, and she's missed a backhand just wide, so break point chances here for Jessica Pegula.
With each error that Zakharova makes, she likes to do a little shadow swing of that one shot. Not sure if that's very helpful.
Serves wide, and it's a wonderful return from Pegula, and she breaks in the first game of set 2. So Jessica Pegula looking awfully sharp on John Cain Arena.
And that's probably one area of Pegula's game that I think is outstanding, is a return to serve. She's very, very compact with her motion, the swings. Takes the ball inside the baseline. Like that last return, she likes to rifle it straight back at the server, give the server no angle on the first shot. And exactly what happens, Zakharova is unable to control that pace of shot. Missed the court by a long way.
Little information on Anastasia Zakharova. Made a third round here a couple of years ago. That was her Grand Slam main draw debut in 2024. Overall, this is her 4th major main draw appearance. Has also made the second round at Wimbledon and the US Open both last year. She has played a top 10 opponent once before, and that was against Madison Keys, another American, London 2025 tennis returning to Queen's Club on the WTA side of things on the grass last year. That was a very popular event, and Zakharova going down to Madison Keys. Will Madison Keys defend her title? Is there a chance this year, Mark?
There is a chance, yes. Yeah, she hasn't really been in the headlines at all this week or leading into this event.
Isn't that funny for a defending champion?
For a defending champ. Hardly seen her around anywhere. Just stealthily in the background there.
We know that her husband and coach Bjorn Fratangelo, who's very instrumental, wasn't he, in helping her win her first major title, has been consulting with Darren Cahill, the coach of Jannik Sinner, maybe working on just a few things that she can improve upon. And Cahill's one of those guys that is open to consulting. He probably wouldn't do so with Carlos Alcaraz as coach, but with others, he would be up for that. Yes. Pegula 30-15 up in the second game of the second set. First service just hit the net cord and gone wide. Throws in a second serve, it's deep, and Zakharova with a wild forehand return. We played 42 minutes, and this second set, very one-sided so far. Don't forget, you can get in touch with us via the booth form. ozopen.com. Email us at aoradio@tennis.com.au. We would love to hear from you. It's Mark and Candy in the commentary booth as Pegula fires down an ace down the tee. 2-love, second set. She is all business, Mark.
Pegula leads by 2 games to 0.
Quality serving. I saw a little stat from Pegula before. She was serving at a very high percentage of points won on serve.
Yeah, 74%, 70% first serve percentage, and she's lost just 2 points behind her first serve when she's landed it.
Wow.
You'd take that, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
And the second serve, she's lost just 1 point. So 3 points.
Some would say that's good serving.
Players, would you say, looking for about half of second serve points, ideally?
Yeah, with the way also people are returning serves as well. Oh, great footwork. Great movement there from Pegula, running down the volley from Zakharova to hit a forehand cross-court passing shot winner. Wasn't a bad volley from Zakharova, but Pegula on full stretch, controlling that cross-court passing shot winner.
And we are about to have a commentary change here. Sonny Cambers and Chris Bowers anxious to get in the booth, so Mark and I will say adieu very, very shortly. Perhaps we'll see Anastasia Zakharova hold serve to make this set a little more competitive, but it's not looking awfully good, Mark. She's just thrown in double fault, love 30. Already been broken 3 times today by the 6th seed, Jessica Pegula. He's waiting to return here. Pegula has made the quarterfinals 3 times at the Australian Open. Good first serve there from Zakharova, needed that. 2021, Pegula lost to the eventual finalist, Jenny Brady. I hope we're going to see Jenny Brady back. She did come back briefly to the US Open a couple of years ago, but it's just been injury after injury for the American. Pegula made the quarterfinals here in 2022, lost to the eventual champion Ash Barty, and made the last 8 in 2023. So back-to-back years. On that last occasion, she fell to Victoria Azarenka, who is not here this year, but is a former champion, of course, Azarenka. Great forehand cross for Pegula. It's just all a little bit too easy for the 6th seed.
Yeah. Zakharova coming to the net behind a backhand slice that was neither deep or short. It was just a little bit too easy for Pegula to hit that winner.
Blue racket in hand for Pegula, who runs a Lending Paw, an animal charity. She's a big fan of dogs in particular. She's got multiple back at home with her husband's skincare range as well. And of course, an interest in the Buffalo Bills NFL team. Family very much involved in that NFL franchise. There's a lot going on in Pegula's world, but trying to win a major title for the first time. And she is 3-love up here in the second set against Anastasia Zakharova. Right, well, that will do it from Mark and I. Thank you, Mark.
Yes, thank you very much indeed.
And Simon and Chris Bowers will be in the commentary booth after this short break.
Kids making a racket? Nothing hits like Hot Shots Tennis. Perfect for kids aged 3 to 12. Book your free trial at a participating club. Hit up tennis.com.au. Hot Shots Tennis. It's different.
If you're looking to reclaim your game, try Cardio Tennis, presented by Chemist Warehouse. This high-energy group class is where fitness meets fun. No competition, just genuine connection. Set to great music, you'll mix tennis drills with constant movement for a workout that never feels like work. And no need to be a pro, qualified coaches tailor the session for everybody at every level, whether you're new to tennis or coming back to the court. An hour of cardio tennis is guaranteed to smash stress, lift your mood, and leave you feeling motivated and confident. Reclaim your game with Cardio Tennis, presented by Chemist Warehouse. Book now at tennis.com.au.
Downtime hits different with Tennis Court Hire. Whether it's a friend you want to see, a bit of time for me, or just finding an hour free, whatever you're into, get out on court. Tennis.com.au.
Player features, exclusive interviews, game insights, and much more. That's Australian Tennis Magazine. And this AO, Australia's only tennis publication, turns 50. Join us in celebrating our special milestone by picking up a copy or subscribing at tennismag.com.au.
Message our commentators. Go to ozopen.com/AO Radio and click on Ask the Booth.
You're listening to AO Radio.
Well, a warm welcome back to AO Radio. We're live around Melbourne Park and broadcasting to the world. My name is Candy Reid. Mark Helawati has gone off for a well-earned break, and Chris Bowers has taken the hot seat. Chris, how is your day going?
It's going fine, thank you. It helps to have this lovely weather. It's supposed to be hitting 28 sort of about now, mid-afternoon.
That's about right. That's what we Brits like, isn't it?
Well, that's a hot day in Great Britain.
This is a scorching day, and we're watching Anastasia Zakharova play Jessica Pegula. It's all going a bit one-sided for the 6th seed. Pegula up a set and 3-love. I am about to leave the commentary booth and let Simon Cambers take my spot. So, Chris, you don't mind taking it away?
Absolutely. No, this is, I don't know, this might be an opportunity for Jess Pegula. She got stuck at the quarter-final stage of so many Grand Slam tournaments, but she then got to the final at the US Open. But looking very comfortable here, though. I don't think we can read too much into a first-round match against Anastasia Zakharova, but Pegula at 6-2 and 3-love, and looking very comfortable as Zakharova nets another backhand. It's all going rather quickly at the moment. Pegula at 15:30, and Simon Cambers has joined me in the commentary box. Are you well?
Hello, Chris. How are you?
Yeah, okay, thank you.
You're talking about the weather. It's just clouded over, actually.
It has clouded over, hasn't it?
It was really hot about an hour and a half ago.
Yeah, it was one of those sort of heats where you walk out and the sun bites your skin.
Yeah, but it's now a lot cooler, which I think the crowd will be happy about, because sitting in the crowd in that particular area inside Rod Laver Arena in particular is tough.
Well, at the sides where you don't get any of the shade. Yeah, it's funny, some of the outside courts where you get the shade along one side and not the other.
Yeah,
and you find the whole, it's absolutely packed on one side and empty on the other.
And you wonder why. Well, it is roasting hot. It is nice. Day 2 of the Australian Open. Brilliant to be with you on AO Radio. And Jess Pegula looking very confident, very smooth to start this tournament. She leads 6-2, 3-love against Anastasia Zakharova, world number 103. And Pegula, I think one of the things with Pegula, she sometimes gets involved in tough matches early on and maybe runs out of steam a little bit later. And these are the kind of matches she wants early on.
Absolutely. I mean, in a way, she's a colossus in the first week of slams. She so often gets through the first 4 rounds. Well, Zakharova has at least opened her account in the second set.
Yeah, 3-1. Zakharova breaks the Pegula serve, so gets one of the 2 breaks back, but certainly Pegula in control so far.
I find that Pegula's a classic example, as I suppose is Emma Navarro, of just how motivation has nothing to do with your background. It's very easy to say, oh yeah, look at the Williams sisters, they came from genuine poverty in Los Angeles, and yet we see someone like Pegula whose parents own the Buffalo Bills, there's an ice hockey team, isn't there?
Exactly, yep.
And yet the motivation is there. And often when people say to me, how do you know about players' motivation? I say, look in their eyes. And that's actually classless.
It's tough. I mean, obviously she had enormous advantages growing up.
I was going to say, you do need money to be able to make it in tennis, but that may be money from a federation, it may be money from a sponsor.
Yep.
You need a supportive family environment so that you can get to all those junior tournaments and tennis camps, without which you don't get anywhere near being able to be a top player, because all these top players will have had their technique well and truly examined on junior circuits and on the Challenger for the men and the Futures tournaments for the women. And if they have a weakness in their technique, it'll get found out.
Exactly. I mean, Jess Pegula for a long time was hovering in the sort of 20s in the rankings. Has really stepped it up in the last few years, where, as Chris Bowers said, a permanent sort of fixture in the second week. Has got to a Grand Slam final, of course, now, so she's getting closer and closer. Hits the ball very flat. These are conditions she will like, where it's warm, ball goes through the court well. But she needs to. It's tough, isn't it? We were talking the other day about the domination of Sinner and Alcaraz in the men's game, and no room for anyone else to get up. With Pegula, Sabalenka and Swiatek, although Coco Gauff's won a couple, although others have butted in, Rybakina, Wimbledon, there haven't been too many opportunities. Madison Keys here last year, so not many opportunities for other players to get in, and she's one of the ones knocking on the door. But she's well, she was born in '94, so she's coming.
She's 31 now.
32 this year.
Yeah.
And still in very good shape, very fit.
But I feel that her career really took off at about 25, 26.
Yeah, absolutely, because that's what I was saying. She was in the rankings sort of down in the 20s, low 30s for a while.
Not that being 20s or low 30s is bad. I mean, you have to be incredibly good.
Can you remember that? Oh, you mean age? Oh, you don't mean age.
I don't mean age. I mean ranking-wise.
Yeah.
You know.
No, it's very true. But she's looking in charge, all dressed in orange. Coco Gauff was talking in her press about her 2 New Balance outfits. One is, I think she wore purple today, and she's got an orange outfit for the evening. Pegula also in orange. As the forehand goes long from Zakharova.
It's I'd have thought it should be the other way around. Sure, the lighter colour should be during the day.
She said she thought it was an energy thing. She needed a bit more energy in the daytime.
Oh, and the purple gives her the energy.
Apparently. We'll have to take her at her word.
Okay, all right. All those bishops then wearing purple?
Yes, that's very true. Zakharova made the 3rd round. That's her best appearance in Australia. That was her debut, actually, in the Slams. Made round 2 at Wimbledon and the US Open last year. And has some good wins. Got to the semis of Cleveland last year. But Pegula, the number 6 seed in a slightly different league. And she's looking to get a second break again in this second set, having won the second pretty easily. And Zakharova plays a little drop shot, and a nice lob from Pegula, I think, has gone just long. But it was very beautiful, nicely done, because the angled backhand from Zakharova made it awkward, but she just flicked a little lob, but it was just over the baseline. 1 break point saved, 30-40.
Just describe that as tangerine orange?
Could be. I'd probably just go for orange, but that's because I'm not very good on the old colours.
Oh, there's lots of different
fashion.
Look at the Pantone numbers. I mean, there's masses for each one.
Nice serve from Zakharova in this second break point, and does a good job again as Pegula came forward, tried to play her own drop shot. It was too deep, and she flicked a pass. It's back to deuce.
Yes, a chopped forehand, clean winner.
Love it.
Wouldn't normally say that, would you?
Don't see too many of those these days, but no reason why not. Drop shot was not.
No, it wasn't.
Great.
But on the other hand,
it wasn't easy.
What Zakharova did was what you should do after playing a drop shot, and that's follow it in.
Yeah.
She was about metre and a half inside her baseline, and on a hard court, if your opponent plays a drop shot, you've got a chance to get there.
Absolutely, especially when the ball bounces pretty lively on these courts here at Melbourne Park.
Well, it's been bouncing particularly lively the last couple of days.
Yeah, in the heat.
The heat, the kick serve has worked incredibly well.
We're watching Diallo and Zverev yesterday.
Oh,
the
yes.
ball was bouncing, I mean, for normal people, well above their heads. Those two were okay with it, but it was still tough.
Well, I did the Peyton Stearns-Sophia Kenin match for TV earlier, and I mean, Kenin at, what, 1m70, 5'7". She's not small. She's not the tallest by any means. And she was really struggling with the kick serve.
She got aced again a lot, didn't she?
She got aced again, yes. Mind you, I think Peyton Stearns really has worked on that serve.
But there's a good sort of, it's a running story with Sophia Kenin. I think Ben Rothenberg, who writes as one of the American journalists here, he has written a story back last year about how often Kenin gets aced. She's aced more often than anyone else on tour.
Is that because she guesses more?
She guesses and she just gives up. You know, if she doesn't go, if it's not in the right place, she's not going to bother scrambling for it. That seems to be the issue. She knows about it.
Well,
she's trying to improve.
She's back in the top 30. She's the 27th seed here.
Yeah, she's been having some good results. We're still at deuce in this fifth game of the second set. Zakharova serving at 1-3. Several bounces of the ball. Just under an hour played. And we saw, you know, talking about the weather and the heat, and it's not as hot now because the sun's gone in, but you just don't want to expand too much energy if you can get away with it in these early rounds. If you're a top player, like a Pegula.
It's the old statement, you can't win a Grand Slam in the first week, but you can certainly lose one.
Exactly.
And that doesn't just mean losing a match, it can often mean playing a very long match.
Yeah, we do see a lot of players getting embroiled in tough matches early on.
Yeah, and that's of relevance for tonight's match with Novak Djokovic.
Yeah,
I mean,
absolutely.
Any chance he's got requires him to get through his first 4 matches in not much more than 2 hours.
Yeah, he will want to make sure he isn't on that court any longer than he needs to, because if he's not fresh enough when it comes to playing against either Alcaraz or Sinner or both,
he doesn't have much of a chance.
And he knows it, and he's been talking about it. And it's a funny it's an interesting situation that Novak is in, I think, because if you think about the start of his career when he got good early on, he spent a long time as the world number 3.
And he's back there now.
Behind Federer and Nadal in whichever order you want. And then he's back there now. He's come full circle in a similar sort of fashion.
And
he's not going to bridge that gap this
And yet the way Alcaraz and Sinner played, I mean, Novak was clearly the number 3 in the world last year. I know you didn't finish that in rankings, but in terms of, 4 Grand Slam semi-finals. Now, I remember back in the early 80s, I'm old enough to remember Jimmy Connors having been superseded. He was quite clear world number 1 in the mid-70s. Yep. By the early 80s, Borg and McEnroe had both overtaken him, and everyone was saying, oh, well, he's finished. And he hung around long enough to capitalise. Now, Djokovic is somewhat older. Connors at that stage was about 32, 33.
Yeah.
Whereas Novak will be 39 in May.
Yeah.
Which makes a big difference. And also, big question here is how fit is he? Because his body is starting to show signs of wear and tear.
Well, he said he called it a setback in the off season. That's why he didn't play the warm-up events he was going to play. So yeah, he's obviously relying on the fact that he knows how to hit a tennis ball, no problem,
and that he's done well here.
And he's got a credible record here, and won 10 titles, a record 10 titles. Almost half of his Grand Slams have been here. So if anyone's going to reach the top 2, it would seem to be likely to be him.
I was going to say, do you think he has the best chance of anyone in the draw?
Well, I think I don't think he can beat Sinner if Sinner's fully fit. But Alcaraz is a different story.
Beat him last year.
He beat him last year in a really, really impressive match.
With an injury, yes.
Djokovic played really well, got injured late in that match. But he played very well. And I think the matchup is better because Alcaraz has unbelievable highs. But he can have days where he
loses his focus.
He can miss a lot. He can lose focus.
Yeah. I wonder actually whether Ben Shelton is getting ready, because he's got the power to do it. Has he got the discipline and does he read enough serves?
Yeah, his return is maybe the weakness in his game, but his serve is absolutely fantastic.
Yes.
That's as good a serve as you're going to get.
Does he read enough of his opponents, I should have said.
Yeah, exactly. Pegula's broken again. Meanwhile, she leads 4-1 in her second set, just a couple of games away from victory. I know that Kate Kearns is monitoring things around the grounds for us. Kate, are you there?
I certainly am, Simon. Yes, I've covering a number of courts, and just to wrap up a match on Kia Arena earlier, Andrei Rublev, the 12th seed against Matteo Naldi, and he's got through in 3 straight sets, 6-4, 6-2, 6-3, reasonably comfortable in just under 2 hours, which on a day like today he'd be very happy about. I mentioned before that it's quite cloudy here at Melbourne Park, but the conditions are really heavy. It's still very warm out there, so difficult and different conditions now that the players find themselves in. And then, of course, on Rod Laver Arena, Alex de Minaur, the Australian, the 6th seed, up against Mackenzie McDonald. He's taken the first 2 sets, 6-2, and he is a break and 2-1 up, just coming out to serve in the 3rd.
Thank you, Kate. We'll keep in touch with Kate throughout the next couple of hours. I see that Amanda Anisimova, the number 4 seed, is also on court against Valtert of Switzerland. She's 2-1 on serve in the first set. Things expected from Anisimova.
Yeah, I mean, runner-up of the last 2 slams. Yeah. And I see her going similar to Pegula, actually. I mean, Simona Valtert's only her 3rd Grand Slam main draw. Yeah. She's 25, hasn't got a massively big game. I think her highest ranking is somewhere in the 80s. So, I think Anisimova will be too strong. Anisimova could hit...
What chance do you...
Well, she could hit Peyton Stearns in the 3rd round. And the way Stearns played today, that'll be interesting.
Well, I remember picking Peyton Stearns as my wild card in a Roland Garros a couple of years ago. And she went out almost before we'd announced the picks on air. So
you jinxed her.
Yeah, I jinxed her. Yeah, let's put it that way. But I mean, what chance would you give Anisimova of getting that first Grand Slam this year? Maybe not even here.
I would give her that chance. She seems to be consistent. I thought the way she came back from a 6-love final at Wimbledon to reach the final at the US Open, I thought that was seriously impressive.
Yeah, that was amazingly mentally strong. I think that I don't know what you think, Chris. The way she spoke after the final at Wimbledon almost was so cathartic for her that I was really fearful that this could just destroy her for a few months, but she seemed to get it all out of her system that day. The tears were there, obviously, but she got rid of it.
Yeah, I'm never quite sure about that because, we forget with Anisimova For the first 18 years of her life, her father was not just her father, but her coach.
Yep.
And then he died suddenly.
Yeah.
And it set her back, and she tried to play through the grief, and it didn't work. And I don't know, I saw her face. The camera came very close. I was watching it on a monitor as she walked out for the Wimbledon final, and I feared for her as the camera caught her face. And I thought, uh-oh, this is going to be a 6-2, 6-2 job. And she would have been happy with 6-2, 6-2, given what actually happened.
Yeah.
And I wonder whether it's going to be a step-by-step thing. She may need to have to lose another final before she did. Well, she did, yes, I know. But I'm not convinced that she got everything out that day. I think it's going to be a long learning curve for her. And whether she's ready to win one this year, I don't know. She's certainly got the form.
She's got the power too. She's got a fantastic backhand, arguably the best backhand on tour. And the way she played at the US Open when she not only reached the final, but she beat Świątek, getting revenge there. So that's impressive to me. I think, it'll be interesting to see how she goes. A little bit more pressure on her this year, but a few more expectations. But with Sabalenka and Świątek, depending on the day, sort of so far ahead in terms of Grand Slam consistency, I don't think there are that many expectations on anyone else except for Coco Gauff.
Possibly not. Rybakina could, she seems to have all her ducks in line.
Yeah.
I kept expecting Świątek to press on after that Wimbledon final. I was in Sydney and I watched her. She lost 2 matches there in the semis and the final. She lost those 2 matches.
But, and also in a slightly odd fashion, as she has lost a few of them.
Yeah, and much as Bencic played really well in the final, Świątek gave her so many points.
She said that she, in talking about that, as Pegula, by the way, has just held for 5-1, so she's a game away from victory here, as Zakharova is just removing an insect of some sort off the court.
Gives it to the ball kid.
Ball kid, the umpire said thank you, not the ball kid. I wouldn't say thank you if someone fed me an insect.
But aren't all the ball kids here really good? I wonder if that's part of their training, that they have to learn how to pick up an insect.
A few years ago, there was a cockroach in there. One of the ball boys or girls picked it up and pretended to have got it and said, yeah, it's fine. And then it appeared again. It's like, I don't think you did. And also, if there's one, there are lots.
You were going to say about Świątek?
Yeah, she said that she was actually physically very sore. She came sort of slightly late to training, or she was still training at that time. So she was sort of surprised how well she played in her first couple of matches. And then physically, she was struggling a little bit.
So I saw her against Maya Joint, and she looked sensational.
Yeah, well, you never know, do you? I mean, players are great at explaining away defeats.
Yes, exactly.
That's why they're so good, especially the best ones. Very short memories.
And they don't have many of them.
No, exactly.
That's right. And they have Duinor talked about the mind of a goldfish. It's one of the best things you can have in tennis.
That's right. The best thing in tennis is to not be overly bright. Then you're not thinking about too much.
Oh,
that's where your game.
That's where I went wrong.
Yeah, that's it. Meanwhile, Jess Pegula is a couple of points away now from victory as Zakharova serves at love 30. Second serve kicked into the body of Pegula, who does a good job getting out of the way of it and hacks a sort of squash shot back into play. And Zakharova nets the backhand, and we are at 3 match points to the American.
Yeah, this is one I think Zakharova has to put down to experience. She hasn't played badly. It's been quite competitive this match, but I don't think there's much doubt about the outcome.
No, exactly. It's match points to Pegula, love 40 on the Zakharova serve. Serve is there, but it's long. Pegula standing tight to the baseline. Just looking forward to getting this done. Getting her media obligations out of the way, her routines and recovery done, and get out of this place. And she bangs a backhand down the line. It's in, catches the sideline. The job done for Jess Pegula. Pump of the fist from the American. And she's through to round 2 with a very comfortable victory over Anastasia Zakharova. 6-2, 6-1. It took just over an hour. And that's exactly what you want in hot conditions, first round of a slam.
Yes. And not much emotion at the end from Pegula. It's job done rather than great triumph. But every match is a contest, and every match, you go out, we see these players, seeded players, they go out, we assume they're going to win, and most of the time they do, but any match, they could get into a dogfight and end up losing. So, good job.
Yeah, job done. Job well done by Jess Pegula. She'll be happy with that. Anastasia Zakharova thanks the crowd as she leaves. Enjoyed the occasion, nice for her to play on a big court. But it's Jess Pegula who's through to the second round. Trying to see who's waiting to talk to her. It looks like Andrea Petkovic, but I'm not sure. See in a minute. We'll maybe listen in to what Pegula has to say as Zakharova actually signs a few autographs. It's very nice of her after losing.
Yeah, I think, she was out there for, 67 minutes, which is as much as the 6-2, 6-1 scoreline.
Yeah.
You don't want to be beaten in under an hour.
No, exactly.
But she was competitive. She'll have got something out of that, and as so many players say.
I'm just wondering, do you have plans later? Do you have somewhere to be? I mean, you were an absolute woman on a mission out there today. As far as first-round performances go, am I right in assuming you're pretty pleased with that one?
Yeah, that was a pretty ideal situation that just happened, so that's always good. When those come around, you just take it, because I've seen a lot of really tough matches the last few days, and I'm happy I'm not quite there yet. So, yeah, when you get a good win and you play, well, you just got to be happy about it, take it, and move on.
Absolutely. And one thing that always impresses me about watching you play is that you're so calm and collected. And in commentary, they describe you as being cool as a cucumber. And I'm just wondering, does that come naturally to you, or is it something that you've had to work on?
It's funny. When I was younger, I was kind of the same. Then when I became a teenager, I had a little bit of an attitude. And then I think as I matured, I kind of settled back into my natural personality, which is being myself on court. I mean, there's always times where I feel like I have to pump myself up and get motivated and be focused. But I always kind of just stay true to my personality, which keeps me, I feel like, pretty calm out there, and it helps me in a lot of tough moments.
It probably helps having that balance off the court as well. And one thing I know you're focusing off the court is your new podcast, Players Box. So tell us about that. It's all about sort of life, on the tour and a behind the scenes look at it.
Yeah, does anybody here watch our podcast with me and last year's champion, Maddie Keys, Jennifer Brady, finalist, Desiree Kravchuk, doubles player? It's called the Players Box Podcast. You can listen to it on Spotify, Apple. You can watch on YouTube. It's been a lot of fun doing it with some of my really good friends. We try to give some nice insight behind the scenes here, especially here in Australia. We actually yesterday shot a video trying a bunch of different Australian snacks.
Which was your favorite?
Tubes.
Okay, well, I'm not Australian and I've only tried Tim Tams, so that's all I know.
Those, yeah, Tim Tams are always, top notch.
Tim Tams are top tier. Final question, any fun episodes that we can look forward to?
Well, we just did one with Coco. We did one with the guys, nothing major. I don't know, we'll see. We're filming, we just filmed yesterday or a few days ago, so we'll see how our kind of results go. But yeah, we want to have a lot of really fun guests this year, since it'll be kind of our first year shooting it. So I don't know, send us some ideas, follow us, and give us some good recommendations.
We certainly will. Jess, congratulations. Moving through to the next round here at the Australian Open, Jess Pegula.
Jess Pegula through to round 2 very comfortably, enjoying her chat with Pippa Horn. That Players Box is quite a good listen if you ever get the chance to, and a watch, of course, because podcasts nowadays are all on video. So she is doing well with that, doing well with her tennis through to round 2. We will take a short break, and when we come back, we will check in with Alex de Minaur as he heads towards the end of his first round match.
Australian Tennis Magazine has been serving up news, features and game insights for 50 years. Pick up your copy of Australia's only tennis publication or subscribe to have every issue delivered at tennismag.com.au and keep up with all things tennis via our social channels.
Kids making a racket at home? Nothing hits like getting outside and on court. With Hot Shots Tennis, kids gain confidence, learn sport skills and make friends. Perfect for kids aged 3 to 12. Book your free trial at a participating club. Hit up tennis.com.au. Hot Shots Tennis. It's different.
Have you got your copy of the AO 2026 official program? Packed with player profiles, feature stories, stats and souvenir pictures. It's the essential guide to the Australian Open and all things tennis. Pick up your copy at the AO shop, in newsagents or at ozopen.com.
Family time hits different with Tennis Court Hire. From less eyes on screens to more time with your teens or smashing fitness routines. Whatever you're into, get out on court. Tennis.com.au.
Player features, exclusive interviews, game insights and much more. That's Australian Tennis Magazine. And this AO, Australia's only tennis publication, turns 50. Join us in celebrating our special milestone by picking up a copy or subscribing at tennismag.com.au.
Message our commentators. Email aoradio@tennis.com.au.
The sound of the Australian Open. This is AO Radio.
This is indeed AO Radio, and this is Simon Cambers and Chris Bowards with you. And we've moved to Rod Laver Arena to catch up on Alex de Minaur, Australia's greatest player right now. Number 6 seed this year, taking on Mackenzie McDonald in his first match. Was supposed to play Matteo Berrettini, the Italian. But Berrettini pulled out on the eve of the event. And de Minaur, as a result, is, cruising through this. He's 6-2, 6-2, 3-2 with a break against McDonald, the American.
Yes, he was a lucky loser. Got to the final round. He was one of the seeded players in the qualifying tournament.
Very lucky loser given the first round prize money.
Yes, absolutely.
Very generous.
So 100,000
plus
Australian dollars, yes.
More than that, I think 120, I'll double check.
Right.
A lot.
Yeah.
Just a reminder, if you would like to get in touch with us, please do. We'd love to hear from you all over the world where you're listening in and what your thoughts are on this Australian Open 2026 and the opening couple of days so far and what's to come. You can get in touch with us via the Ask the Booth form on ozopen.com, or you can email us at aoradio@tennis.com.au. Do remember to tell us your name, where you're listening from, and whatever else you're up to while you're listening. We would love to hear from you.
And where you are, yes, exactly.
You hear the round of applause there. Nice little pick-up from Mackenzie McDonald, but de Minaur is so quick. It's almost a joke sometimes how fast he gets up and down the court.
Yeah, that's his big weapon.
Yeah.
Because he hasn't got a big weapon in his strokes. He has beefed up some of his strokes.
Yep. I suppose consistency is a good weapon, and the fact that he, as you said, he covers the court so well. He is tough to beat for almost everyone. He's been improving every year. But again, he has to take that leap if he wants to win a slam.
Well, yes, but he's a member of that group of players, Taylor Fritz, Alexander Zverev, who are the second-tier favourites, basically behind the two men who dominated tennis for the last 2 years.
People like de Minaur, I feel, they'll never say it, but they must feel quite annoyed that Sinner and Alcaraz came along when they did.
Yes, because this was supposed to be the wide open period of men's tennis.
Yeah, exactly. One of the other ones is Andre Rublev, of course, who's been around for a while. He might have thought that he might have had a chance to get deeper in the slam.
Well, he's yet to get beyond the quarterfinal.
He's
been in 10 quarterfinals.
Yeah, that's right. For a long time, he's been there or thereabouts. He seems to have come through a tough phase mentally, which is good. I love the fact that he's got Marat Safin as his coach and in his box, and it's great seeing Safin back here. Winner here in 2005. Great player.
Safin, who looks like he's gone on the road in more senses than one.
I think he likes a party. That's what I'd say. Likes a night out.
As a former member of the Russian Parliament,
yes,
yes, he's grown out his curly hair, and
who can forget the Safinettes turning up to watch the final in 2002 when it's Thomas Johansson.
Yes, indeed.
And Marat's preparations were maybe not what they might have been.
Correct.
He was favourite to win that match, but Johansson took advantage, and beautiful backhand from de Minaur to open the 7th game of this third set. He leads 4-2, having held serve in the previous game.
But then Safin did win this title in 2005, the centenary year, when he beat Federer from match point down in the semis and Hewitt in the final.
That was an amazing that match point. Federer hit the drop half volley, or a drop volley. And there was a lob from Safin, and Federer hit the tweener.
Tried the tweener and missed it.
Yeah. So, I always wondered about that. But, he was a great player. Brilliant ball striker, Safin. Lovely backhand. Good serve. Obviously a very erratic temperament. But he won 2 Grand Slams with world number 1 Davis Cup. And plenty of tournaments.
Yes.
And for a period around 2001-2, before he had a wrist injury, he was the best player in the world.
Yeah, I agree.
Especially indoors. And then he had a really serious wrist injury which kept him out for a year. And actually coming back, he got to the final here in 2004 and then won it in 2005.
And with the possible exception of grass, where he didn't do particularly well, he was good on all surfaces.
Yeah.
Indoor hard court, outdoor hard court, clay.
Yeah. Definitely not good on grass.
Didn't he get to the semi-finals of Wimbledon one year?
In 2009, I think.
Yeah.
His last year. And I think he beat Novak along the way, first round.
Yes, he did. That's right.
So, he obviously could do it, but it was more tricky.
Well, grass is an attitude of mind, because although it looks like the ball bounces perfectly, it doesn't. You get bad bounces, and you have to accept them.
And it does still bounce lower than other surfaces.
Yes.
It does skid through, not as much as it used to, which to me is a real shame. Because I like the fact that you have to be different, be able to cope with different surfaces and different challenges. I wish the grass had stayed fast.
Well, there's a big question about whether the grass changed or whether the tennis changed.
And the strings changed.
The strings.
Everything,
The way players play.
Yeah.
And there was a period in the 90s where there was that final of Sampras-Becker where the longest rally was 5 strokes.
That's my kind of tennis. I don't want any long rallies. What's the point?
Try commentating on that for radio.
Well, yeah, that's true. Good personalities, that would be all right. Becker and Sampras would be fine. Good shot, inside-out forehand from McDonald. And Dimino gets there, but McDonald plays serve cuts the deficit to 4-3. I want to raise something. I'm sure that people who've been watching on TV will have noticed. You obviously won't have seen it if you are listening only on radio. But when a ball or a serve is out, the net posts light up red.
Yes.
Which I think is a brilliant invention.
Well, it's basically to replace the fact that you can't see the line umpires putting their arm out.
Yeah, so for the crowd and people watching on TV,
well, yes,
very helpful.
If you're watching, I tell you when it's particularly useful is if you're watching and the sound is down.
Yeah.
You know, you and I have our sustenance in the media restaurant where there are 3 or 4 televisions showing matches, but we can't hear the sound.
Yep.
So you're watching a rally, and if it's a close call, you don't see a line umpire with their arm either out or both hands together. So that's the attempt.
Yeah.
And some people like it, some people don't, but I think it serves the purpose.
I think it's really good, and I like a lot of good inventions. My only question is, why didn't we do it sooner?
Well, we're still getting used to the fact that we don't have line umpires.
Yep, it's very true. Dimino, 26 years old now. I think he has been around 10 years, in fact. I think it might be 10 years since his first Australian Open. Bidding to reach round 2 for 8 times. This is his 9th Australian Open appearance. Got to the quarterfinals last year and got well and truly hammered by Sinner, who was just on fire at times last year.
Yeah, there's no disgrace in that.
Not at all, and he's not alone, as we know, because Sinner and Alcaraz especially just been pushing themselves.
And he's not totally home and dry in this one as well. He only has 1 break, and McDonald's got into this 3rd set.
Yeah, McDonald's a fine player. He's maybe not shown it too much in the opening 2 sets, but he's a gutsy player. Got some great ground strokes as Dimino gets a good kick serve that is not cleanly struck by McDonald. Sits up in the middle of the court and he swats away an inside-out forehand.
Terrible injury at Roland Garros about 6-7 years ago. And I remember asking him about that in an interview, and he said, I'm not going to go into too many details because it's just not very edifying.
It hurt too much.
I think it hurt too much. He also needed help on pretty much everything in the 6 weeks afterwards.
Dimino's in the section with Tiafoe. Francis Tiafoe would be his 3rd round opponent, which would be an interesting match as he double faults on the second point, 15-all, 4-3 he's serving. And then he's in the Alexander Bublik section where anything is possible.
Yeah, Bublik is consistent now. He's in the top 10.
For someone who says that he's not that interested, he just wants to make loads of money.
That's just a cover.
Yeah, I don't think that's true. But yeah, it's actually good to see him playing the way he's playing. And
absolutely.
When he's on song, as he has been at various times in the last year, he's pretty good to watch.
And I thought he could have been troubled by Jenson Brooksby yesterday, because Brooksby had a good year last year, coming back after a 2-year absence. And the way Bublik handled it, especially on the big points, impressive.
Absolutely. A loose forehand from McDonald off a very makeable ball. And Dimino in the section, or the half of the draw with Alcaraz. So he's away from Sinner, who I think he absolutely struggles with. Maybe will feel a little more comfortable should he get through to what would be a quarter-final against Alcaraz. But that's a long way off yet, as Chris Bowers said. He hasn't even finished this one yet. He serves at 30-15, make that 40-15 as McDonald nets the forehand return.
So there are opportunities for McDonald here, just not quite consistent enough.
Yeah, and you always feel like Dimino's got it in hand.
Yeah.
To step it up if he needs to. Been working a lot on his transition, trying to get forward a little bit more. But maybe today he doesn't need to.
transition from the back of the court.
Serves to the backhand of McDonald, who then goes straight down the middle of the court to the backhand of De Minaur, who's really low on his knees to keep that ball flat. And he holds serve comfortably, and he's just a game away now. He needs 5-3 in this third set.
And we don't talk much about the importance of the knees, but the knees are incredibly important for tennis. If you can get down low, it means you can get to the right height for your body to be in position. And given that rallies frequently go 20 strokes, you're on a big point. You just need to make sure that your body's entirely in the right position. And it's not just footwork, it's also that the knees are bent to the right extent. After a while, that gets tiring.
Yeah, it's tiring watching it, let alone doing it. So Mackenzie McDonald serving to stay in this first round match at the Australian Open. This is his first serve. De Minaur looking to finish it off here. Body serve from the American. Return from De Minaur's good. He's at the net already. Took full advantage and puts the backhand volley away.
Yeah, I don't think McDonald saw De Minaur ghosting into the net there, because he played that ball quite high, as if he was looking for the depth. If he's been aware of his opponent coming in, he'd have played it just to dip over the net.
Yeah, because he almost had to run backwards to hit the ball in the first place. He couldn't keep an eye on De Minaur. Packed crowd inside Rod Laver Arena, almost completely full. Handful of seats empty. Wide return, good down the middle from De Minaur, and then he attacks on the off forehand. It's good enough to draw the error on the backhand from McDonald.
Yeah, it's full, because this is the only Australian by a long way who could win a singles title. I mean, this is a proud tennis nation. It's not the greatest era for Australian tennis. They haven't got that many good juniors coming through at the moment. So there's a lot of hope for the next 3-4 years on Alex De Minaur.
Yep.
Big weight to carry.
It is a big weight.
At the moment, he's carrying it very well.
And he's been sort of alone at the top for a while, but he's tended to have a little bit of support here and there. Great return on the top of the bounce from De Minaur. McDonald goes into the backhand corner and draws an error from De Minaur, who just misses his own cross-court backhand. Not by much. Let's have a look at the mark and a look at the scoreboard, which has the replay. Yeah, that was a good couple of inches out.
Yes, they put it up automatically if it's what they call a close call. They must have a measurement if it's within so many centimetres.
Yeah, he stops arguments, or most arguments. 15:30, up the line goes De Minaur, and it's almost wrong-footed McDonald. He's full stretch on the forehand. Forehand goes way wide, and it's 2 match points to the Australian. Leighton Hewitt watching on from the sidelines, his mentor. Of course, Australia's Davis Cup captain, and one of Australia's finest players of the last 40 years or so. Match points. This is the serve down the tee, quite long and a little bit wide maybe. Second serve, De Minaur waits on the baseline. Steps into the forehand, goes up the line, in he comes to volley. Forehand volley from De Minaur is good. The backhand's in the net from McDonald. And it's done and dusted for Australia's number 1. He is through to the second round. As comfortable as you like. Straight sets, 6-2, 6-2, 6-3 winner over Mackenzie McDonald. And De Minaur takes the applause from all 4 corners of Rod Laver Arena.
Yeah, that's a very good performance to have dropped to 7 games in your opening match against a tricky opponent, somebody who can keep you out there for a long time. That's a good result. Interesting at the end there, McDonald took his cap off before shaking hands. De Minaur didn't. And there's almost like an etiquette among the Aussie greats that if you shake hands at the end of the match, you take any of your headwear off. That was always a golden rule among them. Now, whether De Minaur's got a contract with his cap company that says you keep it on, or whether he just forgot or has got into the habit. But, yeah, Pat Rafter tells the story about how he was sort of given a pep talk by Nails Carmichael or Ray Ruffles, one of those Aussie greats who said, you know, when you go to shake hands, you take your cap off.
Yeah, it's very courteous. It's going to be Jim Courier asking the questions in a moment of Alex De Minaur. Courier, of course, was emceeing the exhibition the other night with Federer after Hewitt and Agassi and Ash Barty. Was a nice surprise.
Handled it very well, given that he had more Grand Slam titles than some of the people on the panel.
Yes, that's true.
Has more Grand Slam titles.
Yes, just.
Yeah. He has 4.
Yeah.
Marty has 3, Hewitt has 2.
And Rafter had 2.
Rafter had 2, yes.
Federer had 20.
Yes. Federer was the star.
Dimonow's just getting his bits together, chucking some stuff in the bag.
But the point I make is, given that you need an ego to be able to be a champion, Jim has managed to manage his extremely well.
Well, here he is. We're going to hear from Alex de Minaur very shortly with Jim Courier.
Alex, first round here at the Australian Open this year, and boy, you looked awesome. That was a strong performance across the board from where we were sitting, but you were playing the match. How do you feel about that performance from your lens?
Yeah, look, it's always a nervy start, starting an Australian Open, playing at home. So I'm extremely happy with that performance, happy to be through to the next round, and thank you guys, as always. Let's hope I can play many, many, many more matches here.
Well, you play all around the world, as all the players do, and the conditions are always changing, right? The balls are different, the court speeds are different, the temperatures are different. This is your home major. Are these conditions ideal for you? Is this the type of setup that really works for your game best?
Yeah, I mean, historically I've played pretty well here in Australia, so I enjoy the It kind of helps my serve a little bit, get a little bit more oomph on it, and a couple more free points, and yeah, I mean, I've got the crowd behind me as well, so it's a win-win.
It's been such a steady progression for you with your game, all the improvements, all the work that you do. You've been the #1 Aussie now for some time. You've been in the top 10 now for some time. You're sitting right now at your career high ranking of #6. Do you ever, give him some love for that. Are you the type of person that can sit back and say, you know what, this is going really well, and appreciate it in the moment? Or are you the type of person that is just looking straight ahead about what you want to achieve next?
Sadly, I've got kind of that tunnel vision of I want more every single time. So I am working to enjoy a little bit more and appreciate the journey and where I've come from, where I am right now, give myself a little bit of a pat on the back, but at the same time, I want more. So the plan is to go for more, keep on improving, keep pushing, and yeah, hopefully 6 is in my career high ranking.
Now, I'm not allowed to gamble on tennis, but if we were betting that 6 was going to be your career high ranking, I think it's going to be better than that. So we'll see where it ends up. What we do know is that you'll be back playing in the second round against a player who's a young player from Serbia named Hamad Medjedovic, ranked 90 in the world. That'll be a first-time meeting for you guys. What are you expecting in that one?
Well, he is extremely talented. He's got a lot of firepower. We've seen he's already taken some big scalps in his career. Got a big serve, big ground stroke, so it's going to be up to me to try and neutralize as much as I can and hopefully not be a punching bag for him.
Well, I don't think that's going to be the case at all. I think you were doing some great punching out here today. Ladies and gentlemen, your Aussie #1 was awesome when he's through to the second round.
Certainly was. That was Jim Courier doing the questioning.
I thought that was very interesting what Alex said about, sadly I have tunnel vision. I am trying to enjoy it more because you have to be so single-minded to get into the world's top 10, and yet he wants to be able to look back later and say, I enjoyed it at the time.
Well, I had the pleasure. I often do writing for The Guardian and for Guardian Australia in particular, and as a result of that, we tend to have some conversations with Alex de Minaur here and there. And I spoke to him just before Christmas, and he said exactly that. He is trying to forget about the results a little bit. And it's obviously a lot easier said than done, but he's trying to enjoy the process. It sounds very boring in some ways, but trying to enjoy the whole part of being on tour. He's a phenomenal player, phenomenal at what he does. One of the best in the world. Not many people could say that kind of thing in any walk of life. And he's just trying to enjoy that. He's getting married this year, which is another thing that will help him sort of relax a little bit off the court and have something else to think about, even though they've got a wedding planner. because apparently, according to Katie Bolter, they can't organise anything between them. So.
Well, and it's not like tennis won't be a feature.
No, I'm sure.
When you're marrying a fellow
Absolutely.
top 30 tennis player.
But you're right. He knows that he needs to lighten up a little bit, and as he said, pat himself on the back here and there. And because he is a serious young man.
Many years ago, when he was playing in the Next Gen finals,
yep.
I was commentating on one of his matches. And in those days, you had the when they spoke to their coaches, it was mic'd up, and even when he was winning and he was dominating, he's so self-critical.
Yeah, and so it must be hard for him to lighten up. But good that he's trying to do that because he's working very well. He's through to the second round in 1 hour and 48 minutes. We're going to take a very short break, and then we're going to catch up and see what is going on with Amanda Anisimova.
Downtime hits different with Tennis Court Hire. Whether it's a friend you want to see, a bit of time for me, or just finding an hour free. Whatever you're into, get out on court. Tennis.com.au.
Kids making a racket? Nothing hits like Hot Shots Tennis. Perfect for kids aged 3 to 12. Book your free trial at a participating club. Hit up tennis.com.au. Hot Shots Tennis. It's different.
Australian Tennis Magazine has been serving up news, features and game insights for 50 years. Pick up your copy of Australia's only tennis publication or subscribe to have every issue delivered at tennismag.com.au and keep up with all things tennis via our social channels.
If you're looking to reclaim your game, try Cardio Tennis presented by Chemist Warehouse. This high-energy group class is where fitness meets fun. No competition, just genuine connection. Set to great music, you'll mix tennis drills with constant movement for a workout that never feels like work. And no need to be a pro, qualified coaches tailor the session for everybody at every level, whether you're new to tennis or coming back to the court. An hour of cardio tennis is guaranteed to smash stress, lift your mood and leave you feeling motivated and confident. Reclaim your game with Cardio Tennis presented by Chemist Warehouse. Book now at tennis.com.au.
Family time hits different with Tennis Court Hire. From less eyes on screens to more time with your teens or smashing fitness routines. Whatever you're into, get out on court. Tennis.com.au.
The sound of summer. AO Radio.
Welcome back to AO Radio on day 2 of the Australian Open. We're in between matches on Rod Laver Arena, so we're going to switch over to Margaret Court Arena. Lovely court, in fact. Very sort of more intimate than some of the bigger cavernous courts around the world, including Rod Laver, which is a fantastic court, but it's massive. And John Cain Arena, which also is huge. This Margaret Court has a little intimacy about it that players really enjoy. And Amanda Anisimova so far is enjoying her first round match because she leads Simona Waltert of Switzerland 6-3, 3-1.
Yes, the Margaret Court Arena used to be, it was originally known as Court 1. It was the second court and it was outdoors. I think it's still outdoors, but they've built this amazing surround around it. So that it's almost like part of the same complex as Rod Laver Arena.
It is, isn't it? It joins it.
It does join
You're
it.
walking around.
You can walk from one to the other without going outside.
Which is really well done. But it is a nice court. I was there last night watching Emma Raducanu win her first round match. And Anisimova just nets a backhand and rehearses the shot. Simon Cameron and Chris Bowers with you. Please do get in touch with us. Reminder that you can do that by Ask the Booth form through ozopen.com, or you can email us on aoradio@tennis.com.au. I'm going to check in with Kate. Kate, what else is happening around the grounds?
Oh, hi, Simon. Yes, lots happening, lots of action. It's feels like a bit of a Davis Cup tie between Australia and Argentina at the moment because we've got 2 matches. Cerundolo is up against Jordan Thompson, the wild card. We are a set apiece. Thompson, however, has the break in the second and leads 2-1. So,
okay, you need to tell us which Cerundolo because there are 2 brothers.
Yes, it's
Juan Manuel, I think, isn't it?
It is.
The
You're quite
left-hander.
correct. I think the other played yesterday, is that correct? And I'm not sure.
Yes, he won yesterday.
Did he get through? Yes, and then Tarante against Vukic, and we're early stages of that match, 6-5 on serve. However, Tarante has an opportunity to actually take the set because he's got set point. So we'll see how that plays out. And then a very interesting match out on court 5 against the 2 Americans. Lerna Tien, the 25th seed, against Marcus Guerin, and it's a set apiece. Tien took the first set 7-6 in a tie break, and then Guerin came back 6-4 in the second, and we're at juice in the first game of the third set.
Thank you very much, Kate. Also good to see Stan Wawrinka out there With the age of 76.
Keeping a very close eye on that. That is on serve 4-3 in the first set.
Yeah, thank you, Kate. We'll be back with you very shortly. Anisimova has a couple more break points to get a second break in this second set. She's looking very strong. And we were talking a little bit about her before, Chris Bowers. You know, she's got so much power. She's been through a lot in her life. She lost her father when she was a teenager. She, not surprisingly, suffered a period of depression where she took time off court, away from the court.
Eventually.
Which was really good.
Yeah.
I think that's, you know, a lot of, she puts a lot of credit in that as to where she is now. Takes a lot of I don't know, a lot of patience and belief to do that kind of thing, because you're so wrapped up in the day-to-day weekly routine of tennis tours. So to take yourself away is wise.
Yeah, and just before her father died, I think it was her second last tournament, she got to the semi-finals of Roland Garros at 17.
She did.
So she was signalling just what a prospect she was then.
Yeah, that's right. I actually was lucky enough to interview her when she got to the semis there. She was sort of not a precocious teenager, but she was one of those people that you absolutely thought was going to do well. She's IMG agency, Max Eisenbud, the Maria Sharapova agent. So, you know, it was all being built up as if she was going to be the next big thing. And then, of course, she wasn't quite, but she has come right back up to be world number 4, 4th seed here these 2 weeks, and a live shot to win her first Grand Slam title. Back to Deuce. She misses the backhand return. Right on cue.
Yeah, she's finally getting it all together now, and it's taken a while, but she's a member of the world's top 5 and looks very comfortable as that.
Got to number 3 a week or 2 ago, as Coco Gauff revealed how closely she looks at the rankings. She said, yeah, and then, you know, Amanda went to 3, and then I went back to 3, and now I'm at 3. And so, yeah, they all know what's going on. They might not say they do, but they do.
Remember once, I think it was Michael Stich won a match here, and someone said to him at the end, he said, you won it with an ace of 206 kilometres. Do you ever look at the service counter? And he replied, it was 207.
Yeah, exactly. What a great player Michael Stich was.
Oh, wonderful player.
Former Wimbledon champion, runner-up in a couple of other Grand Slams. Number 2 in the world at best.
And won Davis Cup.
Yeah.
Pretty much on his own.
Absolutely. Double fault from Walter is not going to help her cause, because it's given Anisimova that second break in the second set. She leads 6-3, 4-1.
You mentioned Stan Wawrinka there. We've had a message from Pez in Oakland, California, who says, do you think the emphasis on a player's age is overplayed? I do. We constantly hear how Djokovic and Wawrinka are so old, but they're still playing, yet much younger players like Olga Rune, Artur Fils, Nick Kyrgios, among others, have been hampered by serious injuries. We never hear any reference to their age. He says he finds it very annoying. It's a good point, actually, but I do think that players are playing much more into their 30s than they were, and I think that's because of the
homogenisation of surfaces.
I think it's also the advances in recovery technology.
Yeah.
I mean, ice baths. Yeah. That's the last 20 years, isn't it?
Yeah.
If you think about how Laver and Rosewall played to their late 30s. Jimmy Connors got to the semi-finals of the US Open at 39. But then it went through a phase where by 35 you were just about finished. Now we've got that extension again. And I think actually it's not a question of how old you are, it's how you manage your body.
Yeah, no doubt. I
Plus
guess
a bit of luck about how your body survives.
A little bit of luck about your genetics and stuff, but also I guess maybe the fact that there's so much money in the sport now means that staying in the game for a bit longer. I'm not being cynical here. I just, maybe that's a motivation for some players to play longer than they might have done otherwise.
I thought you were going to say because of the amount of money in the game, there is the greater competition and therefore there's a greater turnover, so careers don't go on as long.
I think they do, because you're saying they do go on longer now, but I think, the players, as you said, definitely, physically they're so much stronger, as Walter almost does the splits on her forehand. They're definitely stronger and their recovery is better and they're more wise as to what they need to do to keep their bodies in shape. But I think the motivation to keep playing is that there's an awfully good living to be made if you're close to the top.
And I think, Pez, that the, we hope to cover Wawrinka's match at the end of the Anisimova match. He's not going to last more than 2 rounds here. Djokovic, love to see him get into the second week, but he's going to have to be very, very fit and win his matches in the early stages and not have any underlying injury problems for him to get even to the semis here. So I do think eventually age does catch up with you. We saw it with Venus Williams yesterday, although I think she lost that match on lack of match practice.
She was really good, though.
She was really good because she got herself into great shape. She was moving well, but ultimately she lost it, I think, because she hasn't played enough matches.
She said she'd not been 4-love up in any match since she came back, so she didn't know what to do, which was quite a nice touch. Yeah, I think with the age thing as well, you know, when someone's injured at 25, 26, as Anisimova holds quickly for 5-1 and is a game away from a place in round 2. And then when they're in their 20s and they get injured, we just think that they've got time to get back.
That's true, actually.
So we don't think of the end of their career. And it used to be, obviously, I think Pat Rafter was 29 when he...
Well, and he had a shoulder that was disintegrating on him.
That's very true, yeah.
Pez is from Oakland in California, and we know that Europe will be waking up now. At mainland Europe, it's, 5 to 6 in the morning?
Yep.
So as you listen to us, do send us your messages. You can email us, aoradio@tennis.com.au.
Serve from Walter is returned in the net from Anisimova. The winner of this match plays the winner of the match between Katerina Siniakova and Panna Udvardi of Hungary. She's in the section with, was in the section with Sofia Kenin, but as Chris Bowers pointed out, Peyton Stearns has now taken that place.
And looked very good.
Interesting. She's a big hitter. Linda Noskova also in that section, as is Yelena Ostapenko, who nobody wants to play.
Well, yes, you never know what you're going to get with her.
No. Could be absolute nightmare playing her because she's so red hot on her day. And a tough player to play against. Former Grand Slam champion, of course, won in Roland Garros in 2017.
And it generally finds an issue with something around the match, so it can be disruptive.
Even the electronic line calling, she might have a go at that if she feels that she needs to. Altot doing a good job in this game. She's at 40 love, just trying to extend the match a little further. As you say, Elena Rybakina is in the same half of the draw. She's going to be a danger if she plays the way we know she can. And Belinda Bencic, number 10 seed, who is in great form.
She was playing superbly at the United Cup.
Indeed. So she's absolutely one to watch. And Bencic plays Britain's Katie Bolter in her first round match later on.
Bolter just had to give a big smile to her coach there. I think she went to consult her coach thinking it was just it was an even number of games, but it's not number, so she had to walk to her chair.
Very pleased at winning another game as well.
It is from Chur, which is in that sort of alpine area of Switzerland, near the linguistic border of Swiss, German, and Italian Switzerland.
Making her main draw debut, Simona Walter. So she will have enjoyed the experience, even if she hasn't enjoyed the results. She'll learn from it. She'll improve as a result.
And you know, she will obviously want to make greater progress. So she can get into the top 80 and maybe advance from there. But you never know. If she ends up playing only 3 majors, to be able to say to her grandchildren many years from now, you know, I played a top 5 player on one of the show courts at the Australian Open.
Exactly.
I mean, that's a big achievement.
Also, how often do we see players who coming through now whose parents, you know, you look at the statistics that we get given and the resumes and stuff, and you'll see that their grandmother played 1 match at the Roland Garros, and how cool is that?
Yeah, absolutely.
I'd take that. So, Anisimova serving for the match, 5-2 in the second set, took the first 6-3. Remember, we will cross to Stan Wawrinka once this match is completed, and we've heard from Anisimova, presuming, of course, that she does win. It's just 3 points away now because the first return is in the net from Waltert. It's 15 love. Anisimova has been in the 4th round here 3 times. And as we were talking about earlier, got to 2 Grand Slam finals last year, losing love and love to Świątek in a bit of a horror show at Wimbledon, but bouncing back brilliantly to get to the US Open final and pushing Sabalenka pretty hard in that final in the end. So she's coming in here at a career high ranking of 4 and looking to make big inroads in another Grand Slam and maintain that momentum she built up last year.
I'll tell you something about that Wimbledon final, a detail that most people won't have noticed. The court staff opened the door at the end of the first set. They were absolutely convinced that Anisimova would take a bathroom break just to reset. And she was so lost in that sort of awful state of mind she was in at that time, but she didn't.
No, that told you a lot, doesn't it, about how she was thinking. She's thinking clearly now, though. She hits another ace to move to 3 match points. That's just her third ace, or first ace of the match, in fact. Surprisingly, but right down the tee, and she's got 3 match points. She serves out wide just long. Allbourne misjudges the bounce off the back wall. Gathers it in quick enough. Anisimova bouncing the ball 4 times before she serves. Big kick serve down the tee.
Yeah.
Switches it up with a second serve ace. A nice smile on the face of Amanda Anisimova. And she is through to round 2 with a 6-3, 6-2 victory over Simone Walter of Switzerland in her first Grand Slam draw. Anisimova into round 2 with no fuss, no bother. And now taking the applause from the crowd.
Yeah, it's nice to see both players smiling at the end. I think they both got what they needed out of this.
Yeah.
Walter, the experience and a few things to learn from playing on the big arena. And Anisimova needed to win without expending too much energy, which she did.
Just before she does speak, let's cross to Kate. Wawrinka close to the first set, Kate.
He certainly is. He had set point, but we're back at deuce here. Djere on serve, but Wawrinka really close and wanting to obviously finish this first set. He's 5-4 up. We're at deuce, and Djere's just about to serve again.
We'll cross over to Wawrinka's match once we have heard from Anisimova as Walter makes her way off the court. And let's hope she enjoyed her experience of playing, as Chris Bowers was saying, a big match on a huge stage. It looks like she has, because she's smiling nicely.
And waving to the crowd.
Yeah, nice round of applause for her. She makes her way off the court. Gets a towel. She's got about 8 towels in her hand, making sure she's got as many as she can.
All her friends will have them.
Exactly. Players do get requested.
Hope she washes them first. Maybe not.
Yeah, maybe just hands them over. Let the friends do the washing. Right, I think we're going to hear from the winner, Amanda Anisimova. Pretty pleased with that second serve ace that she hit to finish it off. And she's through to round 2. She will play in a couple of days against Siniakova or Udvardi. It's Mary Jo Fernandez.
Well done today, opening up the Australian Open with a straight set win. What were you most pleased with in your game today?
First of all, thank you guys. Thank you for all the love. It's really it's really good to be back here. I feel like it's my second home here in Australia. I love playing here. So yeah, to answer your question, I'm just really excited to be back. First round is never easy. First Grand Slam of the year. So yeah, just really happy to be through.
What is it about the Australian Open that you enjoy so much?
I'd say the crowd, the atmosphere. I love how rowdy it gets. Hopefully I'll be playing some night matches this week. But yeah, it's a beautiful city, beautiful courts, and yeah, I think every single player shares that sentiment.
This time last year, Amanda, you were ranked inside the top 40. You're ranked 4 now, the 4th seed. You're a contender to win the whole tournament. How has that changed your mindset as you approach entering the first major of the year?
Yeah, it's been a great year last year, and riding some confidence, and yeah, it was just a lot of great moments last year, so trying to bring those in with me this year. But it's a new tournament, new slam, so I'm just really taking it one match at a time and enjoying every single moment.
All right, and finally, day off, how do you prepare and what do you focus on for your next round in the second round?
Pretty boring stuff, I'd say. Getting my sleep in, my recovery, and yeah, some training to get ready for the next one. But yeah, just excited for the next one.
Any TikToks? I hear you've been pretty active in that category.
I'm gonna try to get my team to do some more TikToks. Sometimes they get shy, and yeah, maybe guys send me some ideas in my Instagram DMs because I'm running out of ideas.
All right, I'm sure you're gonna get a bunch of them now. Everybody, Amanda Anisimova, well done. Good luck in the second round.
Very happy Amanda Anisimova through to round 2. And away she goes, making her way off the court, and we will make our way to a break, and when we come back it'll be the conclusion of the first set between Stan Wawrinka and Laslo Djere.
Kids making a racket? Nothing hits like Hot Shots Tennis. Perfect for kids aged 3 to 12. Book your free trial at a participating club. Hit up tennis.com.au. Hot Shots Tennis. It's different.
If you're looking to reclaim your game, try Cardio Tennis presented by Chemist Warehouse. This high-energy group class is where fitness meets fun. No competition, just genuine connection. Set to great music, you'll mix tennis drills with constant movement for a workout that never feels like work. And no need to be a pro, qualified coaches tailor the session for everybody at every level, whether you're new to tennis or coming back to the court. An hour of cardio tennis is guaranteed to smash stress, lift your mood and leave you feeling motivated and confident. Reclaim your game with Cardio Tennis presented by Chemist Warehouse. Book now at tennis.com.au.
Downtime hits different with Tennis Court Hire. Whether it's a friend you want to see, a bit of time for me, or just finding an hour free. Whatever you're into, get out on court. Tennis.com.au.
Player features, exclusive interviews, game insights, and much more. That's Australian Tennis Magazine. And this AO, Australia's only tennis publication, turns 50. Join us in celebrating our special milestone by picking up a copy or subscribing at tennismag.com.au.
Message our commentators. Go to ozopen.com/AO Radio and click on Ask the Booth.
Welcome back to AO Radio.
You're listening to AO Radio.
Welcome back to AO Radio. Simon Cameras and Chris Bowers with you. I try to talk through an advert. Good effort there by me. And we are now over on Kia Arena looking at Stan Wawrinka, who is playing Laslo Djere of Serbia. And it's Djere who, having saved a set point, has actually broken the serve of Wawrinka, and he now leads 6-5.
Yeah, Wawrinka was looking good at the United Cup. I was in Sydney for the last 3 days of that, and Wawrinka actually lost his voice. What I wasn't sure about was it a sort of mild cold, or was he, as the playing team captain, doing so much shouting to his team that he lost his voice? When they got through to the final, he came into press and could barely speak.
Well, he does have that kind of voice, doesn't he? He always looks like he's got a cold.
Yes.
And he does have a sort of slightly nasal voice, and famously at Wimbledon, the first match played, the match that he played with Andy Murray on the roof in 2008.
Yes. It was the first full match under the roof.
First question in his press conference, the poor man had just lost to Murray in a tough match. Got it finished before the 11 o'clock curfew. And Wawrinka famously has a very nasal voice, as we know, but he also has something else, because the first question was, why have you all got a red nose? Well, like first Stan's like, well, I don't know.
Yes.
So you get some interesting questions in press sometimes.
Some of the questions that Roger Federer used to get in China, which they didn't think were rude, but would have been by Western standards.
I'm sure Roger dealt with them well.
He did.
So Djere starts this service game looking to serve out this first set. Wawrinka straight down the middle with a heavy forehand. He'll like these heavy conditions with a little humidity and cloud cover, because he's got so much power, even in his latter days. This is his last year on tour, of course, as the attempted drop shot from Djere goes into the net. And the opening points of this game, and some hope for Wawrinka.
Love 15.
Well, Switzerland's long-time Davis Cup captain, Severin Luthi, once said to me, he said, Wawrinka had played a 5-set match, and he said, I'm never worried about Stan. He takes 4 hours to get going.
Yeah, he does seem to be someone who is like a sort of, like a cruise ship, a cruise liner that needs to be wound up, and if you try to turn him around, it'll take ages. But once he gets going, he's got such unbelievable power. It's hard to believe that it's 12 years since he won here. 2014, when he beat Rafael Nadal in the final. Nadal a little bit hampered by a back injury, maybe, but Stan was the better player on the day anyway.
Thank you. I was just going to say that. I don't think he's ever quite got the credit for winning here.
No, but he got the credit certainly for winning in Paris and the US Open. Beat Novak Djokovic in 2 of his finals, and Stan and Rafa in the other one, which is not bad in an era where those great 3 were dominating everything. Big forehand down the line from Djere. Wawrinka gets to it, sticks a racket out, gets it back in play. They were a long rally, these two. Slice backhand from Wawrinka. The backhand from Djere hits the baseline. Stan still gets there, whips a forehand, just long.
Great defending from Wawrinka. Djere was doing all the aggressive hitting, and Wawrinka not only getting a racket to these balls, but getting the ball deep.
15.
Absolutely.
Yeah, just to come back to that 2014 final, I think Nadal did call for the trainer at one stage, and there was clearly a problem. But I think Wawrinka played extremely well.
He did.
The match of his life was beating Djokovic in the Roland Garros final of 2015.
Yeah.
That was just... Djokovic didn't play that badly. Wawrinka just struck everything beautifully from the second set onwards.
Well, he had that period, those 3 years really, where he was a real contender for Grand Slam titles everywhere. Such phenomenal backhand, as we all know. I mean, one of the best one-handed backhands that we've ever seen, I think, on tour. Able to hit any kind of shot with it, so much power generated. But he also had a massive forehand, good serve, good athlete. Got out of the shadow of Roger Federer, as we talk about a lot, and became a great player. 3 Grand Slam titles is not half bad in that era, as he plays another one-hander to the backhand of Djere. Pushes Wawrinka back with the depth of his own backhand cross-court from Wawrinka, pulling Djere out of court, then nets the backhand cross-court. Trying to find the angle again.
Yeah, he was trying to flatten that one out. You know, Wawrinka has got this single-handed backhand, it's a beautiful stroke, and every now and again he can flatten it out. But the standard shot is with a high clearance over the net, a lot of shape, as current terminology is. But on that occasion he needed the angle.
30-15, Djere serving, 40 years old now, Wawrinka. Last year on tour, his last Australian Open. And since he's come back from his knee surgeries a few years ago, he's done pretty well to stay inside that top 100, get fairly high again at some stages. As Djere goes to the backhand again of Wawrinka, he does flatten the backhand out down the line a little, and then goes too big with the forehand, sprays it over the baseline, and it's a couple of set points to Djere.
In fact, do you remember that final in Antwerp when Wawrinka played Murray? Murray with the artificial hip and Wawrinka with the artificial knee.
Yes, that's right. That was when Murray won the only title,
only title post-operation.
After his operation in the same year that he came back. Funny that he actually didn't get better after that. That was as good as it got for Murray.
Absolutely.
In singles. Had that phenomenal doubles win at Queen's when he came back with Feliciano Lopez. That was amazing. Feliciano played out of his mind that week on the singles as well. Double fault from Djere on the first of the 2 set points. And if there is something to a weakness in the Djere game, I mean, he's obviously not at the level Wawrinka has ever been, but a fine player. He does get a bit tight in difficult situations, serving out.
He hasn't got the biggest game.
No. Can't just bomb an ace down whenever he feels like it. He tries to. Wawrinka chips back the backhand, goes pretty deep and plays a forehand cross-court from Djere down the middle from Wawrinka. Then the backhand goes straight back down the middle as well, denying Djere the room, the angles to create damage. Hooks the forehand back into the forehand corner of Djere's Wawrinka, but then he goes too big with the next one, trying to do the same thing again. And that is the first set to Laslo Djere of Serbia. He takes it 7 games to 5. Work to be done for Wawrinka. You know, when you are 40, you just want to win the first set. That's what I think.
Yeah.
But as you said, maybe he just pranks himself up.
I mean, he's in good shape.
Yeah, absolutely.
And when he lost a very tight 3-setter in Sydney, I forget who it was to, I said to him, you know, what went wrong there? And he said, I thought too much. And I thought, how interesting that with all his experience, he still can be vulnerable to thinking too much.
Yep, I think probably all players would say the same if they were truthful. Let's cross to Kate, because I think Jordan Thompson might be ahead over on 1573.
Yeah, he's really taken control here, having just won the 3rd set. So he's 2-1 up against Cerundolo. And, of course, we're 2 hours 40. You expect this to go probably 5 sets and at least 5 hours. It's a Jordan Thompson match after all in its first round. So if you've got seats out at 1573 Arena, make sure that you've got food, water, hat, sunscreen, because you're going to be there a while.
Yep, it could be a long match, testing match, but Thompson has the advantage 2-1.
He does, and just a really interesting match. Davidovich-Fokina, the 14th seed, out on court 13 against Filip Mizelic from Austria. He's just trying to close this match out. He has a match point right now. He's taken the first 2 sets, 6-2, 6-3, was cruising along even in this third set. He has up a break clearly, but he had an opportunity on Mizelic's serve in the previous game to win the match, and now he's fighting. He's serving now for the match. Stay with me. Oh, he's finished it off in fine style with a big ace out wide. So Davidovich-Fokina, the 14th seed from Spain, through in straight set 6-2, 6-3, 6-3. And he's through to the second round. Great win.
Thank you, Kate. Davidovich-Fokina, 14th seed, a man who's never won a title.
I know, it's remarkable, isn't it?
Yeah.
Mind you, I was sort of doing my preparation for Raducanu's match yesterday, and it's, 23 years old, been on the tour for several years, one title.
Yeah, one good one.
A rather good one, yes.
I know. I watched Raducanu last night on court, as I mentioned earlier. I thought she was good. She was breakdown, 4-2, 15-40, saved a couple of break points, and from then on was really good. She lost one game only against a tough opponent who she'd not seen before.
Who did play out of her skin for the first 6 games.
Really well. But Raducanu was pretty happy afterwards. She loves Australia. She's really happy here. She likes the whole culture. She likes. It's interesting listening to Anisimova talking about the rowdiness of the crowd. She also likes the rowdiness, and I think a lot of people do.
This crowd isn't anything like as rowdy as the US Open crowd.
No, they're vocal, but they're not drunk.
No.
Well, they might be. They might be.
Well,
Who knows?
There's a little bit of liquid that flows here.
Yeah, I think you're right. In New York, certainly the fans, I think they feel like they've earned a right to be a part.
In New York and Paris, they take a side. They don't always do that here.
Paris, definitely, yeah. That's true. Yeah, very fair crowd. That's a very good point. Raducanu was pretty pleased with how she's been playing, because she had a foot injury at the end of last year, back end of into the off-season, so she wasn't sure how she would play.
She could play Sabalenka in the third round.
Yeah, so that would obviously be very tough. I watched Sabalenka yesterday practicing, and it was hilarious because this, whoever her practice partner was, it was Wawrinka nets a backhand volley at 30-love in the opening game of the second. It was a left-hander, and he missed 2 serves in a row. And there's just this sort of smile on the face of Sabalenka. It's like, am I paying this guy? What's going on? She didn't look too happy, but she was returning the ball very well when he did find the serve.
I've got the feeling that the Sabalenka camp's quite happy.
Yeah, there's a lot of laughter around, which is nice. It's good. She is the favourite here this fortnight. Wawrinka serves in this opening game of the second set. He's at 40-15 against Laslo Djere. And we know a lot about Stan Wawrinka. If you want to know a bit more about Djere, he is trying to get to the second round here for only the second time. Been here 8 times in all, including this tournament. This is his 31st Grand Slam, and his best result at a Slam. He's made the third round 4 times. Wawrinka holds to 15 in the opening game. He reached the third round 4 times at Roland Garros twice, once at Wimbledon, once at the US Open. Tended to get pretty bad draws when he got there, because he lost to Novak once.
Well, I was going to say, you've missed out an important element there, and that is that he was a Serbian youngster who did well in juniors, and of course everybody said, he's the next Novak. No, not quite. And actually, Serbia has a very promising young player who will play Alex de Minaur in a couple of days' time, and that's Hamad Medjedovic.
Yeah.
He looks like he might be the real deal. Whether he will be, good enough to win a major, I'm not sure, but he's a very, very fine young player.
And Djere actually is on a 7-match losing streak that dates all the way back to Mallorca last summer.
Summer in the Northern Hemisphere.
Yeah, yes, exactly. Last summer in Mallorca, and he hasn't won since then. He lost first round Wimbledon, Gstaad, Shanghai, Almaty, and Athens, and at Hong Kong this year. And if it does go to 5 sets, he's lost the only one he's played here, which was against Kazu in the first round.
His current ranking.
Yeah, he's at 92.
Yeah. So he's just about inside. He'll need to have a couple of wins to get into Roland Garros draw.
Yep, to stay in that.
Basically, you have to be 104. You can be unlucky and not get in at 104, but there are 104 automatic entries for Grand Slam singles. So you have to be at 104 6 weeks before they start.
Yep.
Every now and again, there might be a player who has been out injured, who has a protected ranking, who makes use of it.
Yep.
And therefore you could be ranked 104 and not get in. But basically, if you're in the top 104, that's the magic number 6 weeks before a major. So 92, he's okay at the moment, but he needs to be at 92 in about 3 months' time.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right about how good a junior he was. I think he reached number 3 in the rankings. The junior rankings don't always tell the whole story, but he did win the Orange Bowl in 2012, which is a very famous junior tournament held in Florida, and reached the final at the 2013 Trofeo Bonfiglio, which is also a big tournament in Italy, losing to Alexander Zverev.
I mean, the junior rankings do tell the whole story of that particular year. What you don't know at that time is how strong a year it is.
Yeah, or how long you can keep it going.
Yeah,
that's right.
And, you know, how good are the opposition? You know, we've had world junior champions called Roger Federer and Andy Roddick, but you've also, if you look at the list of world junior champions, there are some who just... Coulty got there, yeah, but there are places... There was Federico Brown, never got into the top 100, and he was a world junior champion.
Never heard of him.
There you go.
14-15.
And that's why you get some strong... Maria Elena Salerni, Argentinian, got into the top 60, but no higher than that. So it depends how strong the year is.
Wawrinka also was a good junior.
Won Roland Garros.
Exactly.
Boys singles.
Lost in the first round last year at Roland Garros. And didn't play Wimbledon or the US Open, but he is here on a wild card. As a former champion, I think there's absolutely no doubt that he deserved that. And it's back to 40-30 on the Djere serve in the second game of this second set.
And I suspect he will get a wild card at Roland Garros.
Yeah,
I'm sure. If he doesn't get in on the basis of ranking.
He's ranked 139 at the moment, so he's not far away.
Wins a couple of matches at tournaments between now and middle of April.
He is. We talk about the fact that he loves playing 5 sets and stuff. Nobody has played more 5-set matches at the Grand Slams in the Open era than Stan. 48.
So not even of current players, of everyone since 1968.
Everyone. Djokovic is second with 47 alongside Federer, and then Leighton Hewitt and Fernando Verdasco with 45 each.
Wow.
And he's actually second in joint second place in the Open era list of players playing the most 5-set matches of all time.
And you know, I don't think he will ever be beaten in that, because most of his career, most of the Open era, you've had Davis Cup, whereas these days it's only the Grand Slams. So he won't get that. Players won't get that many chances.
Unless Djokovic does it.
Yeah, Djokovic could yet do it.
He is only one behind. Advantage to Djere. Wawrinka nets a forehand.
Don't be surprised if this goes to 5.
Oh, absolutely. Well, yeah, this could be another one. Right. Wawrinka, of course, also won the Davis Cup with Switzerland in 2014, famously.
Played a very important role in his opening day win.
Yeah, because Federer was carrying a back injury.
He was, yes.
He picked up at the ATP finals. That was a crazy Davis Cup, really, and crazy ATP finals, because Federer and Wawrinka were bickering on court about something that Mirka had shouted.
Federer's wife was sort of provoking stuff.
But they got rid of that pretty quickly, the two of them, and they obviously won the Olympic gold medal together. Fine doubles pair, but they actually sought out Dave McPherson.
Yes.
Because the famous coach
they hadn't had a particular good doubles record.
I think they'd lost a bunch in a row.
They had, yes.
And they asked the Bryan brothers if it would be okay if they could
borrow him.
Yeah, and so he did, and they went out and did the job.
Absolutely destroyed. Was it Benetton and Gasquet?
Yeah.
It should have been Gasquet and Tsonga, but Tsonga was injured. And yes, mind you, Gasquet never had a particularly good record against Federer.
No, not at all.
Singles or doubles.
No, exactly. Gasquet, of course, having retired last year. Another one-handed backhand disappearing.
Yes.
But that was Switzerland's only Davis Cup title coming in 2014. Wawrinka playing a starring role alongside Roger Federer, and he's been talking this week about the role, and he's spoken about it many times in his career, about the role Federer played in helping him along in the early days, because he always taught stand up, Federer, and he helped train, he practiced with him, and he sort of mentored him almost.
And apart from one little outburst at the Davis Cup tie in Fribourg in 2012, Wawrinka has always been scrupulously loyal to Roger.
Yeah.
He's never dissed him, and it was just an expression of frustration on that particular day, because Roger said one or two things that I think Roger himself would probably decide in retrospect were injudicious.
I mean, he said some stuff on court in trophy acceptance speeches, runners-up ones, against Federer that were funny, but there was some rudeness in there as well. You can look them up on YouTube, it's very funny. It's what he said, so he said, Roger's being the so-and-so, he thinks this is funny, but it's not. I've just lost. But they obviously, Federer played a really good role, and he also took the pressure off Wawrinka, because, as you said, Wawrinka, people thought he was going to be amazing after being a good junior. But because Federer was so good, no one really worried about.
Well, I was going to say, I don't think Wawrinka's had the credit that he deserved. Just imagine if Wawrinka had been on the scene before Federer.
Yeah.
He would have been fated if he'd had the same achievements. Until then, the best players were Lasek, Rosset, Guntart. Guntart was a Grand Slam doubles champion, but never did much in singles. Rosset won the Olympic gold medal in 1992. Yeah. Lasek was top 10. With a very consistent but ordinary game, and Wawrinka's won 3 Grand Slam singles titles.
Yeah, absolutely amazing. And it's not just that. He's a guy who's been successful all over the world on all surfaces. Really phenomenal record. He's quite self-deprecating, isn't he, Wawrinka? He always said, when people said, you talk about big 3, but or big 4 with Andy Murray as well, shouldn't it be big 5 because you've won the same number of slams? He said no, because Murray's won like 46 titles. He won Olympics twice.
And he's been in so many Grand Slam finals, Murray.
Yeah, exactly.
Whereas Wawrinka's only been in the 3, he's been in 4 finals. He lost 1 to Nadal at Roland Garros.
That's right.
After a 5-set semi-final, which probably finished him off. Certainly finished off his opponent, Murray.
Well, it did finish them off, and actually I was thinking about that at the same time as you were talking, because that match you could really say that it certainly ended the career of Andy Murray as we know it.
Yes.
And then Wawrinka also got injured in that match.
Yes.
And wasn't at full pelt in the final, and then he was out. Then his knees went pretty soon after.
And to be in the final at Roland Garros against Rafael Nadal and not be at full pelt.
Yeah.
Oh dear.
No chance of that. But he's won 16 titles worldwide. And he's looking to get back into this match. He's leading 2-1 in the second set. Djere serving at 15-all. 4th ace from the Serbian. Now 30 years of age. He's won 3 career titles. And as we said, just sneaking inside the top 100, getting himself into the Grand Slams. And again, even for someone like him, his career earnings are, but the money for the first round, guaranteed money for making a Grand Slam is so much that even for a player of his experience, it'll be very useful money for setting up the rest of the year.
Yes, 30, 15. Obviously each slam has different prize money. They're not allowed to confer. That would be subject to antitrust or anti-monopolistic rules if they did confer, but obviously they watch what each other does, and the first round losers prize money is always around 120,000 Australian, 60,000 pounds, 80,000 US dollars, 70,000 euros, that kind of order of magnitude, which tells you that if they can get into the first round on 2 or 3 majors a year, it sort of guarantees their income for the year.
Well, and it also means they can hire a coach,
yes,
or a physio, and get themselves through difficult times, which is very important. As Wawrinka reaches out to hoist a high lob, but it's too short, and Djere puts it away. get to 40-30. 1-2 in this second set.
40-30.
Yeah, I think US Open first down prize
is more
last year was a lot. Hang on, I'm just going to.
Well, the US Open tend to be
110,000 US.
110,000 US. Gosh, that is the highest when you look at the value of those four currencies.
I mean, the US Open put their prize money up a lot last year. Prize money for losing the first round here, 150,000 Australian.
Yeah.
So it's gone up a lot.
That has gone up a lot.
Prize money at the Australian Open has gone up unbelievably in the last 10 years or so. I mean, there was a time, I think, Craig Tidy, the tournament director, announced that he wanted to get it up, total prize money up to a certain level. It was 50 million. And now it's well over 100. There's just so much investment in prize money and in facilities here at Melbourne Park. This place is unrecognisable.
Every year, yes.
To people who maybe haven't been here for a few years.
Well, I came for the first time in '93, and
it's different then.
Yeah, absolutely. Very different.
Well, the facilities for everyone, fans alike. And actually, I was reading something today. I think Linda Pearce, the Australian writer, wrote about what conditions were like, what was available even 10 years ago, before they did a lot of the redevelopment and expansion. You know, food here was sort of really just chips and pizza and fast food, stuff like that, burgers. Now it's like a food emporium, this place.
Yes,
it's proper, really great restaurants on site for fans and people alike.
There was a period of, I think, real reassessment of this tournament from about 83 for the next, 15 years, which has just continued.
Yeah.
But in 83, they were still at Kooyong. They got a lot of good players. Cain McEnroe made one of his few appearances.
Lost in the semis.
And they basically said, if we are to keep our status as the fourth Grand Slam, we have to improve facilities, because Kooyong is a private members club. Yeah. It's a lovely club.
Yeah.
But, you have members who have their own interests, and you've always got a certain amount of tension. Wimbledon has managed it well. But all the move at that stage, 10 years earlier, the US Tennis Association moved from the private members club of Forest Hills. Wawrinka's broken.
That big roar is Stan Wawrinka breaking for 3-1 in this second set. Dropped the first 7-5, but he is getting up in this second, forcing the issue against Djere in that last game, and he's broken for 3-1. He's having a chat with his coach, Magnus Norman.
Magnus Norman, yes, exactly. And, just to finish what I was saying there, that... that was the move, and yet the Victorian economy in the mid-80s was not in a good place. And the head of Tennis Australia, Brian Tobin, who went on to become president of the International Tennis Federation, he basically went to the state premier of Victoria at the time, John Cain, hence the stadium named after him, and said, will you fund a state public facility in the centre of Melbourne for tennis? And that was a real act of faith, and Cain said yes.
What a good decision that was.
Absolutely, and that turned things around. And for me, the final piece of the jigsaw, there is no final piece of the jigsaw because it's always developing, but the final piece of the jigsaw came in 1996 when the ATP and the WTA gave equal ranking points for the Australian Open than for the others, because the prize money had lagged behind.
Yeah.
So, and that's 30 years since that happened. And that's the modern history of the Australian Open.
Wawrinka's on a roll here. 3-1, 30 love on his serve. Crowd really getting involved, getting behind him. That's got to help. He kicks the second serve to Djere, who just bunts it way over the baseline. And momentum very much with the Swiss.
Yeah, it's only one break. And he did have a break in the first set.
But he's looking like he's going to go up 4-1 here. This game is going out 1 minute and 12 seconds and finished with an ace.
Beautiful.
Wawrinka does hold to love, and he leads 4-1, and he's yelling at the crowd. And he's yelling at Magnus Norman when they were chatting as well. He's really getting himself hyped up here. He leads 4-1 in this second set. First set to Djere. Kate, what else is happening around the ground?
Well, we might go out to court 14, where a very interesting match between Karolina Muchova and Jacqueline Christian from Romania. The 19th seed has taken that first set 6-3, but we have gone into a tie break. Muchova had an opportunity to actually serve out the match. But Christian just playing some really good tennis. We saw a lot of her at Adelaide, and she's in terrific form. She's got it back. We're in the tie break, but Muchova has got the mini break. She's 2-love serving and is looking good at this stage. However, I think there's a little bit more to play out in this match.
Yeah, I'm sure there is. It's good to see Muchova back fully fit again. Such a great player to watch. Got to the final of the French Open a couple of years ago. Had a few injuries.
Lovely player to watch.
Yeah.
She's just an all-court player.
Yeah, can serve and volley, do whatever she wants.
Use of the slice. I mean, it's the best slice in women's tennis since Ash Barty.
Well, yeah, we saw Ash Barty the other night. It was great to see her on court.
Still plays
again,
that slice.
Looked in great shape.
Yeah, she did.
When they were talking with Jim Courier afterwards about, developing the best player, he asked her which part of every other player with him, Federer, Rafter, Agassi, Hewitt, would she take? She went through it all, and then she goes, but I think I'll keep my slice. I'll keep that. And Roger, I could see Roger's face thinking, yeah, okay, you can have it, I'll give you it.
And then she said, I know, Roger, yours was better, but I'm still keeping mine.
Yeah. It was a very good slice, but her slice, well, as Federer said, you hit winners with your slice.
Yes.
I didn't really do that.
No, that's true, actually.
She did have a fantastic backhand slice, and she looked in great shape, and it did make me think how great it would be if she came back. I know she doesn't want to. I know she doesn't need to.
But she still has time.
If she ever chooses to. And she's had sort of 2 careers anyway, and she's
got 2 kids now.
She's got 2 kids. And a foundation, and she's got plenty to do, and she's happy, more than happy, being away from the tennis court.
And she's got interest in other sports. She played cricket. She plays golf.
Yeah,
extremely
very well. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, she played professional cricket in the year away from tennis, which was fantastic to see. So Wawrinka, meanwhile, just bashing a backhand down the line for a winner. Still angry. He's certainly getting himself energised.
Yes.
15-all. 4-1 he leads in the second set. Reminder, do get in touch. I know the Europe are just waking up. You can get in touch ausopen.com or on email at aoradio@tennis.com.au. We'd love to hear from you. Plenty to come ahead today. There are a lot of good matches coming up this evening on the evening session. Changed the way the schedule was done. Did we do this last year or is it this year? There are only 2 matches in the daytime.
It was last year.
So you sometimes have a bit of a lull on the main courts when 2 matches are finished quicker than they might have done. But it means you've got 2 matches to come in the evening session. On Rod Laver Arena, it's Iga Świątek, the number 2 seed. She plays Yue Yuan of China. That'll be followed by Novak Djokovic, his first round match against Pedro Martinez. Over on Margaret Court Arena, you've got Mira Andreeva, who won the title last week in Adelaide. Looks great. Tough first round match though against Donna Vekic. That's the opener on Margaret Court Arena in the evening session, followed by Casper Ruud and Mattia Bellucci of Italy. And you've still got Alexei Popyrin of Australia against Alexandra Muller of France as the night, or sort of last match on John Cain Arena. It's not before 6:30. It won't be anywhere near that because the match before it is still on court right now. So lots to look forward to, lots of good matches, and a cracker on the Kia Arena after this one between Wawrinka and Djere. And Wawrinka, meanwhile, has got another breakpoint between Barbora Krejcikova and Diana Schneider, which promises to be a really interesting.
Yes, Krejcikova's lost her way a little bit.
Yeah.
Rankings in the 50s now.
But she does seem to do that a little.
Yeah.
And she's well capable. She's won 2 Grand Slams.
First service.
Well capable of coming back and finding top form. Break point chance for Stan Wawrinka to go up 2 breaks in this second set. Djere serves down the tee for an ace. Perfect placement onto the centre line. Nothing Wawrinka could do about that. Wawrinka, all the way through his career, blocked and chipped a lot of forehand returns.
Well, basically he chips his the first serve return.
Yeah, first serve.
Yes, he stands back for the second serve. He's done it again now. That was a bit of self-defence from Wawrinka.
The heat seeker of a serve from Djere just sort of drew on Wawrinka and he couldn't get out of the way.
And the question is, if Wawrinka was 26 now, would he be able to get away with it? Not sure.
No, and I always used to think that if you were like of the very top players playing Wawrinka in a slam, if you see someone who's going to chip the return, you've got to come in.
You've got to serve a volley a bit.
Yeah, mix it up, come in, because you're going to get chances to put away an easy volley. Well, Djere gets out of trouble, so still only one break in this second set. Wawrinka leads 4-2.
And I always, you've followed tennis for many years, as I have. You see these patterns. Sometimes when a player is dominant and they have a chance for a double break and they don't take it. Now, okay, he didn't have much chance, it was an ace. But that's when momentum can turn around.
Yeah, it's easy to, if he gets down in this service game, suddenly he can be wiped out quickly. As good as these players are, and Wawrinka does indeed lose the first point on his serve, pulls the forehand wide. Yeah, momentum in tennis is so important. It can quickly get away from you if you don't make sure that you cut out the mistakes. That was an error from Wawrinka. 4-2 he leads in this second set as he serves down the tee. Good return down the middle from Djere. Wawrinka looks to come forward on the forehand but puts it long, and it's love 30. Exactly what they're saying.
You see, even if you were to win this set 6-4 or 7-5, it's just that much more mileage on the clock for the last stages of the match.
Yes.
In your 41st year, it makes it a little harder.
Exactly, even if he likes playing these long matches as he bangs an ace down the middle. Yeah, I mean 41, so if he might be able to play one of them.
Yes. He's still as strong as an ox.
Yeah, he is. I mean, he really is an absolute brute of a man. He's so strong. He always said the secret to his one-handed backhand was not the way he hits it, his backhand. He said it's his legs.
Yes.
He said it's
absolutely.
how the strength in his legs to hit up through the ball.
Yes.
It's a phenomenal shot. Second serve at 15:30. Kick up to the backhand of Djere, who goes long and loose. That's a mental error from Djere. Just trying to put it deep and missing by quite a margin.
Well, yeah, if you're going to stand 4 meters behind the baseline to, give yourself a good swing at the kick serve, you've got to get it in.
Yeah, exactly. One thing he needed to do, he couldn't do. 30 all on love 30. Wawrinka serves down the tee. That's where he likes to go more often than not. Djere, good return, gets himself back into the point. Tries to hit the off forehand though and finds the net.
So that's less of an error for me because he's standing close to the baseline, which means he gives himself less opportunity, but it also can rush the opponent. So there's a risk involved there.
Definitely.
It's when you're going back to hit a high percentage shot. It's only high percentage if you get it in.
Wawrinka has actually served very well in this match. He's won 21 of 25 points on first serve. And not bad on second either, 15 of 23. So he's going through his service games generally pretty well. This one a little bit tighter. Bit of extra height on the forehand from Djere to the backhand of Wawrinka, who rips it cross court. Fairly short and does that fantastic half volley that he hits from the baseline that stands his ground all the time, never yielding. Wrong footing backhand from Djere is good. Gets Wawrinka on the run, but Wawrinka's back in position and rips a forehand. Massive forehand cross court for a winner.
That whole rally, I mean, 17 strokes of it, just bottle that and keep it for many years so that we don't forget this.
I love those half volleys from the baseline and then suddenly unleash a forehand. Hold a serve for Wawrinka. He needs 5-2 in the second set. First set to Djere, 7-5.
Very important hold. Love 30 down.
Kate, how's Jordan Thompson doing? Is he close to victory over there?
Yeah, he's closing in on victory. He is 5-1 up in the fourth set, and he'll be coming out to serve for the match, having dropped that first set 7-6, but 7-5, 6-1, 5-1. He's on a roll. I think of interest, however, for a few of our listeners will be the match out on Court 8 between Altmaier and Cilic. And Cilic seems to be in a bit of a hurry because he's 6-love, 4-love. It's been going 43 minutes and he's barely dropped a point.
That's an unusual scoreline in men's tennis at this stage.
Very odd.
Against Altmaier, who's a good player.
Altmaier's a very good player.
Yeah, you don't get many triple bagels in Grand Slams.
No.
Think of, I know Stefan Edberg did one once, and Ivan Lendl.
Lendl did one at Wimbledon, I think, didn't he?
Or maybe US Open.
US Open, that's right.
I think Edberg did one at Wimbledon in the 80s. That's the only ones I actually remember. People have got close occasionally, and you always start looking at the stats and trying to figure out when the last time was. But
you see, I find sometimes a 6-love set, winning a 6-love set can be almost worse for the person that wins it.
Well, do you know that on tour, including the slams, this is up to about last summer in Europe, so last June. The average, if you lose a set 6-love, 10% of those people who've lost the first set win the match.
Yeah, I'm not surprised.
And it's about 35% winning the second set.
I'm not surprised. And there's something. There was a match yesterday where 6-love first set, 7-6 to the other player in the second. Oh, Bonzi against Norrie.
Oh, well,
yes.
yeah, Bonzi.
Well,
yes,
absolutely. But I remember in my early commentary days doing a match between Chang and Krajcek, which was 6-love, 7-6, 7-6.
Back to Kate.
Thanks, Simon. Just on that, I believe the match that has just completed on court 6 between Alicia Parks from the USA and Alexandra Ayala from the Philippines. There's been much talk about this young woman and what sort of a future she has. She won the first set 6-love, but then went on to lose. It was Parks 6-3, 6-2.
Yeah, there you go.
And did you want to just a quick score, because Karolina Muchova has actually won that match. That tiebreak went 8-6, and she's won in 6-3, 7-6 against Jacqueline Christian, the Romanian, and Caroline Muchova through to the second round. She's had to work really hard for that win, but and looks quite delighted. There's a big crowd out there. Yeah, that was a tricky first round match.
Yeah, good win for Muchova there, and Jordan Thompson serving for the match on 15.73s, 15.30 in that game, so we'll keep a close eye on that. Now, Wawrinka here is close to this second set. 15.30 on the Djere serve. He goes cross-court, does Wawrinka. Djere's out of position, backhand cross-court from Wawrinka. He's in the middle of the court, could do whatever he wants with a forehand. Puts it away on the inside out, and he's got 2 set points on the Djere serve.
Yeah, beautiful play from Wawrinka. He's in a purple patch at the moment. The question is, how long can he sustain this?
Definitely. He really lifted himself and the crowd at the beginning of this set. Got them going, got himself going. And he's standing at 2 set points as Djere serves to the forehand of Wawrinka, who actually hits it hard this time on the forehand. He goes up the line with a big, flatter forehand, just pushes it wide. And 1 break point gone. Another one to come. Kate, is Thompson close?
Yeah, he's got match point. It's a tricky point just before. He was quite hesitant, went to go for the big smash and let the ball go, but was good enough to rally and get that point back. And Cerundolo just struggled to get the ball across net. So we've got Thompson serving for the match. And he goes down the line for the big tee. Yes, it was as good as an ace, and that'll do. Jordan Thompson, the wild card, through to the second round here at the Australian Open. It was 6-7, 7-5, 6-1, 6-1. Did it easy in the end, but Juan Manuel Cerundolo, that is the end of his tournament. So we've only got one left, Chris.
Yeah, but the better one.
Yeah, the better one. Well, that's okay.
The better Cerundolo.
Well, at least at this tournament.
That's right. Thank you very much, Kate. We'll be back to you, I'm sure, in the next 15 minutes or so before we have a change in the commentary box.
Quite a family of the Cerundolos, because there's Francisco's the eldest of the 3. Juan Manuel is the youngest, and the middle one, the sister, plays hockey, field hockey for Argentina.
Really?
Yeah.
That's amazing. I mean, these families, they're often so talented, aren't they? So lots of families with various. Look at the Corders.
Well, the Corders are the obvious one. 4 Australian Open champions among the 5.
Yeah.
You know,
it's not bad, is it?
Peter Corder winning the Australian Open here, men's singles 98. Nelly and Jessica winning the women's golf Australian Open, and Sebi Corder winning the boys singles the Australian Open.
Not bad at all.
It's an amazing family stat.
Djere's got himself, well, at least to 5-3. Saved those 2 set points, and so Wawrinka's going to have to serve it out. Just waiting for something. Looking into the stands, not sure what's going on.
Breeze is picking up a little bit.
It is. It was really windy this morning, and then it disappeared.
It died down,
and
yeah.
It's come back.
I mean, 11 o'clock start of play, there was virtually no wind.
Yeah, very warm then. They had big queues. People taking 2 hours to get in. to the stadiums.
It's supposed to be very warm on Saturday.
Yes, apparently.
37 Celsius.
Ace from Wawrinka to start this service game as he serves for the second set. That's his 7th ace in all. Serving incredibly well, winning 85% of points on his first serve. Serves a big flat serve to the backhand of Djere. In comes Wawrinka. The pass hits the top of the net and drops wide from Djere, and Wawrinka 2 points away. Yeah, he's only dropped 4 points on first serve and 8 on second in the whole match. Wawrinka could consider himself a little unlucky to have lost that first set. Good effort by Djere. 30 love. Wawrinka serves. Slice serve out wide. He's got a short forehand to attack. He pulls it across court inside the sideline. Pumps his racket towards his coach, Magnus Norman, and he stands at 3 set points.
Must have caught the very outside of the line. I thought he'd overhooked it. Well, half the ball in, half the ball out.
No argument from Djere. No one to argue with.
No, indeed.
3 set points, Wawrinka. Goes for a massive serve out wide. 201 kilometres an hour. Just misses. Second serve. Kicker out wide. Pulls Djere a long way out of court. It's a good backhand return, though, from the Serbian. Deep into the forehand corner, and Wawrinka puts it in the net.
There's tremendous strength at, well, I was going to say shoulder level. It was beyond shoulder level. The real kicker from Wawrinka. All bouncing up, exploding off the surface.
Still 2 set points, though, for the Swiss, the 40-year-old, former champion. As he looks down the other end of the court, and he looks beyond the court because Djere sends the forehand return long, and it's a set all here on Kia Arena. The old man of the tour, Stan Wawrinka, 40 years of age, level pegging with Laslo Djere, 1 set apiece.
I wonder if we can get a t-shirt made, Stan the old man.
Yeah, we were talking with Stan Wawrinka and Belinda Bencic at the United Cup when he was praising Bencic's performances. He even wore a t-shirt in celebration.
Bencic was speaking so highly of Stan as a captain. I mean, when she won her matches, she said, you know, this guy got us through.
Yeah. Maybe as a future Davis Cup captain in Stan Wawrinka.
I suspect he is. Because Bencic also played mixed doubles with Jakob Powell, who is ranked about 80 in doubles.
Interesting.
They were a good combination.
So 1 set apiece here on Kia Arena. Plenty going on around the grounds. We'll catch up with Kate very shortly. We'll take a quick break first.
Downtime hits different with Tennis Court Hire. Whether it's a friend you want to see, a bit of time for me, or just finding an hour free. Whatever you're into, get out on court. Tennis.com.au.
Kids making a racket?
Sorry,
Nothing hits like Hot Shots Tennis. Perfect for kids aged 3 to 12.
Yeah, okay.
Book your free trial at a participating club. Hit up tennis.com.au. Hot Shots Tennis. It's different.
Australian Tennis Magazine has been serving up news, features and game insights for 50 years. Pick up your copy of Australia's only tennis publication or subscribe to have every issue delivered at tennismag.com.au and keep up with all things tennis via our social channels.
If you're looking to reclaim your game, try Cardio Tennis presented by Chemist Warehouse. This high-energy group class is where fitness meets fun. No competition, just genuine connection. Set to great music, you'll mix tennis drills with constant movement for a workout that never feels like work. And no need to be a pro, qualified coaches tailor the session for everybody at every level, whether you're new to tennis or coming back to the court. An hour of cardio tennis is guaranteed to smash stress, lift your mood and leave you feeling motivated and confident. Reclaim your game with Cardio Tennis presented by Chemist Warehouse. Book now at tennis.com.au.
Family time hits different with Tennis Court Hire. From less eyes on screens to more time with your teens or smashing fitness routines. Whatever you're into, get out on court. Tennis.com.au.
The sound of summer. AO Radio.
Welcome back to AO Radio, day 2 of the Australian Open. We're quite a long way through the afternoon session. We're watching Stan Wawrinka and Laslo Djere level at a set apiece. Djere won the first set 7-5. Wawrinka's hit back to level, having taken the second set 6-3 with some really outstanding play, has to be said, during that second set. Simon Cameras and Chris Bowers will be replaced very shortly by Steve Pearce and Jill Crabas. But until then, we will keep you up to date with Wawrinka. A reminder quickly of what's happening in the evening session. Iga Świątek, the number 2 seed, looking to win the only Slam title she has yet to win.
Yes, she and Alcaraz are both going for the career Grand Slam.
That's right. She plays Yue Yuan of China, and then Novak Djokovic, 10 times the champion here in Melbourne, playing against Pedro Martinez in the second night match on Rod Laver Arena.
And was he the professional that did best at the 1-point slam?
Pedro Martinez? Good question.
I think he was one of the last ones.
Maybe, yeah.
Yeah.
Iga got to the quarters, I think.
Yeah, I think she may have done, yeah.
Including a win over Flavio Cobolli, who was not happy.
He was not happy, was he?
He didn't even shake hands.
Shake hands, no.
That's unbelievable. I still think that's crazy.
He's not had a good week as Flavio.
No, he lost to Arthur Ferry of Britain. Looking at Britain, Kate, you're still with us. How's Jacob Fernley doing?
He has, he lost the first set 7-6, but we're on serve early on in the second, so it's 1-all.
Against Mashrak of Poland.
He had the high-profile match last year. He played Nick Kyrgios.
Yeah.
And had the audacity to beat him.
Yeah, very comfortably, in fact.
And just very quickly, Cilic is rolling through. 6-love, 50 minutes. I mean, can he get it done within the hour? I doubt it, but he'll be trying his best. And Tiago Augustin Taranti has just defeated Alexander Vukic, 7-5, 6-2, 6-2. And that's he's made short work of that match, was in total control from the get-go. So that's a good win by the Argentinian.
Absolutely. I'm just looking at the stats in that Cilic Altmaier match, trying to figure out how come it's 6-love, because
there's no way it should be.
Well, it's not that bad in the stats-wise. Some things are very bad, like return points won against first serve and second serve. He's only won 3. So either Cilic is serving unbelievably well, which he can. Another of the elder statesmen on tour. Now, how old is he? He's
36.
What year are we in? 38 this year.
38.
So yeah, champion at the US Open. One of the other few players who snuck in and got a major. Well,
yes, if you take away the big 5, let's call them that, then he was the only one to win a major for I think 11 years outside them. Del Potro won the US Open 2009. Yes. Cilic in 2014, and then Team won it in 2020.
That's right. Very few players got a look in, while Federer, Nadal and Djokovic were busy mopping up the lot, and Wawrinka and Murray, 3 each. A pretty golden period of men's tennis, has to be said. So, we're into the third set. It's Djere serving first. It's 15-all. Just lets the ball toss bounce on the first one, so I wasn't happy with it. And then the forehand from Wawrinka is about 10 feet over the baseline. He's one of those players, Wawrinka, who can hit unbelievable shots, but he can also bash the ball miles long sometimes.
Yes, absolutely. But in a way, that's the way modern tennis is played. Go for it.
That's the way he played his tennis. I was talking to Alan Stone earlier, our colleague here on AO Radio, of course, veteran of 60, is it 60 Australian Opens as a player and a commentator?
Yes, over 60.
Over 60, yeah, incredible career. And Alan was talking about advice he was given when he was young. I think it was by, well, not advice by Lou Hode, but one thing Lou Hode said was if the ball's above the height of the net on the volley, smack it. Don't play it around with it, just bash it. And obviously not everyone's capable of doing that, but he did. Easy hold for Djere at the start of this third set.
But I think an awful lot of the coaches, they've looked at the data and they say, just blast the first ball that you think you can win the point off, because your probability of winning the point is greater by doing that than if you try to build a point.
What do you think the next kind of star player will have to have in their game?
Well, I've wondered whether you will end up with 3 different backhands. I mean, most players have a slice and an aggressive backhand, and mostly these days it's a 2-hander aggressive backhand. But I've been wondering whether a hybrid backhand might develop for the shot out wide. When you're driven out wide and you've got one shot at it and you can't get 2 hands to the ball, whether you actually do hit a one-hander. And that, I suppose Tsonga came quite close to that.
Yeah, he started hitting a lot of one-handers, didn't he, on the run?
On the run, yeah. So I wondered if that would be the next thing.
maybe you'll have someone who could return with 2 hands and hit the rest with 1.
But you know, Pancho Segura used to hit a 2-handed forehand and a 1-handed backhand. And John Bromwich, Australian champion from the 1950s, 40s and 50s, he did something similar as well. Now, in a way that makes sense, because if you look at, if you take a right-hander and they play golf or cricket or baseball, they have their left hand at the butt of the bat. In tennis, it's the other way around. And that, for me, when they hit a 2-handed backhand, it's almost like playing left-handed.
Yeah.
If you and I are both right-handers, so if we hit a 2-handed backhand in tennis, that would be like playing cricket, golf or baseball left-handed. That for me is weird.
Yeah, that's true. There's a young player, I think he's about 12 or 13. You can look him up on YouTube. He hits a right-handed forehand and a left-handed forehand.
Right.
Doesn't hit a backhand.
Yeah.
He's a very good, he looks amazing.
What's his name?
Don't know. You'd have to just look it up as but, you know, maybe someone could do that. I don't know if they've got time, really, but at the top level.
Do you remember the doubles champion, Frew McMillan?
Yep.
And now he hit 2 hands off both wings, but he held the racket the way he would hold a cricket bat. And in fact, he played cricket to a high level when he was growing up in South Africa. So the left hand was at the bottom, and yet he was a right-hander. So how did he serve?
Right-handed?
Yes. And basically, he served and volleyed almost all the time. So he would serve, and as he came into the net, he would release the right hand, let it slip up the grip, and bring the left hand into the bottom of the racket. Every time.
That is bizarre.
And yet, he won, what?
Yeah.
15 doubles titles?
Yeah, not bad.
Grand Slam doubles titles?
Not a bad player at all. Meanwhile, it's Djere trying to get an early break of serve in this third set against Wawrinka. Wawrinka serving at 15-30. Long rally. Wawrinka just nonchalantly half volleys a backhand from the baseline, and a drop shot goes in the net from Djere. He's missed a few of those, and he's missed another one, and it's 30 all. I think very shortly we're going to be making a change in the commentary box. Jill Crabass and Steve Pearce are next in. And they're coming very shortly. Wawrinka getting the crowd going again. Done a very good job of hooping them up a bit, and they've helped him too with energy getting back into this match. From seeing on our screens, Iga Świątek practicing. Absolutely leathering the ball.
And what's new?
Yes, exactly. I mean, players these days, you watch knockups, warm-ups, they are just smacking the ball
they are,
as hard as
yes,
they can.
Yes.
Sometimes in matches they don't do that, but they, you know, in a warm-up they definitely do. They go through all the routines and start smashing the ball around. Wawrinka game point. Serve out wide to Djere, who just fends a backhand into the net. And it's a hold.
We'll do one more message
before one quick message.
Our shift ends. This is Rob in Montreal. Hello from wintry Montreal, where it's 1 o'clock in the morning. I'm relying on AO Radio to help me stay awake until I finish the laundry. You two are providing a very public service. Very disappointed for Felix Auger-Aliassime earlier, but he's a grown-up and he'll move on from this and come back stronger. Let's go, Stan. Auger-Aliassime complained it was cramp.
Yes, he said in press it was cramp.
Yes.
And he didn't say anything else. He wasn't struggling with anything else. He doesn't know.
He was in good shape.
Yeah.
He has never had it before.
No, I mean, you just never know. The cramp, you know, I've talked about this a lot. It's not about conditioning as such. It's not about hydration alone. It's about the combination of things, and it could be stress related. So you just don't know why it pops up. It wasn't as hot as conditions he's played in. But
he retired 2-1 down, so it was a retirement mid-match.
Yeah. And, he was not happy afterwards. He was pretty dejected in press.
Well, he had such a good second half of last year.
Yeah, so that's right. He finished the year so strongly. A lot was expected of him here, but he has unfortunately had to go away and gather himself, and hopefully he'll be back on court quick enough.
And for the Canadians, Shapovalov is playing later today.
He is.
So he's back as the focus.
He's playing Wu of China, I think.
Yeah. And Leylah Fernandez, I think, plays tomorrow.
Yeah.
So
it's 1 game apiece. 30 love. Djere serving. Make that 40 love with a forehand. winner into the forehand corner, cross-court forehand. And just early stages of this third set, two men sort of gathering themselves again after the second set, which was won by Wawrinka to get himself back on track. And as we said, if he gets another 5-set match, well, he'll be happy probably.
He'll be certainly into his stride.
So Djere holds. It's 2-1 on serve in the third set. We will have a change of commentators, and when you come back with us, it'll be Steve Pearce and Jill Crabas.
Australian Tennis Magazine has been serving up news, features and game insights for 50 years. Pick up your copy of Australia's only tennis publication or subscribe to have every issue delivered at tennismag.com.au and keep up with all things tennis via our social channels.
Kids making a racket at home? Nothing hits like getting outside and on court. With Hot Shots Tennis, kids gain confidence, learn sport skills and make friends. Perfect for kids aged 3 to 12. Book your free trial at a participating club. Hit up tennis.com.au. Hot Shots Tennis. It's different.
Have you got your copy of the AO 2026 official program? Packed with player profiles, feature stories, stats and souvenir pictures. It's the essential guide to the Australian Open and all things tennis. Pick up your copy at the AO shop, in newsagents or at ozopen.com.
Family time hits different with Tennis Court Hire. From less eyes on screens to more time with your teens or smashing fitness routines. Whatever you're into, get out on court. Tennis.com.au.
Player features, exclusive interviews, game insights and much more. That's Australian Tennis Magazine. And this AO, Australia's only tennis publication, turns 50. Join us in celebrating our special milestone by picking up a copy or subscribing at tennismag.com.au.
Message our commentators. Email aoradio@tennis.com.au.
The sound of the Australian Open. This is AO Radio.
Steve Pearce and Jill Crabas in the commentary box with you. A great thanks to Chris and Simon for the last couple of hours. We were rather intrigued by the message that Rob sent through just recently, which Chris read out in Montreal, where he's relying on us to keep him awake while he does the laundry. Posed Jill and us a couple of questions as we were waiting to come on.
Good evening.
Hello. Good evening.
Yeah,
Hello.
you were wondering how many people do laundry at 1 in the morning?
How many people do laundry at 1 o'clock in the morning? And there could be a perfectly good reason for that.
There could be a very good reason, and I think there probably is. But I said, what if, some people have night shifts, and that's the only time they can do
And that may be the case with
laundry.
Rob. That might be the case with Rob. It does put us under enormous pressure to keep Rob awake, though, and it also leads us to the question of what happens if Rob doesn't stay awake. Does the laundry keep doing itself, or does he have to wake up to undone laundry?
I think once it's washed, you throw it in the dryer and leave it and go to bed.
It's disappointing to wake up to that.
Why? It's dry.
I suppose if it's done, but then okay.
It's done and dry, although some people think if they leave it too long in the dryer, it gets all wrinkly.
Yeah, it can do.
It can, yeah.
We don't even know if
Then
it
you
involves
just
the
fluff
dryer.
it up for 5 minutes, and then it's good.
So many questions. Maybe Rob can provide us some more answers. Anyway, but please do keep those messages coming through to us in the commentary box. We do love hearing from you. aoradio@tennis.com.au. ozopen.com, and there's the Ask the Booth form on the app as well. So multiple ways you can get in touch with me and Jill in the commentary box. We're going to be here for the next 90 minutes or so, leading up to the evening serve with Nat Edwards. This evening on this Monday evening. We're bringing you the action right now. The 2014 champion Stan Wawrinka is in action on Kia Arena against Laslo Djere. And the first 2 sets split, as you've been hearing. Or, of course, you may just joined, in which case I am telling you the first 2 sets were split. It's 1 set all, and we're on serve in the third set. And what's a tight contest here, as Stan is almost past cross-court, but as the ball drifts out, to be fair, Djere should have made that, but Stan still went with the fist pump.
His farewell year.
It is his farewell
It's
year.
sad. I'm very sad about it.
Are you? I'm not sad.
I know. It's always time to move on in
I think so.
a different phase, but
Yeah.
I mean, he seems content.
Well, he had some success, didn't he?
Yes, a lot of success. I don't know. I don't know. I find it sad every time someone retires. I don't want them to go.
Ace out wide. Imagine in Jill's world that everybody would play until they could
Forever.
no longer walk. 40-30 here for Wawrinka, looking to level it up at 2-all. I think there comes a time, but Venus might not agree, but there comes a time for most where you just go, right, I can't win anymore, I can't really compete as well as I could anymore, and my body's not in great shape, so time to go.
Yeah, and I mean, I like the fact that he announced it. It's kind of like, this is the time that I'm just going to have fun, enjoy myself. The last year, great serve into the body there from
It was a great serve,
Wawrinka.
It was, from stand 2 games all around Melbourne Park. Kate Kearns is keeping an eye on things. Hello, Kate, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Steve.
2 games on.
We've got a match out on court 5 that's going to a 5th set. It's the All-American affair, Alona Tien, the 25th seed, against Giron. Is that how you pronounce his name? Because we're having arguments here. Giron. Oh, is he having fun with us on the ATP website then?
Maybe.
Yeah,
yes,
cheeky. Some of them
actually,
do that.
Some of them do. I know a few that actually do 100%.
They're very, very naughty. So Giron, it's 2 sets apiece. Tien took the first set 7-6, and then 6-4, 6-3 to Giron, and now in a tight tie break. 7-6, Tien took that. So yes, as I said, it's going to a 5th. We've been going 3 hours and 8 minutes. So, and then of course, a very interesting match on 1573 between the 2 youngsters, Mboko and Emerson Jones, the wild card from Australia. And very early stages, Emerson has managed to win her first game, and it's 30-all on Mboko's serve. Vicky's someone too, I think, that could cause a little bit of damage early on in the... I'm not sure that Emerson will win today, but yes, Mboko's one to watch. Obviously, a fantastic tournament in Adelaide, runner-up there, and has a big game.
Might help if I turn my microphone. Indeed, Kate, that is very true. And another match out on court at the moment, which you don't have that many eyes, so it's hard to keep across them all. So I won't ask you for an update on Marin Cilic. I'll just give it, unless you want to, Kate. I mean, I know you've got all the courts in front of you. It's court 8.
Court 8 against Altmaier. Of course, it's 6-love, 6-love. But good news, Altmaier is on the board because we're 1-all in the 3rd.
Yeah, nicely done. Thanks, Kate. Kate Kearns keeping an eye on all things around Melbourne Park, including courts with no notice that are not in any way, shape or form one of the major courts. I'm not sure that Marin would have ever played on court 8 here before, would he?
Oh, maybe. I'm not sure.
Court 8.
I like the way you said it. I don't know. I can't remember if in previous years, because there were a couple of years he came back from injury a couple times, so I don't remember.
Former finalist?
I don't remember. How do you find out that information, by the way, what previous courts they played on? I always struggle to find that.
I suspect somebody will have that information.
I know. I'm sure they do, and I'm always trying to find, because doing my research, I'm trying to find if they've ever played on Rod Laver before, if it's their first time, because that can be overwhelming if you haven't played in that big of a stage before.
Yes.
And I continue to struggle to find that information.
Yes. Well, when you have any success with that, maybe you could let us know.
I'll pass along the information.
Super.
Yeah.
That would be super. Here, Laslo Djere at 2 games all and 40-15 against Stan Wawrinka, 1 set all. So it's beautifully poised, this contest on AO Radio here. What have you been up to today, Jill? Which matches have you been doing?
I called some Americans, many Americans. No, wrong.
Of course, that would be
There's
the one
multiple ones to choose from. There's
Anisimova.
Yes. I did Anisimova today. She had a little bit of a rocky start. It was first match. Of course, at a slam is always tricky with nerves. She played someone she's never played before. So I think it was Simona Waltert from Switzerland. And so I think that was a new situation for both of them. I think, Waltert has just entered the top 100 for the first time last November. So she was directly into the main draw. It was her main draw debut here at the Australian Open. I think you could feel it a little bit. It was the first time they played on Margaret Court Arena, and it was only the 3rd time she had faced someone in the top 10 before. So really a learning experience. I think Amanda started a little bit slow, but then she found her rhythm, found her range, and she served really, really well. Yep. But I did a match before that.
Hang on. So you were saying America. So Coco?
No.
Okay, hang on. Let me guess. Come on.
It won't take you long to find it.
Oh, it might. You never know with me. I'm terrible at finding things.
No,
Navarro?
No.
No. See?
No, there's a lot of Americans to choose from.
Kenzie McDonald?
It was women's. It was women's.
It was women's.
Yes, it was women's.
Gee, this is
I can tell you what court, but that'll give it away.
Well. This is not.
It will be
well
on the
at
first
all.
page, I think, that you're on.
Oh
no, it won't. It's not on the first page.
Oh, was it Peyton Stearns by any chance?
Yes, Peyton Stearns played Sophia Kenin.
Good win for
the 2020 champion. 2020 champion here, yeah. Kenin, Stearns played very well. She served really, really well, and she started very strong. And I think the fact that she started strong, I think it kind of surprised Kenin and kind of got her on her back foot. And then from that point on, I think Stearns got the early break in both sets and then just served incredibly well. Yeah. So that's been my day so far, and now here I am with you. How's your day?
Busy day. Oh, well, been doing bits and bobs. Saw a bit of Demonor, thought he looked good.
Okay.
Wasn't overly
Won in
pushed.
straight
Mackenzie
sets, yeah.
McDonald, the lucky loser. Still feel that terminology needs a little bit of rethinking.
Change, yeah.
It doesn't feel quite right. I know exactly what it means.
That's a good question for our viewers. What would you call it instead of lucky loser? Is that a good question?
Are you talking? Is it only our viewers on YouTube who can take part in that, or should we invite anyone listening as well?
Everyone. Oh yeah. Everybody. Thank you.
You forgot what medium you're on, didn't you?
I got confused. Yes, everybody. Our viewers and everyone listening.
Everybody can take part.
Everybody.
Rename lucky loser.
Yeah. I like that.
Lucky entrant.
I don't think
because there is luck involved.
There is luck involved.
There is
yes.
luck involved.
Yeah.
So it's just coming in as a loser feels just unfortunate. Do you know what I mean?
I mean, you did
Can't
lose.
fill you with confidence.
You did lose in the last round of qualifying, but
I
agree.
that.
I never liked the name. But
lucky qualifier. Why can't it be lucky qualifier LQ?
Because you didn't qualify.
No, but is he lucky? Well, he did qualify effectively because he got through as a lucky qualifier.
Well, I guess he was a qualifier initially.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
so LQ rather than LL.
it's not the most creative name.
Oh, okay.
But it's a good one.
If you can do better.
I think it's better than lucky
Jill's
loser.
not very impressed with my lucky qualifier. I thought it was quite good, actually. aoradio@tennis.com.au. 3 games all. Laslo, Djere and Stan Wawrinka as they battle it out for a place in the second round. As Jill mentioned, the farewell year for Stan Wawrinka. Of course, assuming he stays fit all the way through. That would be his plan.
That's
he doesn't
true.
look to be in bad shape at the
No,
moment.
he looks good.
But,
I was actually in Perth with him in the United Cup. He was the coach and active player of the Swiss team. I can see him being a coach. I think he loves that role. I think he embraces it, and I think he really enjoys it.
40 years old now, Stan Wawrinka. His ranking's gone down, which is sort of largely irrelevant these days, to 139 in the world. But of course, had so much success in the game. It's his 20th Australian Open appearance,
Wow.
which is quite extraordinary. Of course, he's still young compared to Venus in the women's draw. But
I did Venus's match yesterday. I was whisper.
You did, that's right.
I did. I was a courtside.
Courtside whisperer.
It's just amazing. She still strikes the ball incredibly well, and she's up 4-love in the third set.
I know.
I actually had a long talk with her coach this morning, and he was like, he was like so close, and he just got tight.
It's amazing that at 45, with all her success, 7 major singles titles.
Well, we were talking about
of course,
that.
a long time ago, but
Everyone gets nervous. It doesn't matter if she would have been playing consistently the last 5 years. She probably still would have had some nerves. Everybody gets nervous.
and it's like it's an inch here, an inch there, the nerves as well, isn't
Yeah.
it? You know, it's
But she hadn't won a Grand Slam match since 2021.
yeah.
So it's
and
been
still hasn't.
It's been a while, yeah. Yeah.
But you'd imagine. I mean, she sounds like she wants to play on.
Yeah.
Yep. So wild cards will abound.
And she
you
trains
would imagine.
really hard. I mean, she trained the last couple months very hard with her coach, and he said, miles ahead as far as like how she trains, her mindset, her mentality.
Triple break point here for the 2014 champion Stan Wawrinka to move ahead in this third set. 3 games all. Love 40 on the Djere serve. So he's looking pretty energized here, Stan. Djere down the far end serves. Wawrinka just bunting this back with the forehand, unable to keep it in the court.
He uses that play a lot, actually, Stan, just chipping that return back into play just to get the point started.
Won the title here in 14, won in Paris in 15, and in New York in 16. It's not a bad little run.
10 years ago, wow.
And that was all while
9.5.
the big three, or the big four, depending on which part of the world you're in, were very much live in the game. So that gives you a sense of how well he played in that period. He really was one of the big guns of the game. Onto that beautiful one-handed backhand that we know and love from Stan Wawrinka. Then a slice also from Djere, both low over the net. Then Wawrinka changing the angle, going cross, and then trying to go up the line with a big forehand, found the high part of the net. 2 break points saved.
I felt like he had complete control of that point, Wawrinka, and I thought he had the point one with that forehand angle cross court. It's good moving, good defense from Djere to be able to get that ball back deep in the court.
Saved 8 of 9. Laslo Djere. Can he save another one here? Serve comes in. It's just too long from the serve. There'll be another Serb playing tonight. Slightly better known than Laslo, with 10 titles to his name. On break point, big backhand from Djere. That's beautifully done. Wrong footing Wawrinka, going back behind him. Saves all 3.
It was well done, but Wawrinka just lofted a forehand deep to the backhand. It went for that higher ball, but it just didn't have a ton of pace on it, not much depth either, and Djere did well just to take that ball on the rise, back foot Wawrinka.
Nothing wrong with that backhand, was
good.
there? Good stuff. At deuce. Djere serves to the forehand of Wawrinka. He goes to the forehand of Djere, and Djere overplaying that one. Just whipped the forehand, but it was about a foot long beyond the baseline, and Wawrinka, for the 4th time, has break points. He tries to G himself up here and break through in the 7th game.
Really good positive energy, yeah, and he's just motioning a few times to tell himself, make sure you get up in the court, take that ball inside the baseline.
2 hours on court as we tick to 20 past 5 on this Monday afternoon, the 2nd day of the 2026 Open AO. That's wide from Djere on the backhand, sprays it wide into the tram lines, and Wawrinka breaks through and has the critical break of serve, you would imagine, in this 3rd set. He's still got a hold, but now at 4-3, he's feeling a bit more positive about things. Having dropped the 1st set to Laslo, he's hit back 6-3 and now leads 4-3 in the 3rd.
We have a suggestion for our lucky loser replacement.
Okay, is it better than mine?
I think so.
Because it was with some disdain you dismissed my lucky qualifier, so...
I think so. It's a start. It's from Rob from Montreal.
Oh, again. Rob, yes, who's doing the laundry.
He's doing the laundry.
Yeah.
Maybe something with the word second chance in it. Thinking of, well, he's thinking of a show, Last Chance Kitchen, which is on Top Chef, where contestants who lose can win a duel, and they get a chance to get back in. Second chance server, slinger, slayer, just some suggestions.
Yep.
I'm doing laundry at 1 a.m. because of a combination of weird work hours and bad time management. That's great.
I love that combination.
Yeah.
Thanks, Rob. Nice to hear from you. Good luck with all the laundry in Montreal in the middle of the night. But it does keep you thinking. I like that. So second chance.
Or,
yeah,
second,
so that could
or
be
second slinger, second slayer.
Second slayer.
Well,
I wonder
he
if
was-
I can see that, because that would be double
I
S.
think he's going for the alliteration. S.
But SC, second chance, that could be okay.
Yeah, I think I like second chance.
Second
Out of all
chance.
those, I like second
Prefer
chance.
that than the lucky qualifier.
Yeah.
We'll
I
take
do.
some
I
other
thi- it
suggestions,
sounds-
noting that Jill hasn't come up with anything yet. AOradio@tennis.com.au or Ask the Booth. We're just looking to try and get rid of the negative terminology that sits around coming into a tournament as a loser. It just isn't quite right. Even though, of course, you have lost and then you got in. Wawrinka here serving to consolidate the break of serve for 3-15 love. What do you think of Stan and the way he's moving at 40?
It's incredible. Yeah. I mean, I'm sure he's a step slower.
Doesn't
but
look a
he's-
lot different, does
No,
he, to when he was
doesn't. Not
25?
at all. He's aged at all.
Has he? Maybe he hasn't.
He hasn't changed his look at all that much, too.
No, he really hasn't, has he? His physique hasn't changed enormously either. He really doesn't look a lot different, does he? You can sort of blink and think it's 2014 and he's ripping backhands cross-court and centre court against Nadal. Serving into the net here at 30 love. Second serve chooses to go down the middle. Djere does quite well to get this back into play with his double-handed backhand going cross-court. There's the single-hander from Wawrinka. Then he he sprayed that wide, just backing away, trying to hit the off backhand. Got it all wrong, did Stan from the far end.
That was weird, actually, that he missed that. You hardly ever see him miss that inside-out backhand. Just takes a full swing on it. I remember watching him that year that he won Roland Garros. I mean, he was on fire. Like that he would make over and over again, hitting lines, just full power.
Yeah. They were halcyon days for Stan. 10 years or a bit more ago. On to the backhand, back cross-court at Djere, who meets it with his own. Then into the opposite corner. On Djere pulls the trigger, cross-court forehand, just missed it out. And Stan has a couple of points here for a 5-3 lead in the third.
It was a good strike on the ball, though, from Djere. Hit it with really good quality, but margins are so fine. You know your quality has to be so good against a Grand Slam champion.
At 40-15, Wawrinka serves heavily down the middle. Djere does get this back into play, but left the court open. He was stranded in the middle, was Djere, and Wawrinka could have picked either side and chose to go cross-court with the forehand. 5-3 is his lead in this third set. We might check in on some scores around the venue with Kate Kearns. Hello, Kate.
Hey, Steve. Nice timing. Tien has the early break here in the fifth set on a court 5. And he's 30 in love up on the Giron serve. So looking to take a really good lead here in the fifth. And then if we go across to court, 1573 Arena. Vicky Maboko, the 17th seed. Speaking about her just earlier against Emerson Jones. We're 2 games apiece. It's early on in the first set. And Shapovalov is on ANZ Arena.
Is he? Oh,
yeah. Against the wildcard Boo from China. And we're on serve 2-1 in the first set.
Good stuff. Excellent. Glad to see that. Thanks, Kate. Kate Kearns, keeping an eye on things around events and matches around Melbourne Park. Laslo Djere here serving to stay in the third set in this contest that we're bringing you this afternoon on Kia Arena on AO Radio. Jill Crabus and Steve Pearce with you. We'll be with you for the next, hour or so, leading up to the evening serve with Nat Edwards. And then, of course, we'll be back on. Well, not that we're leaving. That's the wrong terminology. We'll continue with the live coverage of tennis as well, right throughout this evening, Australian time. And there's plenty of action, including Iga Swiatek, who is going to win the women's title, and Novak Djokovic. He's won it 10 times. He's going to be playing Pedro Martinez, and plenty of other action, of course, this evening as well. Mira Andreeva, Donna Vekic, they'll be playing. We're looking forward to bringing you that one on Margaret Court Arena. Casper Ruud's going to be in action as well. Alexei Popyrin, for any Australian interest, also other Australian interest with Ayla Tomljanovic, is playing a Ukrainian Julia Starodutseva. They'll be playing shortly, actually. And lots of other top players, including, of course, Stan Wawrinka and Laslo Djere, which is the match we're watching at the moment. Stan is about to serve for the third set. Any further suggestions?
No message
Jill?
yet, but I know we're waiting in anticipation.
Come on.
I've been trying to. I went silent there because I was trying to rack my brain on what another suggestion.
We haven't come up with one.
I know.
What do you mean another one?
I know. I'm kind of like loving your lucky qualifier now.
Oh, what? You're coming round.
I'm coming around. No, I like second chance.
Second chance is good.
Yeah. We do need some more suggestions, though. Yeah.
LQ. Correct. I'm sure everyone's pondering whether it's the middle of the night.
Well, you know how they pick the lucky loser.
Yes, you've put in and it goes into a bag, doesn't it? It goes into a bag.
It goes into a big bag.
They
take the top 4 by ranking. The qualifiers that lost in the last round. So the top 4 by ranking, put it in a hat, and then they pick out, and then just kind of luck of the draw, and that's how they go 1, 2, 3, 4 down the line. So then I was kind of thinking like, pick of the hat or top of the hat or top of the bag. Pick of the bag.
Do you think it's a top hat?
A top hat could be. I don't know. That's where my mind was going. It's a terrible suggestion.
Kind of thinking it's a bit like when they do a football draw and it comes out of a bag, so you can't. Or maybe it's like one of the big balls where everything's bouncing around.
Yeah.
Anyway,
okay.
If you have a suggestion, do let Jill know.
I think they're chips. They're little little like those plastic chips. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Stan here is serving for the third set and does very well with his initial serve down the middle, T, and Djere unable to get that back over the net, so 15-love. Good win for Coco Gauff earlier today. 2 and 3, she was safely through. Solid win for Daniil Medvedev as well. Earlier on Margaret Court Arena, he was a straight sets winner over Jesper de Jong. As Wawrinka serves, forced to try and pick that one up on the half volley. Good return from Djere, and Wawrinka unable to make any sort of a play on a half volley backhand. 15-all. Not a good day though for Felix Auger-Aliassime.
I know. I asked someone what happened because I was working on a match, and I was just hoping he was okay, but apparently I think
cramp.
The guessing was cramping. Yeah, is that what happened? Did you see it? Did you see it? Okay.
He explained it in a press conference
explained
as
it.
well.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's cramping.
He said he thought he'd done all the preparation, thought he was in tip-top shape, didn't do anything different.
I'm just glad it wasn't something serious. I mean, overly serious.
You don't usually see people pull out with cramp. You usually find a way around that. Yeah.
Yeah, I usually don't.
So not, for the 7th seed and been coming back into some pretty decent form over the last 12 months or so. Very disappointing way to exit the tournament.
Bummer.
30-15 here as Wawrinka serves but misses his first ball. Nuno Borges was the beneficiary of that. Anyway, he's through to the second round. Storm Hunter also through. Straight sets win today, and Rublev had a straight sets win as well, which was good to see.
That was on Cain Arena. Yeah, he played Arnaldi. That's not an easy first round.
30-15 here. Wawrinka lands this, then comes inside the baseline, plays a really awkward slice, which landed deep. Gave the initiative to Djere, though. Can he take it? He goes heavily with the backhand as Djere, well defended by Wawrinka. He's right back in this point, Stan. He's back on the baseline. Jumps into a forehand cross court. Well met by Djere. Shorter ball from the Serb, though. Bit more depth on that, forcing Wawrinka back. Then, and there was an attempted sliced forehand from Djere. Could only find the net, and Wawrinka is delighted, and so are most of the crowd. Here's a couple of set points.
Yeah, great consistent rally from Wawrinka. Interesting choice from Djere. It just seemed like he wanted to get out of that rally and somehow change it up, and just did not execute that drop shot that well.
Felt like he ultimately didn't make a decision. Like he
or
was caught between two lines
last
and
minute decision,
just didn't really play a shot. It was a sort of a nothing shot. Anyway, 2 set points for Stan Wawrinka here. Desperate, I'm sure, to get a match win if he can in his farewell Australian Open, his 20th. Stan serves. Djere heavily back with the backhand. Good angle from Wawrinka. It's a clean winner. Cross-court forehand. Beautifully done. And he raises his hands just to get the crowd going a bit more. And the Swiss fans, many of them delighted with that. And many of the neutrals too, of course. Stan, a great fan favourite here around the venue and right around the world for so many years. He's 2-1 up now against Laslo Djere. Let's play some supporter messages, Jill, and we'll be back with the 4th set and some of your messages in just a couple of minutes.
Australian Tennis Magazine has been serving up news, features and game insights for 50 years. Pick up your copy of Australia's only tennis publication or subscribe to have every issue delivered at tennismag.com.au and keep up with all things tennis via our social channels.
Kids making a racket at home? Nothing hits like getting outside and on court. With Hot Shots Tennis, kids gain confidence, learn sport skills and make friends. Perfect for kids aged 3 to 12. Book your free trial at a participating club. Hit up tennis.com.au. Hot Shots Tennis. It's different.
Have you got your copy of the AO 2026 official program? Packed with player profiles, feature stories, stats and souvenir pictures. It's the essential guide to the Australian Open and all things tennis. Pick up your copy at the AO shop, in newsagents or at ozopen.com.
Family time hits different with Tennis Court Hire. From less eyes on screens to more time with your teens or smashing fitness routines. Whatever you're into, get out on court. Tennis.com.au.
Player features, exclusive interviews, game insights and much more. That's Australian Tennis Magazine. And this AO, Australia's only tennis publication, turns 50. Join us in celebrating our special milestone by picking up a copy or subscribing at tennismag.com.au.
Message our commentators. Email aoradio@tennis.com.au.
The sound of the Australian Open. This is AO Radio.
Steve Pearce and Jill Krabus with you on AO Radio late on a Monday afternoon. It's been a lovely day, hasn't it, Jill?
Amazing, yeah.
Amazing. And
it actually started a little bit sunny, but now it's been a cloud cover for quite some time. But I always liked playing in those conditions, hasn't it? You're looking at me like...
No, it has.
I'm
I agree.
crazy.
The sun has disappeared behind some high cloud cover. So for the players, I think it's not an uncomfortable situation.
Most of the players have ice towels, though.
Yeah. Oh, is that an ice towel around Laslo?
It just looks like a regular
or is that just
towel,
your regular
but
towel?
on his legs, potentially.
I mean, for tennis, it's not ridiculous weather, is it? It's okay.
No, it's
kind
okay.
of just nice. But Laslo's lost control of this match. He's 2-1 down now against the 2014 champion Stan Wawrinka. We'll continue to bring you that right up to the evening serve in an hour's time with Nat. In the meantime, we're trying to replace, and I'm not sure if Craig Tiley and everyone else is listening right now, but we're trying to help them get rid, them being tournament people who run tournaments, Craig does here, and other people do around the world, trying to get rid of lucky loser. So we just don't think that's a nice way to bring someone into a tournament.
Yeah. I can't believe this is just coming up now, though, because we've spoken about this for years that... Well, I haven't. That's not the greatest name. Lucky loser. No.
Well, that's why we're getting rid of it now.
I know.
What do we have?
Okay, we have a message from Mary from New Zealand.
Yes, Mary. Thanks, Mary.
Second chance starter.
Second chance starter.
I still
hang on, was the one before second chance and now we've gone second chance starter?
Yeah.
Yes, okay.
Second chance starter. Because they get to start again.
SCS.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, okay, I like
They
that.
also
SCS,
make announcements in the player area saying, in the mornings we're saying, just to remind people, sign in for Lucky Loser ends at so-and-so time. So I'm picturing in my head what would sound good with that announcement. Whoever would like to sign up for a second starter, please come down to the...
Second starter?
Yes,
so
you have to
SS.
kind of... I'm trying to think of how it would sound on the loudspeaker, too, inside.
And I'm thinking of what it looks like in brackets
In
after
brackets,
a name. But
yeah,
you're right,
okay.
from a player perspective,
Who would like to sign in for second starter? Who would like to sign in for a lucky qualifier?
I can't imagine Roger or Rafa ever signed up lucky loser. They'd be like, yeah, no, I'm not. That's not good for my brand. I'm not doing that. I'm off to the next tournament.
And there's always another tournament.
There's always another
There's
tournament.
always another tournament you can play.
Were you ever a lucky loser?
Yes.
How did you go in the tournament?
I don't remember.
Oh, okay. That's the end of that story.
Yeah. I don't remember it. It's amazing some of these players that remember like every detail of every match and every tournament, every week of the year. But I have been a lucky loser a couple times, and maybe I didn't handle it very well being called a loser.
Maybe the fact that you were announced as a lucky
the
loser cooked your goose.
This doesn't apply to Grand Slams, but
Right.
when you're a lucky loser at other tournaments where the seeds have a bye and the seed pulls out, then you're automatically into the second round without having played a match.
Okay,
That's
yeah.
like a super lucky loser.
SLL. Do we have any others?
He's putting cologne on?
Yes. Is that bad?
No, it's good. It smells nice. I mean, it is a small booth, so.
Exactly.
Yes.
Why not, I say?
Yeah. Do you want me to get some more messages, or?
Well, I'm not saying no.
Okay. Well, we have from James, who lives in central Mexico.
Oh, hello, James. Central Mexico.
Hi to all the team from central Mexico. But some of the voices we've been hearing on the airwaves during the day session so far, it feels a bit like a mini ATP tennis radio reunion. Some of us are, yes. Well done with the voices. Always a pleasure to hear you all. The best lucky loser alternative I can come up with right now is comeback qualifier. I like that.
Oh, now, okay. Now we're talking.
Comeback qualifier.
Okay.
That would sound encouraging on the loudspeaker.
That would lift
Whoever
you,
would
it?
like to come sign in for comeback qualifier, please come.
And it fits within. So you've got your
the way I envision
the protocols of how it sounds and how it feels as a player.
Yeah.
And for me, I feel like it ideally should fit in just a two-letter acronym.
Yeah.
So comeback qualifier CQ.
I like it.
It's okay.
Yep, I like it. Comeback qualifier.
Ticks a lot of boxes. Gets rid of loser.
So you're seeing, instead of seeing LL,
Yep.
and next to the name, you're seeing CQ.
Yeah.
I like it.
Yeah, I don't mind that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Good one. Thanks, James.
Okay, that's really good, James.
Yeah.
I wonder where in central Mexico. That's got me thinking
Ooh,
that.
let us know.
Because there's a lot of places in central Mexico.
I love Mexico.
I haven't been to Mexico since like late 90s. We hitched down through Baja California, which probably wasn't the safest thing to do at the time, but anyway. And then busted across through Mexico City, Guanajuato, Mexico City, and then out to the Yucatan, and then down to like Belize and Guatemala. It was awesome. It's beautiful.
It's beautiful.
Amazing.
It really is beautiful. So many nice places. And I just want to keep going back. I haven't been to Mexico City yet, and I've heard amazing things.
Haven't been to Mexico City yet?
No, I've heard amazing things.
Yeah, it is. It's amazing.
I know.
It's beautiful.
I know.
Very busy city. I mean, well, I presume it's still beautiful. I mean, it's probably 30 years ago. I've still been there. It's a deuce in this opening game as Djere kicking off this fourth set on Kia Arena. A couple of ball bounces for the Serb. Aggregate age of this match of 70, which is quite significant. 40-year-old Wawrinka and the 30-year-old Serb. There's the slice backhand cross court from Wawrinka. There's another one. What does Djere do? He decides to push this to the Wawrinka forehand. Stan happy to not put too much pace on that, and then goes back to the trusty backhand slice. There's another one back cross court to the backhand of Djere. That one clips the tape. Wawrinka happy to rally until Djere makes the unforced into the net, and Stan's got a break point here at the start of the fourth.
He's been so good in these pressure points when the rally starts to get longer and longer. Stan just looks like he settles in. He's willing to be patient and just seems so comfortable in those longer rallies.
He's been there and done that, hasn't he? Can he do it again? Can he break through here at the start of the fourth to get himself off to a dream start at the start of the fourth set? There's the volley from Djere, gives Wawrinka a chance to play the forehand up the line. He couldn't quite move the feet and get the racket around the ball enough, and could only curve it somewhat awkwardly up into the tram line. So back to Juice.
Yeah, it was a great approach shot from Djere, and it had to be deep into the corner. It's tough because you start thinking break point. Sometimes you take some pace off, but he really stayed calm and composed. Great volley.
Out wide, Djere missing the first ball. Jill Crabus and Steve Pearce with you on AO Radio. Day 2 of the Australian Open, AO 2026. Serves here, the slice from Wawrinka is okay. It was a short ball, he retreats to the baseline, well behind in fact is Stan. On the run, he makes another sliced backhand. Backhand, the double-hander from Djere on the run, then that sort of squash shot forehand, which looks awkward and hasn't played out greatly for Djere over the last 20 minutes or so. Again, finds the bottom of the net, and it's break point again for Stan.
I almost felt like that looked awkward because the previous shot, I think he knew in his heart it probably wasn't good enough, and it just gave that forehand angle open for Wawrinka, who's been hitting that shot so well today.
5.5 minutes. Can Stan break through in this opening game? Djere down the far end, serves, goes down the middle, a sort of just pushed back forehand to commence the rally from Wawrinka, and then a miss hit on the backhand flew miles long from the Swiss. Back to Juice.
Excellent depth from Djere on the forehand. So many of these rallies, Wawrinka's just been chipping back into the court as a defensive tactic, and it's a good sign that he's able to do that, still trusting his movement to a high degree at 40 years of age.
40. Oh, that's a great ace out wide from Djere. And Stan saw that coming. He moved pretty quickly, but he still couldn't get near it in the Juice court. Good stuff from the Serb. Okay, he's got himself a game point here, Laslo. Can he close it out for the opening game of the fourth? White t-shirt, blue shorts for Laslo as he serves. Just pushed back into play by Wawrinka again on the forehand. Then the more expansive backhand gives himself an opening here. Wawrinka, a couple of cross-court forehands. Well defended by Djere. Just the slice lands this back in. Stan goes into the opposite court. Oh, but Laslo Djere has the reply of some quality. Just ripping a cross-court forehand, which skidded off Wawrinka's racket. And Djere holds, gets past a couple of break points and hangs on in the opening game of the fourth.
That was actually an interesting point, because Wawrinka had a higher injection of pace throughout that rally, but it actually worked to his disadvantage. Djere liked that. It kind of forced him to just be able to swing a little bit more freely rather than have to bring his own pace to the chip shots. He actually enjoyed that rally more. But you saw he was so fired up after he won that game. Tough game to get through.
Let's check in with Kate Cairns and what's happening around Melbourne Park. Kate.
Thanks, Steve. On court 5, finally we have a result, and it's Lorna Tien, the 25th seed, going through against Marcus Giron. And it was 7-6, 4-6, 3-6, 7-6, 6-2 in the fifth. It was a strange old fifth set, and Giron just could not find the court for 5 games and then decided to reel off a couple of games, and I thought, oh, look out. Lorna Tien was getting a little nervous, but found a way to serve out that set, and is now through to the second round. He'll be very happy. That went 3 hours, 39 minutes. It's a big match on a hot day. Vicky Mboko, she is about to serve for the first set, 5-4 and 40-30 against Emerson Jones, the wild card from Australia. Might just stay with me as she's serving. She's gone down the tee. It's a huge serve and putting away. Oh, the forehand, but Emerson Jones, yeah, she got to the ball but has put that out wide. And Mboko taking that first set 6-4.
Good stuff. Thank you, Kate. Can I also trouble you while we're on for an update on Cilic and Altmaier?
Yes, of course, with Cilic having won those first 2 sets, 6-love. And he is now, I'm just trying to find it because it has disappeared on me.
Court 8's disappeared. I wondered if Court 8, I don't think I've ever been there.
That could be.
I assume it does exist.
Well, it's disappeared on my screen here. Sorry. Here we go. It's 5-all in the third set, and Altmaier serving 15-love. Yeah, finally got there. I was a bit worried, and I was worried for all of those people also at Court 8 if it had disappeared.
Absolutely, if the whole court had gone. That would have been disappointing. It just shows you, though, doesn't it? You know, and Jill, you'd know this, of course, those 6-love sets, they look great on paper, but they don't mean anything when you come to the next set, right?
Well, because a lot of times you're wondering if something's happening with your opponent, because especially with the quality of a player Altmaier is, I mean, that's a very unusual score. We know he's a very, very good player, a dangerous opponent to see in any draw. So you start to wonder if he's okay. Then you start to wonder, all these thoughts go through your mind. Is he going to call the trainer? Is he going to stop? Is he going to keep playing? And then all of a sudden, bam, he's in the match. And he's been able to find some form. But it is, I'm still surprised by 2 sets going by, 6-love.
Funny, isn't it? Brilliant stuff. Thank you, Kate. Kate Cairns, keeping us across everything happening around Melbourne Park. We're keeping you across everything that's happening on King. And also, we're taking your suggestions to rid ourselves of the much hated, well, I'm not sure if it is much hated. I've decided it is, and I think Jill's agreeing with me.
I don't love it. Lucky loser.
We're trying to get rid of it. So we're having your suggestions as to how we're going to replace that.
I'm kind of excited.
We're doing quite well, aren't we?
I'm kind of excited because I feel like we're going to change something.
What was the last one that we actually really liked?
Comeback qualifier.
Comeback qualifier.
Yeah.
You're going to keep a note of these, aren't you, in your head?
My head. I need to write stuff down. I can't.
You're going to get a pen out. Okay.
Comeback qualifier, yeah.
All right, you jot a couple of those things down. I'll keep an eye on this tennis. As Wawrinka brings Djere into the net. Djere tries a little backhand, but left the court open for Wawrinka to pass him with the cross-court forehand. And again, he raises both arms, just trying to get this crowd more involved in this contest. And hopefully, as far as Stan's concerned, on his side of things as well.
That was a beautiful passing shot. He actually caught the ball a little bit behind him, but he knows exactly how to handle that. Stayed with the ball well. Great acceleration.
40-15, love won in the fourth with Wawrinka leading by 2-1. We'll come to a couple more of your messages now that Jill's got pen and paper, which you can keep track of things. Good serving from Wawrinka as Djere can only net 1 game all.
He's definitely got the crowd behind him, Wawrinka, in this match, and he just keeps trying to fire them up. Almost every point that he's won, he's throwing his arms in the air. It was amazing how much that helps. Oh, you want another message?
Absolutely.
Sorry. Okay.
Seems appropriate.
Mayank from Delaware in the United States. This doesn't. If they only take the top 4 ranked losers, what if there's more lucky losers in the main draw than 4? Then what do they do? That's the question. I think then I think it just goes by ranking.
Right.
Yeah. And then a good name.
And of course, we're still not calling them losers.
Right.
We're changing.
Then the suggestion is double chance.
Double chance.
Double chance.
Okay.
That's another one. I'm going to write
DC.
that down. I like how you shorten it. You
got to think about that.
I know.
Right?
My mind doesn't even go there, but I love it.
I don't know what it's going to look like. Double chance. Okay. There's a lot of chances in a lot of the suggestions, aren't there? Second chance, double chance. Quite like that. Into the net on the run from Djere with that forehand. Love 15. Squeeze one more in, Djere.
Write down second chance. Okay. Lucky Pasquale from Germany.
Hello, Pascal.
Lucky loser, a.k.a. lucky challenger, to set a positive note on the player with still the lucky background.
Yeah.
Keep up the great work.
Okay, lucky challenger. I don't mind that.
I'm already running out of space on my paper.
You've chosen a very crowded bit of... Couldn't have chosen
I panicked.
Worst spot to write.
I panicked. I had to write it down quickly.
Djere serves out the body is just a net cord. Jill has selected the smallest amount of paper that you could possibly have seen.
And I'm writing too big as well.
Everything.
Yeah.
Very poor decision, but at least it is an area where you can write down a few. That has got that going for it. Djere, love 15. Serves. Backhand slice from Wawrinka gets him back into the point, and then that more expensive. Oh, well, that's beautifully put away by Djere, though. Just to stand and deliver forehand inside in down the line, and Wawrinka just was left stranded on the baseline. Good stuff.
It's getting pretty breezy out there. Looking at the shirts of Djere and Wawrinka.
I'm not sure what we're expecting weather-wise for this evening.
Yeah.
Okay. 15 all here. Djere serves, sliced backhand again from Wawrinka, and then it's just gone out wide from the serve, so Stan gets his nose ahead here. 15-30.
Djere knew it. As soon as he hit it, you could see him drop his head before the ball actually landed on the court.
2.5 hours. It's 10-6 on this Monday afternoon, becoming evening, and Stan Wawrinka's getting close to the second round. Not there yet. 15-30, Djere finds the net. Just a couple of spins of the racket, as is his way. Now we're ready. Djere serves. Reply from Wawrinka was pretty short, but that's way too long from Djere, and he's digging himself a hole again here.
That was just
more break points.
Yeah, that was just a little bit of stop in the footwork again from Djere. After he lost that second set, he was on the changeover. It looked like he was a little bit tired, but...
Staved off break points in the opening game. Was broken late in that third set, and he's managed to save another break point here with a serve out wide, and Wawrinka only able to put a forehand into the net, but still break point for the Swiss.
It's mentally tough to always have to keep working so hard to win your service game. It can be taxing, it can add up.
Djere ready, serves. Backhand from Wawrinka is good, bringing in short ball. Oh, that's a lovely touch from Djere. Really acute angle, drop shot, slice, beautifully done.
Very, very good. Yeah, good disguise as well. You just keep sprinting forward to the short return from Wawrinka. And a lot of times you do the drop shot and you keep it in front of you, but he was crafty, did it short at the cross court.
Saving break points for fun here, Djere. Couple in the opening game, couple in this one. So one game all and deuce. Going to make Stan fight all the way here. Djere serves again, goes out wide. That one catches the neck.
A little bit of a...
Was that someone in the crowd?
No, oh, was it? I thought maybe they
Hawkeye just
went off by accident. Yeah, maybe.
Didn't get the red lights though. Yeah, I was
Do you like the red lights?
I have already become a fan.
Oh, good.
Yeah. They didn't go off then either, though, did they? Or maybe they only go at night, do they?
I don't know.
Just shows you how much I notice during the day. Okay, beautifully done by Djere there. Backhand up the line for a clean winner. That'll be why.
He's done well just to take his time in between points. That backhand down the line winner just didn't try and overplay. Nice and casually done.
All in the placement and the timing there. As Wawrinka was left stranded, pushes a forehand back that time, the Swiss on the run. Oh no, he's pulled that wide into the tram lines. That was out off the racket from Wawrinka, so a couple more chances slip by for Stan to get a break of serve there. He's had multiple chances in the opening two service games for Laslo Djere in this fourth set, but Djere has hung on and leads 2-1. With Wawrinka leading by 2 sets to 1.
Okay, Kimberly,
Kimberly
from Newport, Wales in the UK.
Oh yes, lovely spot.
Alternative qualifier. Mixed doubles and doubles use alternate, so she feels like this would be an easily understood acronym. Thank you for the insightful commentary. So then, and she even put brackets for you, AQ.
AQ, beautifully done.
Yes,
thank you, Kimberly.
Because an alternate would be ALT in the draw, right?
Yes.
So that would be clear enough, I think, between the two. It would distinguish between the two enough, right? AQ and ALT would be alternate.
Yeah.
Alternative qualifier. Nice. Where do I write this?
Well, you could write it above Djere and Wawrinka. There's a little gap. Well, where have you found
another
gap?
On my notes. I'm going on Wawrinka's
side.
Much
space? Oh, there is a bit of space on the Wawrinka side, isn't there? Because the ATP delivers an equal amount of white space on either side.
Okay, this is great. Jody from St. Albans, England.
Hello, Jody. Isn't it late at night, or am I getting my timing wrong?
Enjoying the discussion around replacing lucky loser. The way not to do it is what they've done in athletics, where it's fastest loser.
Oh no, that one. Yes, I'm with you, Jody. Because they've still got loser in there.
But has said that it was replaced a couple of years ago by fastest non-automatic qualifier. What a mouthful.
Oh, no,
fastest non-automatic qualifier.
Think of the acronym.
That's long. That is long.
Any acronym with F at the start always puts red flags up for me as well. What is that going to spell? Anyway, I'll come to that in a minute. Wawrinka here with a big forehand. Beautifully done down. Oh, not beautifully done. I called that in and it was out. And there were no red lights. Close call.
No red lights.
Hawkeye, of course, calling it out. So I'll take that back. That never happened. Love 15. Beautiful forehand winner that wasn't. Wawrinka serving out wide. You're right about the breeze, though. Jill, it is picking up.
Makes it a little bit tougher on the toss, on the serve, to time it well.
15 serving here. Djere does pretty well to reach that backhand. A wild forehand from Wawrinka that time, standing on the baseline. Was there for the winner, but he just mishit it and pushed it 2 feet long beyond the baseline. And suddenly it's the Wawrinka serve that's under pressure here at love 30.
It's actually a good serve, too. The kick serve of the win is a good option. It's difficult for the returner to control, but just misfired on the forehand.
Serving out wide. That's better from Stan. That skidded off the racket of Djere. Managed to get a forehand racket onto it, but it just couldn't get any control on it on the serve out wide. 15-30. Serving out wide. He's missed his mark on this occasion. No, that ball is out. Second serve, lands that in. Djere with a really aggressive backhand from outside the tram lines, just found the bottom of the nets. 30 all. 100% clear why the red lights don't operate during the day, though, because surely they're bright enough that you can see them.
No, I felt like I did a day match, and they were still active. I really do.
I'm suggesting they don't, but then
really?
maybe they do. Well, Wawrinka going cross-court with a forehand, repelled also on the same shot by Djere. Pair exchanging blows from behind the baseline, cross-court, change of direction from Djere, goes to the backhand of Wawrinka, who slices, then he runs around, plays a forehand straight down the middle of the court, into the net from Djere. And he tosses his racket to the floor. It's gone from love 30 to 40-30, and Wawrinka now has bounced back and has a point for 2 all.
Yeah, I can't believe that. That ball was right on his racket. Didn't even have to move out of the way that much. Just really frustrated with that mistake.
It's 6 p.m. here. We're 11 hours ahead of the UK, because it's 7 a.m. in St Albans in England. Yeah, okay. So it's actually breakfast time radio. Lovely having your company. Wherever you're listening to us in Europe, breakfast time. 7 o'clock or 8 o'clock if you're in Central Europe.
I love breakfast.
So do I. I have it twice sometimes. Wawrinka serves here. Lands quite short. Djere's absolute country mile behind the baseline, but he's still in the point. And slicing down the middle. Wawrinka repels it with his own forehand. It's a miss-hit from Djere. And it's long, and Wawrinka's come from love 30 in an awkward position to win 4 consecutive points to level us up. 2 games all.
Trish from Cork, Ireland.
From Cork. Where it is breakfast time, 7 o'clock. Yes.
How about backfill qualifier or qualifying backfiller?
Backfiller. I suppose you're backfilling a position. It's not. It's a bit unglamorous.
Backfill qualifier.
I mean, it works.
Qualifying backfiller. I think the first one's easier to say for me, anyway.
It's more the backfill.
Qualifier.
It's a bit like, you know, when you're missing a few staff at work and you're like, oh, I better get some backfill in. Okay. But it's almost got the sort of, I don't know. I mean, I like it, but I don't know if it leaps to the lead. Not that we're the final adjudicators of all these things. Djere 15 love, 2 all in the 4th. Jill Craber, Steve Pearce with you here on AO Radio as Wawrinka just slices this back into play. Change of direction from Djere was good. On the run, Wawrinka cannot make that forehand up the line. Pushed it wide. 30 love.
He's won a lot of points when he's back-footed, Wawrinka, especially with that backhand down the line, because Wawrinka is already inching to the left, trying to look for a forehand to take, as good as his backhand is.
Djere serves at the backhand of Wawrinka, near the body, in fact. Wawrinka did pretty well. And then a really nice cross backhand from Wawrinka, opening up the court. He hasn't quite put this away, though. Djere puts up a defensive ball on the forehand, but it's going to land long. And Stan takes that point, 30-15. Tight old contest here on Kia Arena between the 2 veterans. Although Stan is much more of the double veteran with a capital V. Sliced back that time by Wawrinka. There's another backhand slice. Got pretty good depth on that. Nice change from Djere, forcing Wawrinka down deep into that juice cord on the forehand. And he couldn't get enough purchase on it to keep it in the court. 40-15.
And Djere's done well here to take the initiative on those chips that Wawrinka just keeps floating back into the court.
Bang on 6 o'clock in Melbourne on a lovely Monday evening as Djere serves, clips the tape, flies into the tram lines. Second serve, Wawrinka on the baseline to receive this, doesn't need to play it.
40-30.
Double faults from Djere. We're trying to replace Lucky Loser if you're just joining us. We've had lots of good suggestions. Keep them coming. aoradio@tennis.com.au is the email. They'll come through onto the computer right in front of Jill, or you can use the Ask the Booth form through the app or ozopen.com. Nice having your company here on AO Radio. Wawrinka unable to do much with that serve out wide from Djere. Djere holds for 3-2 in the 3rd, 2 sets to 1 to Stan. Let's check in on some scores around Melbourne Park with Kate Kearns.
Thanks, Steve. We've got a match here on 1573 Arena. Vicky Mboko from Canada, the 17th seed against Emerson Jones. And Maboko took the first set 6-4 and has the break in the second. She's leading 2-love. Emerson Jones has been serving for about the last 10 minutes and desperately trying to get on the board here in the second, but Maboko making things very difficult for her, such a competitor. Shapovalov on ANZ Arena won the first set 6-3 against Bu, the wildcard from China, and just early stages of that second set. A few of the other matches, you'll be happy to know that Cilic actually got through in a tie-break on the third set on court 8, and it was 6-love, 6-love, and then of course 7-3 in the tie-break. So Marin Cilic through to the second round. Just some other matches. We've got very early stages. Paula Badosa, the 25th seed, against Zarina Diaz of Kazakhstan, and they're 10 minutes into that match. Badosa has the early break and leads 2-love in the first set.
Thanks, Kate. I see also Julia Starodutseva from Ukraine is also out playing the Australian Isla Tomljanovic.
She is, and she is serving for that first set, 5-4. She broke Isla early in that first set and has been able to hold that advantage. So looking good, although Isla has won that first point. We'll see how that plays out. You might need to get across to me in a few minutes.
Rightio, thanks Kate. Kate Cairns keeping us across all the action around Melbourne Park on Kia Arena. Stan Wawrinka is serving at 2-3 in the fourth set. Jill Krabus and Steve Pearce with you. 2 sets to 1 to Stan Wawrinka. At love 15 here, as Stan, who had to fight off a couple of break points himself, no, not break points, he got down to love 30, but then won 4 in a row in the last service game, has got to lost the opening point again. Love 15. He serves. It's going to be a fault. Paula Badosa has also headed out onto court, so we'll get an update from Kate on the Spaniard. 25th seeded Spaniard this year. When we next check in with Kate. Love 30 here, as Wawrinka digs himself another little bit of a hole on serve.
Yeah, just a couple loose errors there from Stan. That last backhand chip, he was stretched so far out wide, just didn't stay with the ball long enough.
Wawrinka missing the first serve again. Djere has only made the second round here once before. So this would be a big win for him as well if he could find a way through, as Wawrinka goes down low to play a slice backhand cross court. Got some good depth on that stand. Djere steps in with his own double-hander again. Good depth right near the baseline. Wawrinka with the backhand. It's sprayed well long behind the baseline. And it's triple break point for the Serb here for a 4-2 lead in the fourth.
Wow, amazing. Just a little bit of a loose game here from Wawrinka.
He's had 15 breakpoint chances Wawrinka.
Converted 2, and Djere's only had 2, converted 1.
So Wawrinka in a heap of trouble here. Can he dig his way out on serve? It's a good opener there. Heavy serve down the middle, and the sliced return from Djere just floats long. 15-40. Been in these sorts of situations so many times in big matches, Stan Wawrinka. So often found a way out of them. Can he do so here? Lands this first serve again, and that's a great return from Djere. That one did land on the baseline. Stan thought it was going just long. In the end, he was forced to just try and flick a half volley, but it was no good. Found the net, and Djere has the break of serve and leads 4-2 in the fourth.
I like that was a strange game. It just is almost out of nowhere, because it was Wawrinka really in this fourth set that has been putting most of the pressure on the Djere serve, and then out of nowhere as it got down quickly, left 40 with 3 random unforced errors, and Djere did a good job of just capitalizing in that moment, stayed so solid.
So we might be going the distance here, but still a little way to go. Djere's got to try and consolidate that breaker serve first of all, and that's a good start from him. Goes out wide, and Wawrinka finds the net with his reply. 15 love. Trying to bounce around and keep himself up and motivated here, Stan. Trying to, he's been in Deeper 5-set matches over the years is... Let's get to that in a minute. Slicing back is Wawrinka here, and then onto that backhand cross-court. Djere meets it with his own. More centrally in the court, a couple of backhands. Looking for the angle on the baseline there, Djere. Just went a little bit too long. A bit too deep there from the serve.
His errors are so fine. Djere, when he misses, it's just by millimeters. They're so close to the line.
5-set record for Wawrinka over the years is 30 wins and 27 defeats, so kind of close to 50-50, but just a bit better for him. For Djere, it's 2-7, so Wawrinka would go in, I suppose, on the numbers a favourite if we go into a 5th set, as Djere sprays a simple enough forehand wide and long and puts himself under a bit of pressure at 15-30.
It's an interesting 7 or 8 minutes.
A few mistakes.
I don't know. I have a few mistakes, but out of nowhere, just that very short first shot from Djere in that instance, that was just an unusual mistake and it went flying.
Djere ready. That time the ball toss was not right, so he'll do a reset. Laslo Djere serves into the net. That wasn't even close. Sets himself for a second serve here on Cain Arena. Lands this in. Wawrinka slicing back across the court. Well defended by Djere. Djere goes with the forehand. It's a very short ball. Wawrinka should take advantage. Didn't really do too much with it, though. So Djere is now back at the baseline in this point. Goes cross-court with the forehand. Another short ball. Wawrinka again just goes centrally, waiting for the mistake from Djere, and it came. Sprayed wide into the tram line. Wawrinka not doing much, but he's earned himself a couple of break points.
Well, I don't think either one has had to do that much in the last couple of games. It's been such flip-flop from the previous game. Now just Djere spraying a couple balls.
15-40. Is he about to give up the break of serve? Djere serves. That looked just wide, and it was. Down the middle, just missing it. So it'll be a second serve on break point. Laslo Djere serves, clips the tape, and that's a double.
Second service.
Isn't it?
No.
Oh, really?
Another second serve chance, yeah.
Wow, that was just caught the line. Okay, so it's not a double. Take that back. Second serve, lands this in. Wawrinka just slicing this back centrally in the court, and on the run just scoops that up, lands it deep. Djere pulls the trigger on a cross-court forehand, dumps it into the net. Wawrinka breaks back, and we're back on serve in the 4th. Not the two most outstanding high-quality breaks of serve that you'll ever see, but they're exchanged, and Stan feels like he's right back in this, and he is. He'll serve next at 3-4, and he leads by 2-1.
Well, Rachel, who lives in England,
hello, Rachel,
says, I reckon that a new name for Lucky Loser would ideally match Wild Card, but I haven't thought of a good option. Draw Card sounds too much like Main Draw. Maybe Luck Card is okay. And then says, unfortunately, has to go to work, so don't have time to think of perfect options and won't be able to hear any of our ideas. so out of all those, I think maybe Luck Card.
Rachel was just having a bit of a brain dump as she was
like,
typing.
I gotta get my
maybe this will
option
work,
in.
maybe that'll work. Actually, I've got to get to work.
Yeah.
I'll leave you with it. Good luck.
Carlos from Edmonton, Canada.
Hello, Carlos.
Massive hello from Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. I would change Lucky Loser to Redemption Qualifier.
Oh, okay.
That's a good one.
Redemption.
RQ.
Yeah, I think that would work. RQ, Redemption Qualifier.
Okay, writing that one
down.
How
does that land with you as a player?
Redemption. I like it. Yeah, I like it.
You like it?
Yeah.
Redemption Qualifier.
I do. I like it. Redemption Qualifier.
Redemption Qualifier, RQ. It's possibly, it might
Announcement for the players. Whoever would like to sign up for a Redemption Qualifier, please come to the ref's office.
Okay.
That sound good?
It's just my only concern is that there's a few too many syllables with redemption. It's just not quite snappy, but I mean, I like it.
Okay.
I like it. And it's, RQ's good, and you like the sound of it, so I reckon it's on the list. You've made sure, of course, you've written it down.
I have written it down.
Okay. We've got some more of your messages to get to. Do keep your suggestions, keep coming through. I think we're going to be able to put forward a very good winner here for the Australian Open to employ for next year. Oh, should we wait till next year? As Wawrinka just had a short ball to put away there and inexplicably missed the forehand, put it long. Maybe we aim for, well, you'll be in Indian Wells, won't you?
Yes.
Can you start it there? You've got some pull over there.
Start this whole conversation going.
Loser.
Yeah,
no, not conversation.
I'm on this. I'm serious about this. I really want to change it.
Good serve here from Wawrinka down the middle. He had the chance to put this away. Manages to do so with the second volley. His ball right on top of the net. He hammered it straight at Djere. Gave his opponent an opportunity to pass him. Djere didn't take it, and Wawrinka gleefully putting away the second opportunity with the forehand volley.
Wawrinka did so good to close the net hard, and when you're that close to the net, it makes the volley that much easier. Just put the racket up, just block that pace back.
Use
he did well. Yeah.
Wawrinka 15-all, serves down the middle. That's good stuff, and a big fist pump from Stan. Heavily down the middle. 30-15. 211 Ks.
Just looking at the speed between the two players, and Wawrinka's been outpacing Djere on both the first and second serve.
12 aces to 8 as well for Stan. 30-15 here. 3-4 serving. Just missing with the first ball. Second serve, lands this one in. Backhand from Djere, finds the net. 40-15.
It's amazing that one game that Wawrinka had that slight dip, and since Djere now kind of let him back, his demeanor, his body language is so positive right now, Wawrinka.
Changes quick, doesn't it?
Yeah, it changes quick.
So points here for 4-all in the fourth. Wawrinka serves, goes for the tee, finds it. Great stuff from Stan. That's a much better service game. And he heaps the pressure back on the Serb, Laslo Djere, to see if he can hold serve here at 4 games all.
Can I squeeze in a message?
Yes.
Yes, August from Nimbin, New South Wales.
Nimbin, yeah, that's sort of up Byron Bay-ish kind of way, northern New South Wales, yeah.
Jill and Steve, great commentary duo. Thanks for your work. I'll go with redemptive opportunist instead of lucky loser. It sounds so grand. R-O.
Can you announce that for us quickly?
Redemptive opportunist. Please come down right now and sign in.
It's getting more and more extravagant. I love it. Redemptive opportunist. It's a good serve there from Djere, and the forehand from Wawrinka just into the net. Redemptive. So R-O.
R-O. Row.
It's okay, isn't it? Row? Who's the row? Oh, yeah. Who's the row?
I think you should say the whole thing. Redemptive opportunist. I like it.
Jill gives it the tick. Serving here, Djere down the middle. Good stuff from the serve. Wawrinka unable to control that. 30-love. Going back through a bit more of a dominant phase here after some really wobbly service games from both players. Pushing 3 hours on court as well as Laslo Djere serves out wide, just missing this one into the tram lines, looking for the wide serve. Second ball, lands it in, forehand from Wawrinka, went cross court. What does Wawrinka do here? He goes up the line with precision. Great stuff from Stan.
Yeah, beautiful. Beautiful shape on the ball over the higher part of the net, down the line. Good depth into the corner.
30-15. Djere's ready. Serves down the middle. Wawrinka just keeps this ball in play. Nicely done. On the cross-court backhand. Djere's there as well. Goes cross as well. So does Stan with a brilliant angle.
A beautiful signature backhand from Stan. One of his favorite shots, that short angle off the court. Big point here at 30-all.
And 4-all in the fourth. Djere serves. Wawrinka's forehand just goes long. Good stuff from Djere. Gets himself out to 40-30 and a chance here for 5-4 lead on serve. Serving here, looking for the wide ball, just missing it. Be a second serve, which brings Wawrinka in just inside the baseline to receive it, but it's a double. Doesn't need to play it. To Deuce. Could be a fifth. We might have another hour. Could be the breaker serve, and Stan serves for it. It's all hinging on this.
I'm nervous. I feel the tension.
A few other people are as well. Djere serves. There's the backhand from Wawrinka, quite deep. Goes with the backhand to Djere. Well dug out by Wawrinka on the run. He makes the backhand back cross court, bringing Djere in. He's overplayed it as the Serb had the cross court forehand, but it was a couple of feet long. And Wawrinka has break point for a 5-4 lead. And if he can get this, he'll serve for it.
Wow, Wawrinka just so willing to stay way back in the court, play defense throughout that point, force Djere to come up with the goods, and he made the mistake.
Djere serves down the middle. Wawrinka's forehand is long. Good stuff from Laslo. He knows that the crowd is surging behind the veteran, the former champion.
Huge to get the first serve in there.
Yeah, that was a big moment from him. Can he deliver again here on deuce? Djere serves. There's the backhand from Wawrinka. That does land in. What does Stan do here? He flicks a backhand on the run. Djere with the little drop shot stands there and makes it cross court on the forehand.
Drop shot, your hands have to be so steady. And a deuce point with this type of tension out here, the drama out here. Djere just didn't have the soft enough hands that just sat up there for Wawrinka.
Had to make it, calmly did so, and has break point again. Again, hasn't converted many today. He really needs this one. Djere serves, looking for the wide ball. And he makes it with an ace out wide.
Right on the line.
What a time to deliver your 9th ace. Clutch stuff from Laslo. For the 3rd time, it's deuce at 4-all. Serving, that one just caught the tape. Still landed in though, so it'll be a first serve. Serving here down the middle, that's great stuff from Djere. Terrific serve down the tee, and it just caught the very edge of Stan Wawrinka's racket. And he has a game point here for a 5-4 lead. Djere serving, misses that first ball. It was long and wide. It'll be a second serve. Where does he go? Goes to the backhand. Stan lands that ball pretty short. Here's another backhand from Wawrinka. Also from Djere, and it's a heavy net court. He was going down the line. It caught so much of the net, it brought the ball back centrally in the court, and it still just dribbled over. Djere just with a capital J, holds, and Wawrinka will have to serve to stay in this 4th set next at 4-5.
Julia Goldman has written in. Julia, hi AO Radio, listening from New York City.
Oh, it's a nice greeting for the whole AO Radio team.
Yes, that's nice. Multitasking by listening to one match, watching another, and working on my cross-stitching.
Oh, that's
now,
very good work, Julia.
she has a pretty good point here, I have to say.
Oh.
I'll admit, I love the term lucky loser.
Oh, wow.
It's so ridiculous that it comes around to being fun. I like explaining to people that, yes, it is actually an official term. And winning a tournament as a lucky loser is always a fun twist, given the name.
Is a twist, isn't it?
Now, that is kind of cool if you say a lucky loser won a tournament. Can't remember, I don't know how often that happens.
Is that another statistic that we don't have?
That's another statistic.
But that's a good point, Julia. I mean,
it is a great point,
It is a great point that it is... it's a real nuance, isn't it, of tennis. But nevertheless, it's not going to stop our charge to change it.
Yeah.
But it's a good message.
Yes.
Shall we have one more?
Yes. Elaine who lives in Singapore.
Hello, Elaine.
Alternate term for lucky loser, perhaps late qualifier or breakthrough qualifier.
I prefer breakthrough BQ, breakthrough qualifier. Yeah, okay.
I'm still trying to get used to the bracket thing.
Do you like the announcement style of that? Breakthrough qualifier. Can you see yourself, Jill Cravers? Make yourself known to the referee's office.
I feel like that would excite me.
Breakthrough.
Yeah, that would excite me.
It's got a bit of a lift to it,
It does
hasn't
have a
it?
lift, yes. I would agree with that, yeah.
Wawrinka here is serving to stay in the fourth set against Laslo Djere, and that's a pretty good start from Sam. Good big serve down the middle, and 15 love. We'll be heading to the evening serve with Nat Edwards soon, probably about 9 minutes, we might say. We'll keep you across, of course, all the action. Well, Nat will anyway, while the evening serve is on, as well as everything else, a wrap of the day's play, and we'll continue the live coverage this very evening on AO Radio, as it is now, what, about 20 past 6 here, local time. We'll have a full evening session for you, and we'll hopefully have your company. It'll be lovely having your company all afternoon with all our commentary team, and with Jill and me, Steve Pearce. Right now, that's just a fault there from Stan Wawrinka, just long in the box. 2014 champion looking to avoid a fifth set if he can here at 15 love. Djere going miles back to reply to this. Now he finds his way back to the baseline. Here's the third consecutive backhand, and the third one was the worst of the lot. Missed the doubles alley.
Yeah, it was the feet that just got stuck there from Djere. Got caught in the middle of the court, didn't quite get away from the ball enough.
If you like some symmetry, they've both made 26 backhand unforced errors.
I do like symmetry.
Yeah, who doesn't? 26, just, it's beautiful, isn't it, when they line up like that. 30 love into the net from Wawrinka on the first serve. Let's have a look at the second serve from Stan. Onto the backhand of Djere. There's the backhand from Wawrinka, and into the net, trying to go cross court was Djere. So 40 love. And with a degree of comfort here, Wawrinka has multiple points for 5-all in the fourth.
Yeah, you would love this game, this quick game for Wawrinka after getting broken previously.
And he closes it out. Wawrinka finds the net and finds the open court, well outside the court. Blue bit surrounds it. It's a fault, the second serve. Lands this one in again, way behind the baseline. Djere, and coming back to the baseline, play a slice. There's a lovely drop shot from Stan, lovely touch from the back of the court. He got that one perfectly and holds to love for 5 games all. Quick update from Kate Kearns from around Melbourne Park.
Thanks, Steve. Vicky Mboko threw in straight sets against Emerson Jones, the wildcard from Australia, 6-4, 6-1. And that was out at 1573 Arena. And just, well, it was an hour and 12 minutes. It was pretty quick in that second set, and Vicky looking very good. Like, she's such a strong competitor. Emerson Jones spent so much time running down balls and did a great job, but Vicky looking good going into the second round. The match on Cain Arena, Staroduptseva, the qualifier, did indeed take that first set against Isla Tomljanovic, 6-4. Isla has the break in the second, leads 3-1. And Shapovalov took that first set 6-3. We mentioned that before against Bu of China, the wild card. And Bu was down a break in the second, but has come back and is leading 3-2. So that match is tightening. And of course, Rinky Chikata has just turned up on court 6 against Manarino, and it's 2-1. It's early stages in that match in the first set.
Terrific stuff. Thank you, Kate. Kate Kearns here on Kia. Stan Wawrinka is trying to get through to the second round in his farewell year, and it's 5 games all in the fourth set. 2-1 in sets to Wawrinka. Laslo Djere is serving, and it's love 15 in this 11th game. There's the slice from Wawrinka. Fairly deep, the cross-court backhands from Djere, and then he tries to slice, inviting on the forehand of Wawrinka to go cross-court, but he overplayed it and pushed it into the tram lines. 15-all.
Well, it was a very smart slice. He kept it so low over the net. Also shorter part of the court, but that slice had so much work on it that it really just didn't bounce up for Wawrinka. Had to really force himself to hit up on the ball, and that's where he made the mistake.
Going to stay with this set, whether it is a set or the match, and then we'll take the evening serve with Nat, just so you know what's upcoming in your world if you're listening to us here on AO Radio over the next 20 minutes or so. Good serving there from Djere, out wide, moves to 30-15. Packed Kia Arena. I suspect there is not a spare seat in the arena right now, as Djere sets himself to serve down this near end, pushing Wawrinka out wide on the backhand. Here comes another backhand from Wawrinka. Goes cross court. Good depth on that. Well repelled by Djere. Little drop shot from Wawrinka, bringing Djere in. That was very well done from Djere. Went cross court with a really deep forehand, and Wawrinka wasn't expecting that. Couldn't control it.
Yeah, it was so good. It was just deep enough. Wawrinka had kind of shifted his court position a couple feet inside the baseline. It was forced to try and take the ball out of there. He actually got caught sort of in no man's land, but it just had enough pace on it where it made it difficult for Wawrinka.
40-15. Djere picks that one up on the half volley. Good return from Wawrinka right near the baseline. And Djere unable to get the elevation and the contact that he wanted off that. Into the net, 40-30.
Yeah, really good depth from Wawrinka again. Better chip, just still floating, but right inside the baseline.
It's a right royal battle, this one, as Djere serves, goes down the middle. Simple forehand from Wawrinka, lands really short, brings Djere into the net. Stan goes for the passing shot, finds the high part of the net, and Djere holds for 6-5 in the fourth. So Wawrinka has to serve next at 5-6 to try to force the tiebreaker to decide this fourth set and quite possibly the match.
Well, Lachlan, who lives in Brisbane.
Hello, Lachlan.
This is unrelated to our Lucky Loser question.
Oh.
With the red lights on the net, are they only on RLA, MCA, and JCA and not on the other courts, or are they on any of the outside courts? I actually don't know the answer to this question. But I think they're on the main stadiums, right? Not sure.
Are they on court 8? I don't know.
I don't know. You still don't know where court 8 is?
We'll find it one day. We can ask Myron when he comes into press.
Perfect. Great question.
Where is court 8?
Great press conference
No,
question.
it is a good question. Are they actually... Oh, I just don't know the answer to this yet. I thought they were on all... I thought when we chatted about this with Chris the other day that they were on all courts, but...
Well, they do such a good job here of making sure everything is equal on all the match play courts. So I can imagine. I don't know. We have to investigate.
Further investigation is required and will be delivered.
Yes. Stuart, who lives in Bath, UK.
Yes, nice spot in the
Question
west
for
country,
me.
down west. Yep.
Jill, do you wish you had announced your retirement like Stan with a year to go and enjoyed your final year on tour?
That is a good question.
I'm okay with the way I did it. I did it quietly, and I'm okay with that. I also didn't have the career that Stan has had, so I feel like it warrants more of a celebration year.
The Jill Cravis farewell year.
Year for Stan, yeah, exactly.
Do keep your messages coming in right throughout the evening here as Wawrinka serving to stay in this fourth set and force the tiebreaker, and gets off to a good start with a 1-2 punch, putting away the forehand. Cross-court winner for 15 love. aoradio@tennis.com.au is the email address, so do keep those messages coming in right throughout the evening, Serve, and right throughout the evening, and we will get to all your messages. Loved your suggestions this afternoon to replace Lucky Loser, which Jill will now implement at Indian Wells in March.
Although we had a listener saying they like Lucky Loser, so I don't know. There might be a whole slew of people that don't want to change it.
Well, you've got to make a decision here, Jill. Backhand from Wawrinka goes centrally in the court, and Djere pushing very, very deep. Caught the baseline, it skidded into Wawrinka's racket and forced the mistake. Good stuff from the Serb. Brave tennis from him, 15-all.
Yeah, that depth and that pace just completely made Wawrinka miss-hit that backhand, went flying off his racket.
It's the twist and the turn next in this match. Wawrinka serves, goes out wide to the forehand of Djere, who can just push this one into the net. Going outside wide into the tram lines, 30-15.
Oh, really good accuracy there, good slice. Just made Djere think about leaving that whole court open.
30-15 here on the Wawrinka serve. Oh, that's beautifully done. What a time to deliver an ace from Stan just when he needed a pressure valve release and to book a tiebreaker. He delivers his 14th ace out wide, 203 kilometers per hour. High quality stuff from the 2014 champ. 40-15 points for the tiebreaker here. And Djere picked us up on the half volley. Wawrinka, it sits up. Can Djere take control of this? Oh, he had the forehand volley put away at the net to Djere, but he could only bunt it into the net. disappointingly so, although the crowd may disagree with that as they rise to Stan Wawrinka. We go into a tiebreaker here. Will it be a fifth set, or will this be Wawrinka's win that he so desperately wants in this his farewell year?
I think he's being smart by getting the crowd involved. He knows how much impact they have in these tight matches, this big moment.
It's rocking inside Kia Arena. The Swiss flags are flying. Everybody, well, 50% of the crowd are on their feet. Some are trying to be a little bit more reserved about matters. But anyway, it's a great atmosphere. Let's see what happens in this tiebreaker here to decide the fourth set. First ball is into the net from Djere. Just gets things underway down the far end. Laslo Djere, the Serb, lands this ball in. There's just a push back on the backhand from Wawrinka. On the run, he makes a forehand centrally and really leans into a backhand. Both centrally, both players well behind the baseline here. Djere slightly more closer to the baseline here, looking to push hard, trying to find that paint on Wawrinka's side, but it just went a foot too long, and Wawrinka has the mini break to start things off. 1-0.
Such good quality from Wawrinka, and you could feel almost the panic set in with Djere as he got pushed out so far wide. Barely missed it, but he felt the need to go for that depth from that position.
Wasn't a bad play, really.
No.
I mean, you've got to, hitting the lines, that's I don't know how you win matches, right? Anyway, he just missed. So Wawrinka with the early advantage and serving down the near end, goes to the backhand of Djere, and it's super accurate from Wawrinka and pretty heavy too. And Djere just pushes this back into the bottom of the net. A couple of 100k an hour, 125 miles an hour. And accuracy from Stan Wawrinka, 2-0. If you're just joining us, the evening serve will follow the conclusion of this set. And that may well be the match, but if we go into a fifth, we'll still head off to the evening serve with Nat. So stay with us right throughout the evening here on AO Radio as Wawrinka serves just too long. Spin of the racket that we've seen so many times over so many years from Stan Wawrinka. Now he's ready and serves, lands that very deep in the box. Onto the forehand, sits up for Djere to have a swing at this, and Wawrinka manages to keep this in the court. Goes with another backhand cross court. Change of angle, change of direction from Djere. Leans back the forehand, dumped into the net by the Serb. And Wawrinka holds both his serves. It's only one mini break, but it looks good for him at 3-0.
Yeah, it's really good ball striking. He started this tiebreak so well and really just hitting with some strength off the ground. I do really feel like it started with the crowd, though, right away. He knew how important it was to start well in this tiebreak.
Trying to keep himself utterly motivated here and not lose the moment, Stan Wawrinka. Love 3 then here, Djere. Serving in this fourth set tiebreaker. Goes out wide and Wawrinka just unable to make the backhand cross court. Just trying to slice that back into play. So a good point for the Serb there. Gets on the board. One mini breakdown. Jill Craber, Steve Pearce with you here on AO Radio. Lovely having you company on this Monday evening. As Djere serving at 1-3 in the tiebreaker, looking to find the tee down the middle. He just missed it wide. Wawrinka's going to come inside this baseline to receive this second serve. It's on the backhand. He just lands that on the baseline himself. Then on the run goes the backhand cross court. So does Djere, but that's wide and long from the Serb.
Yes, feeling it. I mean, that was another loose error from Djere, really feeling the atmosphere and how much this crowd is behind Wawrinka.
So the double break, the double mini break for Stan Wawrinka, and he's got the balls in hand at 4-1 in the tiebreaker. And with a 2-1 lead, Wawrinka is just 3 points away from a place in the second round. Serves to the backhand of Djere. Djere's done well to get this back in, opposite corner from Stan. He's going to get the short ball, pushes this up the line with a forehand. Djere's there and makes it with a brilliant backhand down the line.
That is unbelievable. Well done from Djere. I think it helped that his momentum was going forward. He went through that ball on the backhand. Wawrinka actually held his position in the middle of the court, didn't cover that line, but such good accuracy with that pass.
Just when you think we know the direction of this match, it takes another twist. So one of the mini breaks disappears for Stan as he comes back. The players change end to huge applause for Stan Wawrinka. So many people inside Kia Arena this evening wanting to see the veteran get this one done. What can he deliver here at 4-2? Serves that hit the top of the net and flew just wide. So it'll be a second serve here for Djere to have a look at. Serves, lands this in. There's backhand from Djere, lands this pretty deep. Stan replies with his own forehand. Here comes another one into the opposite corner. The backhand from Djere. Nice slice from Stan. Got a good angle on that. This time he flattens it out. Djere's there with his own forehand. Both players still behind the baseline, and Wawrinka rips a cross-court forehand and found the line.
Unbelievable from Wawrinka, and you could just see Djere just drop his head because he actually felt like he had Wawrinka in a vulnerable position. Then he comes up with that on the run. Beautiful execution.
Great stuff from Stan. He has the mini break. He's hung on to it. He had two, now he's got one. It's 2-5. Djere serving. In this fourth set tiebreaker, it goes right at the body of Wawrinka, who does pretty well to get this back into play. And then a miss-hit from Wawrinka from miles behind the baseline. Good point for the serve as Wawrinka's forehand flies long. 3-5.
Very good point. Just a really solid forehand. Didn't hesitate. He's just got to stay calm, Djere, if he wants to push this to a fifth.
Yeah, he's got to make... Well, Stan will be under pressure either way. They both will be. It's a fourth set tiebreaker at the Australian Open. The first serve just hitting the top of the tape and falling back on Djere's side. Laslo Djere readies himself and lands the second serve. Sliced back by Wawrinka, pretty deep down centrally in the court. Big forehand from Wawrinka, also from Djere up the line, defended by Wawrinka. Got some good depth on that. Slice from Wawrinka, forehand back cross court from Djere. Up the line goes Wawrinka on the run and just curled in by Djere. Wawrinka goes back to the slice again, then back onto the forehand. Big expansive forehand from Wawrinka, but he pushed it wide into the tram line.
Oh, I was thinking immediately that was such good defense from Wawrinka, but then I shifted to a really good patience from Djere. Could have been a little bit tricky with those low slices from Wawrinka.
Simple equation for Stan. It's 5-4. He's got the balls, he's got the serve. It's on his racket. Can he deliver? 5-4. 2 points here for a place in the second round. Wawrinka serves. It's too long. Here's the second serve, lands this in. Djere from miles behind the baseline, plays a couple of backhands, stepping in now, opposite corner. Wawrinka goes to Djere's forehand, stays on the forehand, but that has strayed just long from the serve. And Stan Wawrinka has 2 match points, and the first one is on his serve.
You know, Wawrinka was just so relieved, took a deep breath after that ball just landed long.
We had no red light to tell us.
No, we didn't.
It's out there.
Oh, goodness.
Well, is this the moment for Wawrinka to deliver what he so dearly wants?
Thank you.
Match point. Wawrinka serves. He's missed with the first ball. It was too long. Djere moves in to receive this on the second serve. Wawrinka lands the second ball in. He tries to slice Wawrinka. Flattened out on the backhand by Djere. Another slice back cross-court from Wawrinka. The pair exchanging cross-court backhands. Djere pushing hard, moving onto the forehand of Wawrinka, who goes back centrally, and Djere dumps it into the net on the backhand. And Stan Wawrinka rolls back the years. and delivers a stunning win on Cain Arena in 4 sets against Laslo Djere. Stan Wawrinka in his farewell year. He is through to the second round of the Australian Open.
Just absolute unbelievable effort from Wawrinka. Well done just to hold his composure together. Played an outstanding, solid tiebreak.
Great stuff from Stan Wawrinka. Great stuff from you, Jill. And thanks everyone for all your suggestions this afternoon as we brought you this wonderful match between Laslo Djere and Stan Wawrinka. It is Wawrinka, the 2014 champion, who moves through to the second round. Much to the delight of everyone in Cain Arena, just about, and many people listening right around the world. Thanks for your company this afternoon. We'll keep going, of course, with all the tennis action. And coming up for you next is the Evening Serve with Nat Edwards.
Radio, this is the Evening Serve with Nat Edwards. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Evening Serve. On tonight's show, we'll take you through all the big winners from Day 2 of the Australian Open, including Aussie Alex de Minaur, as well as the shock losses with heat wreaking havoc. We take a closer look at the wave of Americans making their mark in the world of tennis. Plus, we will preview a blockbuster night as the King of Melbourne Park, Novak Djokovic, returns to Rod Laver Arena. This is the Evening Serve.
That shot from Rakhimova a little bit deep, and it's a clenched fist for Coco Gauff, who begins her 2026 Australian Open campaign with a win over Kamila Rakhimova representing Uzbekistan.
Bangs a backhand down the line. It's in, catches the sideline. The job done for Jess Pegula. Pump of the fist from the American. Forehand volley from de Minaur is good. The backhand's in the net from McDonald. And it's done and dusted for Australia's number 1. He is through to the second round. As comfortable as you like. Switches it up with a second serve ace. A nice smile on the face of Amanda Anisimova. And she is through to round 2 with a 6-3, 6-2 victory over Simone Walter.
Plenty of big names on the winners list today. Day 2 of the Australian Open. We've had a huge day session here at Melbourne Park. It has been hot once again. My name is Nat Edwards. It's great to have your company on the Evening Serve. Thanks for tuning in to AO Radio, wherever you are listening in the world. And our special guest this evening is sports journalist and award-winning journalist from The Athletic in Matt Fuderman. Matt, it's great to have you here.
Oh, it's great to be here. Thanks so much for having me.
I mean, especially because there are, I think I counted about 22 Americans who are on court at some stage today, which is just outrageous. We're going to talk about them in just a bit. But how have you found the first couple of days so far?
I think it's been terrific. I mean, the crowds is what makes this place so special. And, you know, starting off on the Sunday, it was just sort of bang, it was on. The lines were literally out the door and down the street to get into the grounds and then to get into some of the stadiums. And it's been loud. It's been beautiful weather, which certainly helps a lot. And I guess the one word I would use to describe it is it's just alive.
It is very much alive here at Melbourne Park. It's the hottest ticket in town right now. So if you can, make your way down to Melbourne Park. If not, then we will try our best to bring you the buzz on AO Radio. Now, you've had a busy couple of years because you've got a book coming out soon, Matt.
I do. It's called Cruelest Game. It's inside professional tennis. It's about the chase for greatness in professional tennis and why it's so damn hard.
It is very, very hard. There is one man that makes it look easy, and that's Novak Djokovic, and he's in action tonight. We will preview the night session a little bit later on. Before we get to that, though, we want to unpack the big stories from today. So here's what's making news on day 2 of the 2026 Australian Open. Well, 7th seed Felix Auger-Aliassime has been forced to retire in his opening round match against Portugal's Nuno Borges. The Canadian was down 2-1, pulling the pin in the 4th set due to cramp. Auger-Aliassime wasn't the only one forced to retire with cramp in the searing heat. His compatriot Marina Stakuzic collapsed late in the 3rd set against Aussie Priscilla Hon, leaving the court in a wheelchair. Speaking of the Australians in action today, Hon was one of several Aussies to win through to the second round. 6th seed Alex de Minaur got the job done in 3 sets against his American opponent Mackenzie McDonald, while Storm Hunter and Jordan Thompson also enjoyed first round wins. Seeds Daniil Medvedev and Tommy Paul progressed through to the second round in the men's draw, as did Coco Gauff, Jessica Pegula and Anna Anisimova in the women's, while 2020 Australian Open champion Sofia Kenin and fellow American and 15th seed Emma Navarro were among several seeds to fall on day 2. And I mentioned a lot of American names in that little wrap, Matt. I want to talk more about the Americans that are here, in particular just starting with the women's draw, because if you look at the top 10 rankings right now, you've got 4 American women in there in Gauff, Anisimova, Pegula and Keys. I mean, American tennis is in a very good spot at the moment.
Yeah, especially on the women's side. I think they give the boys a hard time because the boys haven't had a Grand Slam champion in over 20 years, and the women have had several of them. So it is an incredibly exciting time. Tennis is just massive right now in America, both in terms of people watching and coming out to tennis tournaments, and then also participation numbers are through the roof. They have been ever since COVID, and it is kind of a golden time. All that's missing is for that American unicorn to come up and try and put on a good challenge to Carlitos and Jannik.
Well, yes, we'll get to that in a moment and see who maybe might be able to push those two, the big two at the moment. But sticking with the women for now, I mean, Coco Gauff, we mentioned her winning through in 6-2, 6-3 against Rakhimova earlier today, a 2-time Grand Slam champion already. You forget that she's just 21 years of age. How have you seen her progression, I guess, over the last 12 months or so?
It's a fascinating progression because, she is, and on any given day, she's, number 2, number 3, number 4. She's right up there. She's a 2-time Grand Slam champion. She won the French Open last year. And yet, I think she would tell you that, like, on any given day,